Good morning. Senate Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Here. A quorum is present. And welcome back, everyone. We will consider some pending business. The committee's heard a number of bills over the last couple of hearings, and we've not had the opportunity to vote, and everyone's had a chance to look at the bills and hear from folks back home. And so, the chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 28. Senators were on, oh, never mind. We're good on that one, never mind. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 523. 523 is Senator Zaffarini's bill about driver licenses and residence addresses. And there is a committee substitute. Senator Perry sends up the committee substitute. We had previously adopted the committee substitute. We have previously adopted the substitute, and the substitute is now before us. And so, members, we're on Senate Bill 523. Senate Bill 523. And Senator Perry moves that the committee substitute, Senate Bill 523, be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. 523. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Yes. There being 10 ayes and no nays, committee substitute Senate Bill 523 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 62 by Senator Zaffarini, the Dean of the Senate. There is a committee substitute which we have previously adopted. Senate Bill 62 deals with voting and teaching children about the voting process and taking them in the polling place with you. So on Senate Bill 62, Senator Birdwell moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 62 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 9 ayes and 1 nay, committee substitute Senate Bill 62 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. What's that? The committee has previously voted to send Senate Bill 523 as substituted to the full Senate while the bill is still in our possession. Is there a motion that we certify that bill for placement on the local and uncontested calendar? Senator Paxton and Senator Zaffarini move that Senate Bill 523 be certified for the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 847 by Senator Campbell. 847 has to do with the liability of cavern owners and operators for injuries arising in caverns. That's Senate Bill 847. And when everyone has a chance to get that before them, Senator Hall moves that Senate Bill 847 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwartner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 9 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 847 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 706 by Senator Schwartner. 706, of course, related to recognition of handgun licenses issued by other states. 706, give everybody a chance to bring that one up. And Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 706 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwartner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 9 ayes and 1 present not voting, Senate Bill 706 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 869 by Senator Birdwell. Senate Bill 869 deals with the deadline for the Ethics Commission to resolve certain complaints. That's Senate Bill 869. If everyone has that before them. Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 869 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwartner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 10 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 869 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Birdwell moves that Senate Bill 869 be certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Seeing none, it is so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 890 by Senator Paxton. This bill, members, 890 is about a license to carry a handgun for certain active and retired judicial officers. 890. Give you a moment to get that one pulled up. And Senator Parker moves that Senate Bill 890 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwartner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 10 ayes and no nays, the Senate bill will be reported favorably to the full Senate. I think so. Senator Paxton moves that Senate Bill 890 be certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Seeing none, it is so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 992. 992, Senator Nichols' bill about the process by which the Attorney General approves or denies approval of state agency contracts for outside legal services. That's 992. Everybody got that one up? Senator Hinojosa moves that Senate Bill 992 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 10 ayes and no nays, the bill will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Zaffarini moves that Senate Bill 992 be certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there any objection? Seeing none, it is so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 19. Senate Bill 19, that's Senator Mays' bill. There's a committee substitute which we have previously adopted. So the committee substitute is before us, Senate Bill 19. And Senator Hall moves that Senate Bill 19 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 9 ayes and 1 nays, the committee substitute Senate Bill 19 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 707. 707. Senators, that's our colleague Senator King's bill about the authority of the legislature to determine that certain federal acts are unconstitutional and act accordingly. Senate Bill 707. Senator Hall moves that Senate Bill 707 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 9 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 707 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 888. 888 by Senator Colhorst. You'll recall that's the bill that has to do with the Attorney General's defense of certain district or county attorneys. There was a question as to whether county attorneys were also included. I don't recall any opposition to that bill. Senate Bill 888. Everyone has that before them. Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 888 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 10 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 888 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Birdwell moves that Senate Bill 888 be certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered.
Members, the chair lays out pending business Senate Bill 687 by Senator Hughes. This bill refers to, concerns land surveyors. Senate Bill 687. The liability for land surveying services in or in connection with certain construction or service contracts. Senate Bill 687. All right. Senator Zaffarini moves that we report, thank you, Senate Bill 687, and report it favorably to the whole Senate, that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Shortner, Zaffarini, Paxton,
Aye.
Hughes.
Yes.
There being 10 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 687 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. I think so. Senator Hall moves that Senate Bill 687 be reported, recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. All right, the chair lays out SJR 34 by Senator Hughes, proposing a constitutional amendment protecting the right of parents to raise their children. That's Senate Joint Resolution 34. Senator Perry moves that we report it Senate Joint Resolution report favorably to the whole Senate, that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Shortner, Zaffarini, Paxton,
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 10 ayes and no nays, Senate Joint Resolution 34 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Okay. Senator Hall moves that the Senate Joint Resolution SJR 34 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Concurrent Resolution 9 urging Congress to propose, by Senator Hughes, urging Congress to propose and submit to the states for ratification the Keep 9 Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, SCR 9 by Senator Hughes. Senator Parker moves that we report it favorably to the whole Senate and that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Shortner, Zaffarini, Paxton,
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 10 ayes and no nays, 9 ayes. Sorry about that. 9 and 1. There being 9 ayes and no nays, SCR 9 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate.
Yes.
All right. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business SB 18 by Senator Hughes relating to prohibiting municipal libraries that hosts certain events from receiving state or other public funding. Senate Bill 18, relating to the prohibition of municipal libraries that host, prohibiting municipal libraries that host certain events from receiving state or other public funding. Senator Middleton moves that we report Senate Bill 18 favorably to the whole Senate, that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Shortner, Zaffarini, Paxton,
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 8 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 18 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 666, relating to the age at which a person may purchase or possess nitrous oxide. Did you choose that number? Okay, Senate Bill 666, relating to the age at which a person may purchase or possess nitrous oxide. That's what it says. That's what it says. It looks like Senator Birdwell moves that we report Senate Bill 666 favorably to the whole Senate, that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Shortner, Zaffarini, Paxton,
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
Okay, in spite of us all feeling uncomfortable about voting for something named 666, right? There being 9 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 666 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. It might be a good idea. Senator Hall moves that we place Senate Bill 666 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. Thank you, Senator Hall. All right, the chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 688 by Senator Hughes, relating to the date of the meeting of the presidential electors of this state. That's Senate Bill 688, relating to the date of the meeting of presidential electors of this state by Senator Hughes. Senator Hinojosa moves that Senate Bill 688 be reported favorably to the whole Senate, and that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Shortner, Zaffarini, Paxton,
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 9 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 688 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 688 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1119 and recognizes the bill's author, Chairman Hughes, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. Senate Bill 1119 would provide protection for nuisance lawsuits for Texas water parks. Last session, we passed a similar law for the agritourism industry and even more recently, the recreational vehicle industry from the 88th legislature. And so following that model, the nature of the water park business does mean that there's some hazards, whether it's uneven terrain, weather conditions, equipment, et cetera. Water parks also allow activities that a person might not use in their normal everyday life. Swimming, sliding on aquatic equipment, wading, surfing, climbing, water sports, and other physical activities. We want to be clear about this. This bill would not exonerate a water park for liability or for negligence on their part, but it will address that the guest accepts the risk of their participation in water park activities. This is important because many times an insurance company will weigh the cost of litigation and the cost of settlement and can affect insurance coverage. This is a practical business decision and it's something we want to account for in legislation to encourage business and encourage people to create jobs and do all the things that are important to us. And so Senate Bill 1119 would limit the liability of water parks for the injuries or deaths of park attendees under certain circumstances. They're still responsible for injuries caused by poor upkeep, negligence, poor training of staff, or intentional acts taken by the water park. This model, again, has been used for a while. In last session, this was done for RV park operators, and so we're applying the same model here. This has been vetted by a number of stakeholders, even among lawsuits, lawyers that file lawsuits, lawyers that defend lawsuits, and this seems to work. And so that's what the bill does. And of course, it requires that the public be informed of the existence of this law, and I submit it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members, are there any questions for Chairman Hughes? Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Hughes, you know, we've passed a number of bills in the past on liability, the tort reforms, and unfortunately in some areas, like in the medical field, the hospitals, we've passed law that basically a doctor can do most anything and not be held accountable for it. We've had many a case of patients being badly mutilated, and we protected them. We're not doing that with this law, right? We've learned from our mistakes from the past, I believe, I hope, in this, and that if they are negligent, we're not really relieving them anything here.
Senator Hall, that's really important, and we can't, thank you. And the answer to your question is, yes, you're right. We're not doing that. We can't gloss over that. In our system, the tort system holds us all accountable. Nobody likes lawsuits, but a lawsuit is necessary sometimes to vindicate someone's rights. And so we are not taking that away. I'm glad you said that. What this bill does, it makes sure that people acknowledge that they are doing activities that might be dangerous, and they're assuming a certain amount of risk when they do that. But the operator, the people that maintain these water parks, they still have to keep them clean and safe and train their employees. So it's not anything like that. And, you know, when we talk about tort reform, often the primary warring parties are the Texas Tri-Lawyers Association and Texas Lawsuit Reform. We've circulated this language to all of them, and nobody has any objection to it. But that's a great point. Nobody likes lawsuits, but we have to have the tort system there to hold everybody accountable. And thank you for that. Needs to be mentioned. We can't forget about that.
Good. Yeah, because I recognize people do some really stupid things, and
That's right.
And that's on them.
That's
we
right.
want to make sure that we don't go too far with it. I think you have a good bill here that walks that line to protect them, but not allow some of the stuff that or bring into what's happened, mistakes we've made in the past. Thank you. Thank
you for that, Senator. That's important, and thank you for the encouragement.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Members, any other questions for Senator Hughes? All right. If not, then we will move to invited testimony. The chair opens testimony and calls Evan Barnett and Johnny Blevins. Here they come. Thank you for being here today. And whoever wants to get started, you can get started. Just state your name and who you represent and give us your testimony, please. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and honored senators of the committee. My name is Evan Barnett. I'm the president of Typhoon Texas Water Parks, based in Houston and Austin, Texas. And I'm on the board of the Texas Travel Alliance. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 1119 to ask for protection from frivolous lawsuits for water parks. These lawsuits are an emerging threat to the water park industry. They are a threat in 3 areas. Number 1, family entertainment. Number 2, teen workforce. And number 3, insurability. First, family entertainment. Let me tell you a story about a family who enjoyed their summers at the water park. The water park became a third living room. You can say it shaped their family connection, memories, and rite of passage, from braving slide heights and creating new friendships. With technology and burdens of today, family entertainment looks and feels much different. Our parks keep youth active, create lasting memories, and keeps parents connected with their kids. Now, with the rising of insurance costs driven by frivolous lawsuits, parks face the risk of owners and operators imposing excessive restrictions, ultimately diminishing excitement and making the experience less enjoyable for our guests. Number 2, teen workforce. Back to the family. The water park made such an impression that when one of the kids could enter the water park, he did. He started cleaning bathrooms and moved his way up through the ranks. The summer job taught him life lessons and was a catalyst for a successful career. In today's world, this story is unusual. Instead of entering the workforce for a fun summer job, recruitment is low because fun has turned into a stressful environment with the very probability of being dragged into a lawsuit. Today, insurability of water parks face growing challenges from rising insurance costs driven by these frivolous lawsuits. These lawsuits drain valuable resources and place a significant financial burden on seasonal operations. That kid in the story, that's me. I built lasting memories from a childhood with summers, gained real-world experience that shaped my MBA, and now, each summer, I have the privilege of leading over 2,000 teens entering the workforce. The water park is a start of these emerging journeys. I'm asking to keep stories like mine alive by supporting SB 1119. Let's protect the opportunities that make summer jobs more than just work. They are the foundation of future leaders. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And let's, we'll go on and have all of the testimony, and then we'll ask questions, members. Go ahead, state your name and who you represent and your testimony, please.
You bet. Good morning, my name's Johnny Blevins. I'm the founder and president of Splash Kingdom Water Parks based in small town Canton, Texas. We own and operate 4 Texas water parks located in Canton, Nacogdoches, Greenville, and Weatherford. I also own Philippians 2-3 Consulting Company. We consult for and manage water parks around the state and around the country for private owners as well as municipalities. And I serve as a secretary for the Texas Travel Alliance. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 1119 and ask for protection from nuisance lawsuits for water parks. These types of lawsuits, as in any industry, are a drain on time, energy, and funding in the water park industry. A very quick example of only one of these situations we're currently wrapping up that should never seen the light of day was in Greenville, Texas. A 37-year-old female attends a private church event in 2022 with a family member at no cost to her. We had reported no incidents at all that day, and my office received an attorney letter a few months later after the season was over claiming that the guest, a grown lady, slid down a 3-foot-tall children's slide and broke her hip. The lady was not noticed even being in the park that day. There was no response from any lifeguard or staff that were attending the children's pool, and she states she walked over 200 yards through multiple attendants, through the front gate, out to the parking lot, without limping, commenting, or making any statement to a staff member. In her legal statement, the guest reports that there was, quote, no water in the pool at the time of her injury, which is impossible, and photos of the day clearly refute that claim. She stated that the water was spraying from the water fountain, and it was, which would also refute that there was no water in the pool. She stated she did not see any employees at the park, and we had approximately 30 employees on duty and clearly identified in uniform. Her legal statement said that she broke her hip and that she cannot lift over 10 pounds now and cannot work due to that injury. The lawsuit demands $1 million. Her medical records show that she has no break of any kind. Her medical records also show that she had years of previous back injuries. Medical records do not show any restrictions on lifting weights of any amount. And her social media shows several pictures of her with a 7 to 8-year-old child on her back. Even with all of these outlandish discrepancies, this lawsuit has cost our company over $100,000 plus additional cost to the insurance company. It will also negatively affect my insurance renewal costs, which have increased over 300% over the last few years. It's situations like this and many others that I'm asking for relief from through SB 1119. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the witnesses? Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just appreciate you both being here. I love the stories, and I think it's vitally important that we get this right. We all have wonderful memories as kids of water parks, and what you described is ridiculous, and we need to obviously address it. So I think this bill, as Senator Hall said a moment ago, strikes that right balance. So appreciate your testimony and really bringing these stories to life for us. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just asking the chair that, somewhere in here, the attorneys have to police their own and have to be held responsible. And sanctions against attorneys that do these kind of actions just so that they can make $100,000 every month for nothing. But at some point, the insurance companies are going to settle because it's cheaper to settle, pass the cost on to the ratepayers, not just the company, but to everybody that has insurance because it's cheaper to settle. It's trained the attorney world that this is okay, this is how we make our living, and insurance companies have become just a pass-through. So I don't know what the answer is, but it's got to stop because people can't afford insurance that legitimately need it to run businesses. And then people such as this individual has earned a living doing it, from what it sounds like. And the attorneys that are participatory in that need to have something to do it. So I'm not an attorney, but you are, sir, and I hope that there's some way we can bring in some sanction that is more automatic than brought through by judges that refuse to do it, because until you get the attorneys starting to question whether or not it's a legitimate suit, you will never fix the suit.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Perry, thank you. I'll just say ditto. That was half of what I was going to say. I'm sick and tired of seeing billboards from attorneys saying, if you've got a scratch, come see me. I'll get you $1 million. I think there has to be something done for these kind of lawsuits. It's, we can't let the pendulum be swinging in too far in either direction. It's got to stay right near the middle in there. And I want to just recognize with Mr. Blevins there on the right is not only a constituent of mine, but his water park, or the first one, is about a mile from where I live. And he has done an incredible job with a Christian-based entertainment in every one of the parks that he's opened around about. The churches clamor to go there for their summer events, and extremely well run. And so glad to see you here, John. When the bill came up, I was thinking about you, that this is something that would probably fit very well. Absolutely. Yeah, very good. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a good bill.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Dean Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Hughes, I agree with Senator Perry's perspective, but isn't that already covered under the law, the frivolous lawsuits? Can't we already sanction attorneys who file frivolous lawsuits?
Dean, that's exactly right, and a lot of it depends on the judge. And so a motion would have to be brought by the defense, and then the judge would have to decide whether to impose sanctions. That they do exist, and it does happen. Some judges are more perhaps prone to issue sanctions orders than others, but there is a provision in place, and maybe we need to look at that.
Maybe we should strengthen that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That would be another bill, though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions for the witnesses? All right, you're excused. Thank you for being here. Okay. Is there any member of the public here Well, I will open up public testimony for Senate Bill 1119. Is there anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1119? We don't have anyone registered. I don't see anyone. So this time we will close public testimony. Bill is now closed and left pending. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1073 by Chairman Hughes and recognizes Chairman Hughes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. I'm pleased to present Senate Bill 1073 to you, a topic considered by this committee and the Senate favorably in previous sessions. Senator Perry has addressed this matter before, as have other members. We're well familiar with the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, nor prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And it goes on, or about abridging the freedom of speech. Attorneys should never be compelled by the state to forego their constitutionally protected rights to freedom of speech and freedom of religion. Sadly, in 2016, the American Bar Association created a model rule for state bars to adopt that would limit the free speech of many lawyers who happen to be people of faith. We're thankful Texas has not adopted this rule. If Texas were to, this overreaching rule, attorneys could lose their license based on statements that were not actually known to be or intended as harassing or discriminatory just because a hearer might construe the statements that way. For example, one could lose her law license for participating in a panel discussion or conversation that touches on controversial political, religious, social viewpoints, serving on a board of a religious or other charitable institution, or speaking at a public event. Now, we want to be clear. Discriminatory behavior by a lawyer is already prohibited in Texas, but a pattern's forming where folks with sincerely held religious beliefs are facing expulsions from their careers and their livelihoods. And these are a real problem. They're troubling to us, and they spark fear in many people of faith and are already having a chilling effect on their free speech and the exercise of their religion, whatever their religion may be. We recognize the importance of religious freedom in this country, unknown anywhere else in the world. So what does the bill do? Senate Bill 1073 is a preemptive action to address this cancel culture we're dealing with and the growing attacks on freedom of speech and the expression of religious beliefs. The bill prohibits the State Bar of Texas from adopting any rule, policy, or penalty that unreasonably limits a person's exercise of religion or burdens their free speech. If the bar does this, the person may bring an action for injunctive relief. If a person comes before the State Bar based on a complaint regarding their speech or conduct, or even a judicial proceeding, this bill provides a defense to losing one's law license. This bill does not permit an individual to violate the state or federal law or the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct. It also does not keep anyone from being fired, sued, arrested. This is merely about free speech and threatening the loss of one's livelihood for the exercise of free speech. Our First Amendment rights, whether the speaker agrees with us or disagrees with us, I think we're well to remember that it is that minority viewpoint that needs protection by the First Amendment. Those free speech rights are the cornerstone of American democracy, and we should always make sure they're protected. That's what this bill's about, and I humbly offer it for your consideration.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. Members, do you have any questions for Chairman Hughes on the bill? All right. At this time, the chair opens up public testimony for Senate Bill 1073, and the chair calls Lathan Watts, Jonathan Sines, Jonathan Covey, Mary Elizabeth Castle, and Steve Swanson. Let's see. And so I see 3 of the 5. Mary Elizabeth Castle, there she is. And Steve Swanson also. Let's go on and get started. Lathan Watts, why don't you get us kicked off here?
There we go. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Lathan Watts. I'm Vice President of Public Affairs for Alliance Defending Freedom.
Can you move a little closer to the mic or pull it closer to you? Or I guess these don't pull.
Is that better?
That's much
There we
better.
go.
Thank you.
I will start again. I am Lathan Watts, Vice President of Public Affairs for Alliance Defending Freedom. Alliance Defending Freedom is a nonprofit law firm that exists to protect the rights of all Americans and really people around the world to live and speak the truth. And here today on a couple of other bills, but thought it would be odd for someone here from Alliance Defending Freedom who work with attorneys who defend these rights for other people to not weigh in on a bill that protects these rights for attorneys. So just wanted to say that even though I am consider myself a recovering attorney, I've not fallen off the wagon and wandered back into the practice of law for a while. On behalf of our attorneys who do practice law here in Texas, these men and women have dedicated their lives and their careers to protecting these rights for other people. And it is good to know that, at least here in Texas, there are people looking out for these rights for us as well. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. And Alliance Defending Freedom, as you know, exists to help provide the greatest protections available for the rights of free speech, religious liberty, the sanctity of life, marriage, and parental rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. And members, we'll hear from the whole panel and then open up for questions. Mr. Sines, would you go next?
Good morning, Chairman Hughes and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Sines, and I'm president and attorney for Texas Values. Texas Values is the largest nonprofit Christian law and policy organization in the state of Texas, and I'm here testifying in favor of Senate Bill 1073. As a lawyer myself, I have been licensed to practice law in the state of Texas for over 20 years. I've argued cases and been involved in cases at all levels of the court, and we've represented clients before the U.S. Supreme Court, Texas Supreme Court, and many of the lower federal courts, and also state laws and courts as well. And just about every religious freedom law that's been passed in the past 15 years in the state of Texas, our organization and myself individually, we've been a part of that. We've often represented clients on religious liberty issues, some that some may deem controversial. As the chairman laid out, there's been an ABA rule that was proposed several years ago. The State Bar of Texas has at times indicated that they might take action on this ABA Rule 8.4G, which includes the words related to harassment and discrimination on sexual orientation and gender identity. We know that there is reasonable disagreement on these issues, particularly amongst Christians, and sometimes it comes out in court cases. Imagine a woman being forced to share a women's shelter with a biological man after escaping domestic violence and having nowhere else to go and being re-traumatized by that man's presence. That is a court case that happened in Alaska, and a lawyer was disqualified from representing that woman because of a rule like the ABA Rule 8.4G. The DC Circuit has recently indicated they might take action and support this rule, and our friends at First Liberty Institute have expressed their opposition. Our Attorney General Paxton has spoken about this issue in disagreement with the ABA rule. And last session, a bill just like this passed the Senate with bipartisan support and also passed the House and died, if you will, and ended on the House floor. So we know that there's significant support for it again and a need. Even Chief Justice Jimmy Blacklock touched on this issue about the ABA rule and making it clear they're different than the Texas Bar. The ABA is a private organization. You're not required to be a part of it as a member of the bar, but they do wield significant amount of weight and influence. The Texas Bar is a public institution, and you're required as a licensed attorney to be a part of that bar. So there's a different distinction there. And at least from what I understood from Chief Justice Blacklock's comments, that he wants the ABA to be considered, their comments to be considered just like mine would as an organization that advocates and not carry any more weight. But we know that there are some people that want this rule enforced, and they would like to see Christian lawyers like myself never have the opportunity to represent and talk about these issues publicly when necessary in relation to representation of a client on issues related to gender identities I mentioned, or even be a part of a professional association, or be at a Federalist Society event and maybe talk about some of these issues where there are healthy differences. And so that's, I see that my time has expired. I'm happy to take any questions, but these are the many reasons why I'm here in support of Senate Bill 1073.
Thank you, Mr. Sines. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for your testimony. And Ms. Castle, I see you in the back. Come on up. There's another chair over here to Mr. Watt's left, and have a seat. And Jonathan Covey, would you mind testifying next? Your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Madam Chair, members, my name is Jonathan Covey. I'm the Policy Director for Texas Values. I have a law degree myself and a background in constitutional law. I'm testifying in favor of SB 1073, and there are many troubling situations where the ABA model rule could be adopted and used as a speech code against lawyers. For example, can a lawyer write a blog post or an op-ed without risking a bar complaint by an offended reader? Or is a lawyer subject to discipline when participating in a panel discussion on DEI or another controversial political subject? Or could it even affect, and it could even affect informal conversations at a social function? So this is just a terrible, terrible policy. It's also, by the way, sloppily written because there are no clear enforcement standards in the model rule at all while it puts an attorney's livelihood in jeopardy. And the threat of this, as Chairman Hughes mentioned as well, is constantly hanging over the state and could be adopted at any point that the folks in the state bar decide that's what's best for lawyers. So to Jonathan Sines' point as well, Chief Justice Jimmy Blacklock mentioned sort of this issue and talked about how he would like to see other organizations hold as much weight as the ABA. That will never happen unless we pass this rule. So I would ask you to please support this measure.
Thank you. Ms. Castle, welcome. Would you state your full name, your who you represent, and your testimony, please? Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Hughes, Senator Paxton, and members of the committee. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values, and I'm in support of SB 1073. I would like to come from it from a perspective of someone who would most likely need an attorney, more so from someone of the perspective of religious liberty rights. Several years ago, I did work for a religious liberty law firm, and one of the cases that I did learn was they represented a small church in my hometown that had some issues with some zoning codes. But you think about how that small church needed that First Amendment law firm, not just because they needed to represent their rights, but also because they needed that pro bono service. There are so many people out there, whether it's just simple things like zoning laws or something more complex, like in the academic profession, like we'll talk about later, where someone talks about their sincerely held religious beliefs, where people will need to have these debates and discussions on their First Amendment rights. But if we don't have attorneys who are free to believe what they are, then we won't have these type of law firms to represent them. It is said back in 2021, I believe that the Federalist Society had 60,000 members, and the Christian Legal Society had over 3,000 members. These are robust organizations that represent different viewpoints than what this 8.4G rule that was proposed in 2016 would force them to have. So it's very important that we have robust discussion in the legal profession, just like every other profession, to ensure that these people can have their First Amendment rights as attorneys, but also so other people aren't deprived their rights as well. So please vote in favor of 1073. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Swanson, state your name, who you represent, and please give us your testimony. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. I'm Steve Swanson. I'm here on the bill. I'm a grandparent, a retired engineer and business executive, and a 30-year volunteer in education. And that's the reason I'm here, is in that journey of discovering law that serves the best interests of kids, including preventing loss in schools, and then discovering it's very hard to have conversations about those laws with school districts and even with the state because of attorneys. I eventually ran into a document that hopefully you have, which is called the Texas Lawyers Creed. And I'm here to say the most important document in the state of Texas for the future of children and the future of Texas is the Lawyers Creed. To honor it, value it, live it. We won't talk about frivolous lawsuits by lawyers anymore. We're talking about lawyers as solution problem solvers. And so I'm here just to share with you this Lawyers Creed and how important it is. And I found that importance in my experience in our education system and how we educate children. And we do have existing laws that aren't followed that would help solve a lot of the problems that we have today. So if you had to have a new piece of legislation, I would encourage you to legislate that every lawyer honor the Texas Lawyers Creed, and they demonstrate that they've educated the public as required in the creed, that they demonstrate that, and be certain about its importance, because my experience is typically it's not held in high regard. Lawyers, as guardians of the law, have a vital role in the preservation of our society, and that is true if we follow our laws and our creed.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for any of the witnesses? Dean, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have one question for any one of you. I don't need to hear 5 answers, but I'm sure you all will agree. But what do you say to those who are critical of the bill and oppose it because they believe the consequences or outcome of this legislation would be to allow attorneys to discriminate without consequences against members of the LGBTQ community?
Well, it's my understanding that Chairman Hughes has already addressed that question, and I don't disagree with what he said about the responsibility that lawyers have. But that's not the problem we're seeing. The problem we're seeing is that there's been a chilling effect on the proposal of these type of laws. The State Bar of Texas has at times moved forward on this issue. It's well documented that the change in the rule is to add the issues of gender identity and sexual orientation as a way to show a favoritism for people that believe in those issues and to weigh against lawyers that might have to speak about those or have those discussions at times or represent clients who have a biblical view of those issues. As a matter of fact, the pendulum is swinging back the other direction now. We see that the courts, from the White House down to the State House, Republicans and Democrats are seeing that it's unfair to say that one side is right and one side is wrong on these particular type of issues. It's a healthy part of debate. There are many court cases. And so, as a law student at the University of Houston, I had to sue my law school for the free speech and religious rights because of my views on a pro-life issue. We ultimately were victorious, thanks to my friends at Alliance Defending Freedom. But if there were not lawyers to be able to represent those views, they never would have come forward, and it would have prevented an opportunity, oftentimes, for the public to have a better understanding of these issues. And so I think that's what could be missed. And sometimes when these things are allowed to breathe and lawyers are allowed to advocate for their clients, we realize the demands of the U.S. and state constitution are that people are going to disagree, but that we all have the same free speech rights, we should have the same religious rights, and that the courts should not be in the business of making it more difficult for lawyers to take on these cases and for clients to be chilled from doing that. And I will tell you, we have many interns that come through our office, law students that I've worked from. There is no doubt that they're reporting their awareness of this type of AB rule and matters related to it is something of worry to them. And they're wondering whether or not, as Christians individually, that the law profession is the right way to go. I would hope to see less of that. I think by passing Senate Bill 1073, it is a way to give assurance to Christian lawyers or people that have Christian and religious beliefs that they're not going to be punished or they're not going to be removed or face people that use these as weapons to try to scare them from being involved in the profession of law.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dean Zaffarini. Members, any other questions for the witnesses? If not, you're dismissed. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1073? Okay, coming up. Do we have? Okay, all right. So we don't have a card for you. We'll get you to fill one out. But come on up and have a seat.
Sorry about that. I did sign up on the kiosk, so I'm not sure what happened.
Well, thank you. We'll get it all taken care of after you finish. Thanks for being here, and give us your name, who you represent, and your testimony on the bill.
Sounds good. Thank you. My name is Ash Hall. I represent myself and the ACLU of Texas, and I'm here against the bill. All right. So, first of all, we hold that SB 1073 is unnecessary because it was first drafted in 2017 in response to, as we talked about, the federal model ethics rule created by the ABA, and that hasn't been enacted in Texas even now. And furthermore, every Texan enjoys robust Religious Freedom Restoration Act protections, including, of course, attorneys. And we also hold that this bill is actually harmful because it erodes the authority of the Supreme Court, as the Texas Bar Association is under its jurisdiction. It would widen the access gaps to counsel by rural Texans, especially when you consider that rural Texas has lost 25% of its defense attorneys since 2015. While urban Texans enjoy a ratio of 28 lawyers to every 100 criminal cases, rural Texans only have 5. We all rely on attorneys for things like creating a will, settling property disputes, providing defense when a crime occurs. But under this bill, LGBTQIA plus people in rural Texas or any person with religious beliefs that differ from local attorneys would face practical challenges finding an attorney. And this would occur under the backdrop of the rural access gap to internet that would otherwise make it easier to find an attorney. Simply put, our ability to access legal representation shouldn't be determined by our zip code. Texans of all religions and beliefs, LGBTQIA plus Texans and rural Texans all deserve access to representation. Given this and the religious freedom protections attorneys already enjoy, we oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? All right, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1073? All right, hearing none, public testimony is now closed. And the bill is left pending. The chair lays out Senate Bill 810 by Chairman Hughes and recognizes Chairman Hughes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. Senate Bill 810 is an important bill to protect the individual liberties of teachers and other school employees when it comes to using terms consistent with biological sex. Senate Bill 810 would amend Chapter 22 of the Education Code to prohibit a school district or charter school from disciplining, retaliating against, or otherwise discriminating against an employee for addressing a student or other employee in terms consistent with the biological sex of the student or employee. This bill applies to all public school employees, but usually will involve interaction between a teacher and a student. Several important reasons for this legislation. A teacher or other public school employee may have a moral or religious objection to addressing a student in terms inconsistent with the student's biological sex. And of course, it wouldn't have to be religious. A teacher may have an ethical objection to addressing a student in a manner inconsistent with the student's biological sex. The teacher may feel this only will intensify the dysphoria that the student is experiencing. And of course, there are practical considerations. We all know the pressures our public school teachers are under, and a lot's being done this session to help them with pay, with discipline in the classroom, and important tools they're going to need. We do not want a teacher to have to be pressured to address a student by a pronoun that is inconsistent with that student's biological sex. And again, practically, a simple internet search for how many genders are there. One source says 72, another says 20, another source says 107. I remember testimony before this committee where an expert witness testifying was asked how many genders are there, and it was a legitimate question. It was not loaded. It was a sincere question to understand. And the witness said, I couldn't really give you a number. I would say gender is a journey. And again, folks are dealing with various challenges. We do not want to add to the burdens of our public school teachers and make them have to worry about using the pronoun of the day, forgive me, to address a particular student. So teachers should be protected if they address students by their biological pronouns. That's what the bill does. It just lets them focus on teaching and instruction and helping those children and not worry about getting in trouble for using the wrong pronoun. And I appreciate the committee's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Hughes? All right. At this time, we've got a couple of invited testimony. The chair calls Lathan Watts and Mary Elizabeth Castle. Lathan Watts and Mary Elizabeth Castle. All right, and whoever is ready first can go ahead and get started.
Good morning again. Oops. Good morning again, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values. And I also teach at a private university, so I can provide some insight on that as well. In 2024, a Virginia school district shelled out a whopping $575,000 settlement to a French teacher. The school board had previously fired him because he refused to use a student's preferred pronouns. The court found that his firing violated his free speech rights based on his sincerely held religious beliefs. But it is important, after all, to note that this teacher taught French, which is a Latin-based language that has for centuries centered on the feminine and masculine description of words. Using a third pronoun simply would not work for teaching a French course. We don't have to look to another state where this is happening. A couple of years ago, Professor Johnson Varkey was fired from St. Philip's College in San Antonio. He's a biology professor, and he was fired for teaching that sex is determined by X and Y chromosomes, consistent with his study of human biology. Dr. Varkey was able to successfully sue the university and was reinstated. However, neither of these cases should have happened, but they can and will happen in Texas because of the local policies that the Texas Association of School Boards has made schools adopt that include harassment definitions that include gender identity. Teachers should not be fired for restating the truth and restating reality. Most importantly, the students should not be running the schoolhouse. Allowing teachers to be fired because of a student's personal preferences, which because they are kids changes constantly, creates a learning environment of disrespect and chaos. Having this law in place not only protects the truth and teachers' free speech rights, but it returns the focus in the classroom back to learning. Thank you so much, and please consider SB 810.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Watts, state your name, your position on the bill, who you represent, and give us your testimony.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lathan Watts, Vice President of Public Affairs for Alliance Defending Freedom. Our firm represents teachers, students, and countless other Americans standing for their God-given right to live and speak the truth. Teachers and other public employees cannot be forced to deny their core beliefs, to say things that are untrue just to keep a job. Yet that is exactly what happened to Pam Ricard, a math teacher in Fort Riley Middle School in Fort Riley, Kansas. She spent decades in education and always treated her students with the utmost dignity and respect. The Geary County School District told her to use names and pronouns for students that were inconsistent with the student's biological sex. The district forced Pam to keep parents in the dark about their children who may be struggling with gender dysphoria. In April of 2021, Fort Riley Middle School suspended Pam for 3 days after she declined to refer to a student by a name and pronouns inconsistent with the student's sex. A federal court ruled that Pam was likely to prevail on her First Amendment free exercise of religion claims and granted her motion to halt enforcement of the policy. Shortly after this, the district agreed to settle the case. Their unconstitutional actions ended up needlessly costing taxpayers $95,000 in damages and attorney's fees. John Klug is a high school orchestra teacher in Indiana. suffered a similar fate when his district announced that John was required to use students' preferred names and pronouns. He asked for a modest accommodation to call students by their last names only, which would allow him to stay neutral on transgender issues and focus on teaching music. The district granted his reasonable accommodation at first, but after a handful of teachers complained, the district revoked the accommodation and forced Mr. Klug to resign or be terminated. Peter Vlaming, the French teacher that was mentioned earlier, is also our client, was fired for declining to refer to a female with male pronouns. Vivian Garrity, a middle school English teacher in Ohio, was forced to resign after the school district began requiring its teachers to personally participate in the, quote, social transition of children by using preferred pronouns and names. These are just a few of the situations happening around the country. And here in Texas, in 2023, Round Rock ISD provided training to their teachers that instructed them to keep gender identity a secret from parents. And just a couple of weeks ago, Governor Abbott asked the TEA to investigate a situation in a Houston school where a child was being socially transitioned without the parents' consent. Freedom of speech and freedom of religion includes the freedom not to speak. It includes the freedom not to endorse messages contrary to our core beliefs. Teachers shouldn't be forced to mislead parents or say things that are untrue or harmful to students. That's why a growing number of courts are ruling against government officials that force government employees to violate their deepest held beliefs just to keep their job. In Peter Vlaming's case, the Virginia Supreme Court ruled that teachers cannot be compelled to be a mouthpiece for, quote, controversial, religious, political, or ideological causes, nor can the government coerce the people into, quote, pledging verbal allegiance to ideological views that violate their sincerely held religious beliefs. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit ruled in favor of Dr. Nicholas Merriweather, a professor at Shawnee State University in Southern Ohio, who was disciplined by the university for declining to refer to a male by female pronouns. Words, including pronouns, have meaning. They carry a message with them. And for many Texans, that message is that a person has an immutable biological sex that is written into every cell of their body by their Creator, whose image they bear. And pronouns reflect that truth. We would never require an atheist or an agnostic teacher to respond to a student saying God is good with the traditional response of all the time, and all the time God is good. The same is true for gender ideology and preferred pronouns. We must protect teachers to ensure that they are never forced to abandon their beliefs and lie about the meaning of female and male just to keep a job. I want to thank Senator Hughes for addressing this issue and let all of you know, as I said before, the ADF exists to help you provide the strongest protection possible for Texans' rights of free speech and religious liberty. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this panel? All right, thank you so much for coming today. You're dismissed. At this time, the chair opens public testimony and calls Megan Benton, Donald Garner, Sheila Hemphill, Landon Ritchie, and Ash Hall. Megan Benton, Donald Garner, Sheila Hemphill, Landon Ritchie, and Ash Hall. And Mr. Garner, how about if we just start on your end and move across? Members, what we'll do is we'll hold questions until the end of the panel. But thank you for being here. If you would state your name, who you represent, and give us your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. As always, honor to appear before you today. I'm the Executive Director for Texas Faith and Freedom Coalition, whose mission is to give people of faith a voice in government. We are the world's largest Get Out the Vote organization. Last year, our canvassers hit over 1 million doors. And obviously on issues such as this, we're concerned about, I won't say a lot, you've already heard a lot of very good testimony. This is just simply a matter of conscience. I like what I've heard also about it, just adding an extra burden to teachers and trying to keep up with whatever the latest little social trend is. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. And just for the record, would you state your name again?
Don Garner.
Don Garner. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Megan Benton. I'm the Strategic Policy Associate for Texas Values. And I'm here today to testify in favor of Senate Bill 810. SB 810 provides protections for Texas teachers in the classroom by ensuring that they are protected from retaliation and disciplinary measures for using pronouns that match a person's sex. This is important for two major reasons. It protects the religious liberties of Texas teachers, as well as ensures that teachers can focus on academics instead of social issues. Teaching is a noble and important career, focused on raising up the next generation. This bill ensures that religious liberties of educators are protected so that they can focus on this academics. Let me elaborate. Texas teachers should not be concerned or worried in any way about the possibility of being punished or using pronouns that match an employee or student sex. Instead, they should be focused on providing the highest quality education for Texas kids. As a state, we should be more focused on math, reading, and science, not pronouns. We must let Texas teachers focus on what they do best: educate and help Texas kids develop a love of learning. Secondly, our schools should be places of clarity, not confusion. By allowing educators to use accurate pronouns without fear of punishment, we are enabling teachers to focus on what's truly important, thus leading to an education focused on learning. Please vote in favor of SB 810 because it will protect the religious liberties of Texas educators and help facilitate a learning environment focused on providing a quality education to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right. You state your name, who you represent, and give us your testimony, please. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Chair Hughes, for this bill and for committee. My name is Sheila Hemphill with Texas Right to Know. I will take my 1 minute and 57 seconds to share with you a story that happened in 2023 and ask you to extend the protections to include professors of higher education and universities. In 2023, I had the privilege in my quest to learn as much as I could what was going on with the pandemic. As many of you know, you've seen this document talking about the hazards that are contained in this engineered bioweapon known as SARS-CoV-2. It predominantly has many attributes about the brain, the most disturbing including the prion regional domain that has a capacity to emulate amyloids, etc. Now, with that urgency, I had the privilege of having dinner with tenured professor Francisco Gonzalez Lima at the University of Texas, the Centennial Professorship. His interests lie in behavioral neuroscience, physiobiology, learning and memory, functional neuroimaging, brain stimulation, mainly interested in neurocognitive enhancement, and mental health. You can tell why I took him to dinner. He was as equally as interested in speaking to me to share with him the persecution he had received when he would come to speak on some of his research studies, which include a great list on the impact of cognitive function and dementia since he had been studying dementia brains. In his presentation, when he woke into his presentation and said, "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen," he was reprimanded for that because he refused to put his little sticker on his office. He was reprimanded and reported. So I plead with this committee to add to the list of protections of higher education and university. And I yield back my 12 seconds.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you for being here. If you'd state your name, who you represent, and then give us your testimony. Thanks for coming.
Good morning, members. My name is Landon Ritchie. I'm the policy coordinator for TENT, the Transgender Education Network of Texas. I'm speaking in opposition to SB 810. This bill is harmful for all Texans, whether someone is trans or cis. This bill would put educators, school staff, and most importantly, students in a harm's way and shift focus from the true purpose of education: to learn, to grow, and to build transferable skills applicable outside of the classroom for the betterment of our community and our state. Notably, that purpose does not include fostering an environment where students, teachers, and staff are left defenseless against bullies who don't want to respect the people around them. Texas has been dealing with a teacher shortage for almost a decade. We are not in a position to lose any more of our state-certified educators. The state has created a task force, held hearings, and even created a commission to ameliorate this continuing crisis, and not once was protecting bullies in schools an issue that was stated. Instead, teachers discussed their pay and the lack of resources in their schools. Additionally, there have been bills filed this session to punish teachers and school district staff who do respect their students and their peers. How is encouraging teachers and staff to bully their coworkers and their students while punishing teachers and staff who affirm their coworkers and their students a productive use of anyone's time? How does scrutinizing someone's gender and refusing to afford our fellow Texans the most basic shred of decency in honoring how someone wishes to be addressed benefit anyone? We've already heard from educators struggling with not being accepted for who they are. A teacher in San Antonio told us, "I love my students and I love teaching, but being non-binary is something that the adults in the schools have to get used to, not the kids. It is very isolating to worry when I walk into the building because of the looks, the attitude, and even comments made towards me in what is supposed to be a professional setting. I don't want to feel inadequate at my job just because of who I am, and I want to be able to share about my life the way that others do without the constant worry that there is a target on my back." This educator shared this story with us last year, and they are no longer an educator because of the constant othering and singling out. I urge you not to advance this bill and to focus on the true issues impacting Texans.
Thank you for your testimony. State your name, who you represent, and give us your testimony. Thanks for coming.
Absolutely, thank you. My name is Ash Hall. I represent myself and the ACLU of Texas here against the bill. We hold that this bill is unnecessarily cruel and clearly aimed at transgender youth. And I mean, we're the ACLU of Texas, and so we love First Amendment rights, but we don't believe that teachers have a First Amendment right to harass students. It's also silly to attempt to use the unknown number of genders as justification to ignore who a child is, because teachers don't need to know all of the genders. They just need to know the name and the pronouns that their students are using. We're literally 1% of the population, so that shouldn't be too hard. As for refusing to use a student's name and pronouns as determined by their gender identity, that actually makes it harder for that student to focus and learn, and it also sets an example to other students that it's okay to bully and harass that child. We know that students can't do their best academically in those conditions, and it puts them at risk for serious mental health consequences. Conversely, the simple act of respecting a student's identity brings a sense of joy and comfort. It simply feels good to be seen for who we are, and I've experienced that personally. And the level of joy I felt the first time I heard someone use my pronouns correctly, if it felt that good for me in college, I can only imagine how that feels for a young child getting to experience that for the first time. So let's give teachers some credit. They can respect their students' identities, and they have been for a long time now. And let's make sure we give all students a chance to thrive at school. And let's not take away a simple way to bring our students some joy. We ask that you do not move SB 810 forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the panel? Dean Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the two witnesses who testified against the bill, do you believe that a teacher should be reprimanded for using terminology such as ladies and gentlemen or boys and girls?
I think more than anything, it's a matter of getting educated. I feel like if this is something that somebody is doing after being taught about it and it's being done in a way that's purposeful and intentionally hurtful, then that's one thing. But I do believe that if we're trying to be inclusive and include more than just ladies and gentlemen, which people like me are left out of, then it's a matter of just making sure that that teacher understands there are other ways to address a crowd. My personal favorite being guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
Is what?
My personal favorite way to address a crowd is guys, gals, and non-binary pals. They're options, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, I don't think a reprimand is necessary the first time. I think it's a matter of education. But if a teacher is making an attempt to purposefully create an environment that's harmful to trans students and staff, then I do think that makes sense for reprimand.
Thank you. Sir?
I would echo what Ash said. I think, like they said as well, there are many different ways of addressing a crowd. We love y'all here in Texas. That gets the job done just well enough. But it also does not take much for somebody, after receiving education, after maybe learning a little bit more about the importance of inclusive language, to at least attempt to make that effort and respect everybody in the room. But of course, we know that is not always possible or accessible given the persons who they're around, what education they might have, what experiences they have had in schooling, in their relationships. So I don't think the appropriate response, at least initially, is reprimanding, like Ash said. But of course, if it is done intentionally to exclude, to target, to harass students, educators, teachers, et cetera, in the room, then that is something worth looking into.
Thank you. I have not heard from many teacher groups about this particular bill. Does any of you know how the teacher groups feel for or against this bill? No?
Are you asking, do we know teachers who are for or against this bill?
Do you know of any teacher groups who have come out for or against this bill?
I don't know about groups. I would need to ask some of the groups that I'm in touch with. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those groups maybe showed up for a House hearing on this. In terms of individual teachers, I know quite a few who would be against this bill. A lot of them already have students that are trans, and they just make a note in their attendance roll what name and pronouns to use, and they make it work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dean Zaffarini. Members, are there any other questions for the panel?
Could I have my 12 seconds?
Would you like to say something in 12 seconds? There's my question.
Yes, ma'am. I couldn't get to it before. This is what we have at risk if we do not apply this to professors in higher education. These are current grants that at research. Laser-mediated cognitive enhancement. Cognitive augmentation in older adults with mild cognitive impairment and early dementia. If we don't have these protections and these professors are retaliated, the lack of knowledge we have to handle many of the problems we have are at jeopardy. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, members, any other questions? Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. You're dismissed. And I think that's all the registered testimony we see. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 810? Hearing, seeing none. Public testimony is closed and the bill is left pending.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 965 and recognizes its author, Senator Parker, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. On June 27th, 2022, the United States Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, finding in favor of a high school football coach, Joseph Kennedy, who sued Bremerton School District in Washington State because his contract was not renewed in response to Kennedy praying on the field immediately following games. The court found that the free exercise and free speech clauses of the First Amendment protect an individual engaging in a personal religious observance from governmental reprisal, and the Constitution neither mandates nor permits the government to suppress such religious expression. The court's decision is summarized by this key quote by Justice Gorsuch in the Kennedy opinion: "Respect for religious expressions is indispensable to life in a free and diverse republic." Here, a government entity sought to punish an individual for engaging in a personal religious observance based on a mistaken view that it has a duty to suppress religious observances, even as it allows comparable secular speech. The Constitution neither mandates nor tolerates that kind of discrimination. Grounded in the Kennedy decision, Senate Bill 965 codifies the right of school employees to engage in personal religious speech or prayer while on duty. As established in Kennedy, any infringement shall be analyzed under strict scrutiny, requiring the infringement to be, 1, necessary to further compelling a state interest, and 2, narrowly tailored using the least restrictive means to achieve that compelling state interest. One might ask, why is this bill necessary if it already has the law of the nation? Even well-intentional officials might run afoul of the Supreme Court's holding because they're not aware of the Kennedy decision and what it means. Putting SB 965 in the Texas law will help give greater clarity and confidence to administrators, officials, and employees on exactly what can be done in regards to religious speech while on duty. We in Texas should follow the Supreme Court's lead and protect the right of teachers to express their personally held religious beliefs. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for your support of 956 historically. I'd be happy to answer your questions, and sorry about the microphone difficulty.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for the author before we open up testimony? Thank you for your layout of the bill. Open public testimony, and the chair calls Jonathan Covey, Steve Swanson, Lathan Watts, Donald Garner. So we're looking for Jonathan Covey, Steve Swanson, Lathan Watts, and Donald Garner. I see Mr. Swanson coming back. And there's Mr. Garner. Very well. Mr. Garner, have a seat up anywhere you'd like to up here, anywhere on Senate Bill 965. And Mr. Swanson, welcome back. Come on in. Welcome to each of the witnesses. And Mr. Swanson, when you take your time, we just called you up. When you get situated, introduce yourself. Again, give us your testimony. Welcome back.
First.
Yes, sir, but take your time. You get ready. That's okay.
All right. Thank you. Good morning again.
Good morning.
I appreciate the opportunity to have this before us to talk about prayer in school. I appreciate that. I'm here to help us talk about words that were given to us 2,000 years ago to use in prayer, and to consider, she's handing them out, I hope, to consider you reading them and sharing them with other legislators, your families, and your communities, so we can talk about these words before we talk about legislation. And I stumbled into these words about 15 years ago. So I hope you read them. I hope you share them. They're 2,000 years old, and I hope that they find some meaning in your life. Thanks.
Mr. Swanson, thank you. And I'll break protocol and ask you a question before we move on. Thank you for what you've handed out to us. What we commonly refer to as the Lord's Prayer, really, that's the disciples' prayer, right? That's the model prayer the Lord Jesus gave his disciples to follow. What you've given us is from John chapter 17, which really is the Lord's prayer. This is the Lord Jesus' prayer.
He's about us. He's praying for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for this. Thank you.
We need prayer, and we need to understand what he prayed for, and strive to honor him, follow him, to achieve that.
Thank you for bringing this before us. Thank you. Mr. Watts, introduce yourself. Go ahead. Welcome.
Good morning again. Lathan Watts, Vice President of Public Affairs for Alliance Defending Freedom. As Senator Parker mentioned, the case of Kennedy versus Bremerton, but all the way back to the Vietnam War era, 1969, in Tinker versus Des Moines, the Supreme Court protected students and said that students do not surrender their First Amendment rights when they enter the door of a public school. And that would create a pretty weird scenario if students' First Amendment rights were protected, but teachers weren't. However, up until the recent Supreme Court case, really due to an overly broad interpretation of the Establishment Clause, that was the scenario until the Supreme Court said what it did in Kennedy versus Bremerton. ADF has won 15 Supreme Court cases in the last 12 to 13 years. And yet, even after winning some of those cases, we see certain states and localities where we have to go litigate the issue again, as Senator Parker mentioned in his comments. Sometimes it may be just ignorance of what the law requires. Sometimes it may be they understand what the Supreme Court has said and they're trying to get away with defying it. Either way, we often have to go to court even after a Supreme Court win. With the adoption, I'm running out of time here, but with the adoption of the 14th Amendment and its equal protection and due process clauses, the Supreme Court's incorporation doctrine applied the Bill of Rights to the states. And since then, the Bill of Rights in the U.S. Constitution has provided a floor, but not a ceiling for the states. So states can enact greater protections for their citizens than are in the U.S. Constitution. They just can't provide less. And based on our experience of having to go into court even after a Supreme Court win, I think it is altogether good and proper for states to take the belt and suspenders approach when it comes to protecting the most important rights that Texans have, freedom of religion and freedom of speech. So, and again, ADF is here to help provide the greatest protections on those rights for Texans. And thank you for your, Senator Parker, for addressing this.
Thanks for your testimony. And we will come back for questions to everybody at the end, so thank you for being here. Mr. Covey, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Jonathan Covey, Policy Director for Texas Values, testifying in favor of SB 965. Thank you, Senator Parker. This legislation is necessary for clarity for our First Amendment protections in state code and is based, of course, on Kennedy v. Bremerton holding that the free exercise clause, the free speech clause of the First Amendment protect an individual engaging in a personal religious observance from government reprisal. The court also held that the Establishment Clause posed no obstacle and concluded that the Lemon Test is no longer good law. Texas Values is very active in religious freedom law at the highest levels, and we actually filed an amicus brief in the Coach Kennedy case. But one thing to point out is that the Kennedy decision had an enormous impact on today's version of the Establishment Clause. So I saw at least a couple of helpful takeaways. One was, with tradition and historical practice properly guiding the search on how to apply the Establishment Clause, it's clear that the Establishment Clause requires a factor of compulsion to violate it, not just the mere presence of religion in the public sphere. The second thing is the Establishment Clause does not demand strict governmental neutrality towards religion. To the contrary, it has always been understood that religion has a place in American civic society. For instance, the Northwest Ordinance, which Congress passed when they were passing the Bill of Rights, praised religion as necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind. President George Washington issued a Thanksgiving proclamation devoting November 26 to, quote, the beneficent author of all the good that was, is, or will be. So it was very prevalent. The bottom line is that we desire school employees to be protected in their private religious expression, and the Kennedy decision is a touchdown for religious freedom. And for simple clarity to our Texas courts and for longevity, this needs to be put into Texas law. So we would ask for you to support this measure. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Garner, welcome back. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Don Garner, Executive Director for Texas Faith and Freedom Coalition, and we strongly support Senate Bill 965. I will simply say, as a Baptist by background and theological training, when our nation was founded, it was certainly, without a doubt, Baptists that were leading the charge in regards to religious freedom. And it certainly they would have never intended freedom from religion, but they were coming out of a system where the state established what religion was proper and fitting in the state religion. They did not want that at all. If there was something in this bill that was compelling religious observance or expression, then obviously that would be a problem. It would be a violation of the very thing that our founders meant to establish. This simply protects, in fact, the freedom that our founders meant to establish. So I certainly strongly encourage you to pass Senate Bill 965.
Thank you very much. We're going to have questions for the whole panel, but Mr. Swanson, I think I may have preempted you, and I apologize. You distributed this to the committee, but I think I cut you off. Did you want to read this? You have plenty of time. Would you like to read the document?
Actually, I would like for everybody to read it.
Very good.
Because what I've learned is speaking sometimes doesn't, for me, sometimes doesn't communicate what is written. And these are words that have been around a long time, and I would hope we'd all read them and think about them before we think about our schools, we think about our communities in these words.
Thank you. You're right. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't cut you off. Thank you. Members, any questions for any of our witnesses? Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Jonathan made a good point there, and sometimes people confuse establishing and allowing, in that it was real clear that the government is not to establish, but that does not prevent allowing. And as I understand it, our Supreme Court actually ruled a couple of times in previous couple of 100 years ago, very much in favor of allowing religion.
Right, absolutely, they did. And if you have to think about where the New England colonies were coming from, right? Because they were coming from a background of compulsion, and that's what they were trying to prevent against. Virginia, back in the day, Virginia mandated a Sabbath observance. You had Maryland that outlawed Catholic worship in public proselytization. So there were different things, and this is why they created this. And they were totally fine, and the founding fathers were fine with including religion, but they didn't want to compulse people. They didn't want to force anyone to have to do a particular religion. That was the purpose.
No, but at the start, and I think you mentioned the Northwest Ordinance, where they required the education of the children.
Right.
And it also required using the Bible for the instruction.
Right.
And if I remember right, when we first built the Capitol in Washington, there weren't a lot of places, and we actually held church services in the Capitol for about 100 years. And Thomas Jefferson attended those services. Is that not correct?
Right, that's correct. Yeah, and even like Thomas Jefferson even said, he talked about the Almighty God, the Lord of both the body and the mind, and so obviously that was something that he was good with as well. So
and then just to make sure people understand that sometimes what's constitutional or what is constitutional is not what's written there, but what the 9 people that happen to be sitting on the bench at any particular time says it is. Those first 2 times, the judges ruled that it was just fine. It wasn't until the 20th century when the judges decided to use half or one part of the Jefferson letter to the Danbury Church that in doing that, it gave the appearance of it was a misrepresentation of what Jefferson had to say, that there is no wall that keeps between the two. The wall is there strictly to keep the government out of the church. Right. There's no intent to keep the church out of government or government allowing.
Right, exactly. And in fact, if that were not the case, the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause would actually be at odds, right? Because the Establishment Clause would have to require strict neutrality towards government, and the Free Exercise Clause says that we have that freedom, that conduct, so that would actually be opposing views, and that's not what they intended.
And I think you said it, but just to make sure people heard, the Kennedy decision that was made recently actually is what now is the interpretation from the Supreme Court that says that the government can allow.
Correct. The Kennedy decision and the Historical Practices and Understandings test is now the current test by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Members, any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. You're excused.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Those are all the witnesses who have registered and expressed a desire to testify. I'll ask, is there anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 965? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed, and the bill is left pending at this time.
Sure.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 3 and recognizes its author, Senator Perry, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Senate Bill 3 is banning products that contain THC. In 2019, the legislature passed HB 1325 in response to a federal legalization of the hemp plant. The bill was intended to support farmers and to promote an industrial hemp market that was designed to encourage the development of non-consumable hemp products like fiber. However, after HB 1325 became law, companies began to blatantly exploit and violate Texas law by selling products that far exceeded the THC limitations imposed by the definition of hemp. Illegally high-potency synthetic THC products have flooded the marketplace, reaching kids, adults, and transforming generations to addiction and problems that parents wouldn't even have known about or could not have been available if not for these products. To be clear, most of these products are synthetically created. The ingredients do not occur naturally in the hemp plant. They're only created by men in laboratories. Synthetic products are substantially more potent than illegal marijuana on the street and are readily available at many gas stations and retail establishments, hemp shops, head shops across the state. SB 3 bans the sale of all consumable hemp products that contain THC. The only consumable hemp product that will remain legal under this bill are products that only contain CBD and CBG. Additionally, any product that remains legal under this bill will have to be properly labeled and placed in child-resistant packaging as well as registered with dishes. Mr. Chairman, I do have committee sub.
The chair sends up the committee substitute, Senate Bill 3, and recognizes Senator Perry to explain the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee substitute makes the following changes. It defines minor to be a person under 21, adds a $10,000 annual manufacturer licensing fee, adds a $20,000 annual retailer fee, clarify that both hemp ingredients and consumable hemp products must be tested prior to the sale, requires retailers to provide written consent to allow dishes or law enforcement to enter a retail store for inspections, creates a Class A misdemeanor for having misleading packaging that makes a person believe the product is intended for medical use, increases the penalty for the sale of the product or of a minor under 21 to a Class A misdemeanor, creates a felony of third degree for intentionally creating a false lab report. Members, we're here today because the industry in 2019, as unfortunately predictable and foretold, was told not to exploit the hemp plant, what was intended for agricultural purposes, to create a fiber market that actually would probably be a large producer of fiber to alleviate some of the cost and supply chains that are increasing our housing costs today, that is now, for all practical purposes, defunct. The industry got caught up in this conversation with THC-laced products to be sold as consumables, and that industry, the agriculture industry as it was targeted to, is really never gotten off the ground because of this particular issue. So it not only provides addiction problems, no quality control products, so you never know what you're getting from the shelf, to youth and others for generationally changing their family dynamics. It ruined a really good opportunity for agriculture that's always looking for a way to reinvent itself to stay viable in a market. It ruined that market also. So with that, I'll take questions from members.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Birdwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Perry, for your work on this. This is a difficult challenge. So the challenge that I face, the merits of the bill are not in question for me. But this committee in 2019, when Senator Huffman was the chair, Senator Hughes was the vice chair, we had a bill related to the smoking age being raised from 18 to 21. Your bill specifies 21, that anybody under 21 is treated as a minor. And that places me in the dilemma, as both professing, believing Christians, Paul in 1 Corinthians talks about putting away the things of my childhood, which infers that there's an age of reason that says I'm now an adult as opposed to a child. And in fact, many of the individuals that we see here to testify for public testimony that are wearing the cap of either the American Legion, the VFW, those are individuals that at 18 were able to raise their right hand, support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Why does your bill contemplate 21 as opposed to 18 to use the products that, and I'm going to pronounce them wrong, but cannabidiol and cannabigerol? I'm not sure I'm pronouncing them correctly.
I appreciate that.
But if the bill is passed and those products of the terms I just used are legal, why would somebody 18, 19, or 20 not be able to use those products?
Yeah, and I think we always have this 18-year-old debate issue. When do you become an adult? We have it 17 in prison systems. That debate is 17 or 18. We have it with respect to Second Amendment rights. So the bill's not intended to solve that question today, but in being consistent with some of the delivery metrics that have been employed in some of these products, i.e. smokables, being consistent in some of the medical research behind that and where cancer and other things were done. I think that's just kind of a logical connection from 18 to 21 on this subject matter. I'm not suggesting to you that it's just to try to provide consistency, I guess, but we have inconsistent other examples, right? I will say, I have not verified it, but I do believe that the military has a prohibition against these type products to begin with, just a blanket prohibition to start with. And I couldn't get into the chemistry of exactly what those are, but some of the products that are currently being retailed are prohibited at the military level already. So taking that argument aside, there's overall an umbrella of many of these products that people are buying at retail shops. They shouldn't be if they're in accordance with the military rules of the day, if you will. But 18 to 21, I think is more of looking at it from a tobacco smoking perspective. So it fits in that world pretty well. I think we could argue there's a lot of people that don't think well at 21 even, but that's not the question of the day. I think the consistent was tying it back to some of the smokables that were out on the markets.
Well, it wasn't. My question's not themed to the smokable. I would certainly agree with the current military policy is presuming that everything you've spoken about is that what our armed forces are doing right now. Again, we've had a change in leadership. I don't know if that's changed those policies. These kind of businesses are not a place I will frequent. What I'm trying to be consistent with is the spirit of once you're an adult, you're an adult. I mean, our alcohol beverage laws weren't because we said we should change that. It was because the federal government said if you want to keep your highway funds, we want to impose federal policy preferences on the state of Texas. We've just recently had the court decision about a year ago, and I think the state, as it relates to Second Amendment and handguns as opposed to long guns, I guess what I'm trying to draw to is there a reason the cannabidiol and the cannabigerol should be not used by 18, 19, 20-year-old? Is there something about the development of the brain? Is there something that's a medical reason for that, as opposed to simply saying the age of majority is 18, and we're trying to be consistent across?
Yeah, I think it's multifaceted. I'm not a doctor for sure. There'll be a medical professional up there that you could ask that question specifically. I would just liken it to, there are obviously some attributes that people find relief from CBD and CBG. After this bill's legal, those should be still available. Those effects, if you will, are for people that are desiring relief, right? We already have things that can't be done until you're 21 in that arena. There are certain things that kids shouldn't be taking, even if they do provide relief, without parental oversight, if you will. So in the big sphere of how it fits into that, I think the fact that we're recognizing there possibly is benefit from those two particular cannabinoids, that they do have some benefit, but they still have some altering effect that possibly it fits in that well between 18 to 21 rule. Because if someone is seeking relief in this regard, be it joint or otherwise, I would want a parent to be involved or someone old enough to understand in that conversation, right? Because obviously they're trying to fix a symptom of a pain-related matter that an 18-year-old may not have the same oversight, if you will. You know, even though they're 18, they're still around their parents usually, right? 21, you're typically, hopefully, out the house. But I can't give you an exact example exactly why it fits, other than it's consistent with tobacco laws. Military's not supposed to be taking these substances, in the impact of leaving two cannabinoids on the shelf that do have some altering effect by virtue of the way the makeup of the plant delivers that. It probably is an altering substance that would justify a 21-year-old conversation versus an 18. But you can ask that to the doctors that will show up.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your work. I'm not going to let perfect be the enemy of good.
Sure.
I'm just, you know, in all my years in service that, well, soldiers were subordinate, you know, they're also adult before the law as well. And so that's why I'm trying to.
Right.
I'm
can-
trying to be consistent in my view, recognizing that I won't let perfect be the enemy of good. So
And I
look forward to
appreciate it.
discussion. Thank
I
you for your-
respect every opinion on any of these subject matters. I'm sad that we're here today because it did destroy an agriculture
Oh
opportunity.
yeah, absolutely.
I'm sad that we're here today for all the people that have participated in this stuff, not knowing exactly what the quality was that has now created a real harm, if not death in some cases. So
Absolutely.
that's where we're at.
Your assessment. So, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Dean Zaffirini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Perry, I heard from some constituents who support your bill strongly, the intent of the bill, the specific provisions such as those that regard the packaging, but they have some concerns that the stringent regulations in the bill would have a negative impact on the producers and the people who are selling and producing non-intoxicating hemp products. Would you be willing to sit down and work with them to ensure that you can address their concerns and perhaps work something out?
I'll always be able to sit down and have a conversation. I can't commit to making changes. The reason we're here today is because an industry that has shown not trustworthy exploited this particular issue to the point that it has endangered public health. So from a credibility perspective, the current industry providers, and there are several that are controller of this industry, have shown not to be trustworthy. And now what they're all screaming about is, we want regulation, but we want it the way we want it. Secondly, they're all screaming about, we'll not market it to kids. Well, that cow's done got out. It's the Joe Camel program from the tobacco industry. And once they got all the kids addicted, they started pulling back because they got pushback. So we've had this as a retread. This industry's in a retread mode. I guess they think memories are short. You're old enough to remember those advertisements. You've seen them all in the head shops. So from that perspective, there's two products that this bill will leave on the shelves, and they will have to be registered, and they will have to be licensed, and they will have to be subject to search. And penalties have to be. You know, I've quoted a number many times. I haven't, but the industry, $8 billion industry in Texas. Well, if they're making $8 billion in sales, then they can afford to be licensed and have manufacturing fees to support some of the enforcement side of this conversation that we're not currently doing. So I will be willing to listen. I will not commit to making changes to anything in this bill today without a substantive reason why it doesn't make sense. But I think that what we're seeing is we've got to get the genie back in the bottle.
Thank you. Well, I will tell them that. They may be listening now anyway.
I'm sure they are.
Your purpose is not to do away with non-intoxicating hemp products, is it?
CBD and CBG will be legal because those are cannabinoids through the chemistry of the plants that develop something that has some medicinal benefit to people that believe that it helps them in that relief, that will still be on the shelf.
Okay.
It has virtually no THC in it at all.
And just speaking for constituents, they are concerned about the stringent regulations that might have perhaps a non-intended consequence, but I'll ask them to contact you or your staff.
You'd be glad to ask them to contact. They're faced with, here's where the industry is. At its inception, CBD and CBG were the intended product, the ones that were not intoxicating, one that didn't have a high value THC content. That's what people were using when you see Hempvana commercials or whatever they were. That's where you heard people that would take a gummy to sleep better. Those were the original CBD, CBGs. What happened is they took that and synthetically altered the deltas underneath. There's multiple delta components, and exploited that to where you've got extremely high THC content. So it will put them back to the original intent of CBD, CBG, pretty much zero THC content for all detectable purposes that can still be sold. Here's the problem. If they're really honest with you, most of them will tell you that without THC-laced products, they can't be profitable. And so the gig's up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean Zaffarini. Members, any other questions for the author before we open testimony? Very well, we'll begin invited testimony on Senate Bill 3, and the chair calls Major Mark Melson, Brady Mills, Timothy Stevenson. We're looking for Major Melson, Brady Mills, and Timothy Stevenson, Department of State Health Services. Invited. And thank you each for being here. We'll just begin on my left, your right. Introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and give us your testimony. We'll have questions for you all at the end.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Senators. I'm Dr. Tim Stevenson, Department of State Health Services, Consumer Protection Division. And on the bill, our group is responsible for the licensing of the manufacturers and the retail shops that sell the hemp products. As the author laid out, this started as a farm bill on the federal farm bill, allowing products from the cannabis plant up to 0.3 delta 9 THC. We maintain that one can't synthesize other THCs such as delta 8 and add it back into the hemp product. However, the courts in Texas have enjoined us from enforcing that perspective during ongoing litigation. Regarding smokable products, the current statute does not allow the manufacturing or processing of hemp for smoking, but the Texas Supreme Court has ruled that retailers may still sell the smokable products. So that's where we are on a regulatory front. At this time, there are many products of consumable hemp products containing numerous THC, tetrahydrocannabinols, THCs, including smokable products. There are currently approximately 744 licensed manufacturers and 5,043 retail registrants with over 8,300 locations in the state. The file bill will not allow other cannabinoids such as synthetic THCs, but would allow cannabidiol, CBD, and cannabigerol, CBG, which do not have psychoactive properties. I believe I'll stop there waiting and subject to any of your questions, please.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Hello, Chairman, thank you. Thank you to the members. My name is Mark Melson. I'm with the Texas Department of Public Safety Criminal Investigations Division. I don't have a prepared testimony today, but I will be here as a resource witness for the impacts to law enforcement.
Thank you, Major. Mr. Mills, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Brady Mills. I'm the Chief of the Crime Laboratory Division for the Texas Department of Public Safety. We're about 700 forensic scientists across the state with 16 locations to support law enforcement and the criminal justice system across the state, and I'm on the bill.
I'd like to thank the Lieutenant Governor, Senator Perry, and their staff for their tireless effort on this topic. Testing of marijuana in hemp materials has been a challenge for forensic laboratories since the original bill was passed. And that is, we had to segue into doing quantitative analysis for Delta-9 THC. DPS has reviewed the bill and believes from a laboratory perspective that the bill would streamline the forensic analysis of evidence in our crime laboratories. Senate Bill 3 supports the DPS mission of protecting and serving Texas by giving clarity to the regulatory environment in the consumable hemp products. It will allow us in the laboratory to move back to an analytical testing methods that we used in the past to just identify the presence of THC. Just as an example, in the last 2 years, we've tested about 17,000 vape cases that were submitted to our laboratories. And these cases will take anywhere between 2 to 4 times longer than a standard case. With passage of this bill, we would be able to revert back to the old methodology where this will be just a case. With that, I'd be happy to address any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Senator Perry, the panel is yours.
Yeah, to dishes specifically, the courts are still working on some of these issues, but when Senate Bill 3 is passed, there is significant enforcement operations for you guys as well as DPS. You've given us a kind of an estimate. I think I put it in the rider for some LAR support for that enforcement. You will have, the question is, will you have the manpower to enforce as well as DPS and law enforcement these licenses and registrations and product inspections?
If the rider were to pass, we have seen some language around a rider that would give more resources to that, and we believe we could enforce a frequency of inspection more closely to around 1 year time period, maybe less depending on the number of registrants that there are. Right now, we're not at where our frequency is over 5 years.
Okay. Is it, you may not be able to answer this, how many licenses are currently in Texas?
Yes, sir.
You said it there at the first.
5,043 retail registrants, and they can have multiple locations, so 8,300 locations now, retail sales.
I've heard estimates that triple that number as far as operators that are not registration. Do you have anything that would support that?
I don't have any data on that, sir.
That's fine. On the DPS side, and y'all are going to hang around for the teacup bill also, correct, 1505?
Yes, sir.
Because I do have some questions there. It's almost unenforceable today by the way the market has put these synthetically made products on the street, correct?
The biggest challenge is the discussion about THC-A or THC Delta-8.
Right.
And so the question about the legality of those are cleaned up with this legislation.
So THA, for those that don't know, if you were to go get a bag of THA, it's just a regular pot bag. It's what it looks like, right?
Yes, sir.
It's like the old style bag. Is the marijuana coming through the synthetically created ones hotter or more intense in THC content than the previous used to be homegrown varieties of the, when I grew up in the 70s and 80s?
Looking at the data that we get back in our laboratories and then also laboratories that are testing some of the edible components, the concentration of THC is higher.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Dean Zaffirini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You heard, I hope, my question to Senator Perry earlier. And being familiar with the bill, do you have any suggestions regarding how we could tweak the regulations so they would not hurt those who are producing non-intoxicating hemp products, but who also support the bill, except that they're worried their businesses will be truly bankrupt because the regulations will cause their products to be so high?
As stated, the CBD and the CBG would be allowed in this bill. The other synthetics couldn't be added in, and other derivatives that might be in the plant. THC could not be allowed in the
Let me ask another question instead. I withdraw that question, at least temporarily. Would you look at the regulations in the bill and help determine if there are any ways they could be tweaked so that they would not hurt the businesses that are selling non-intoxicating hemp products?
Yes, we would.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions? Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Brady, thank you for being here today. We've worked together on some of these issues that we've seen in vapes in our public schools. So could you maybe, if you have the data, it's a question here, but if you don't, maybe get it to me. What have you seen in the past few years as far as these 17,000 testing cases that you've had come through your crime lab on the increase from our public school system? I don't know if you have a way to isolate that for children that are not, in the ISD system. Overall, what have you seen on under 18, these being submitted by, the sheriff's departments or city PD or ISD police or district attorney, or what's kind of the trend that you've seen in the past few years on that?
So I don't have the data in front of me. We can certainly provide that. But we have seen the ISD PDs submitting these types of cases. And there was always some submissions from those law enforcement entities, but there has been an increase based on the vape evidence type.
Right. I mean, because that's a problem we've had in nearly every school district in my district. I know Alvin, that's one of the first times I called you about that. And it's getting out of hand. And, the vape detection equipment in the restrooms is always being triggered. That's very expensive. Not every district has it. So this is something that has been a huge tax on law enforcement. And obviously, you're testing the percentages, right, on those liquids that they take, which is, obviously expensive to do.
Yes, sir, that's correct. The requirement of having us do the quantitation test is what is impacting the laboratories. Moving that back to a presence of or a qualitative test for THC it reverts us back to how we used to test for these types of evidence, which is going to allow us to be more effective to support law enforcement.
And that was how we test for alcohol in school too, right? Or if you're just a simple test, whether or not there's alcohol present in something.
Yes, sir. We quantitate for like driving under the influence, but if you go back into the kind of controlled substance world, yes, we usually just identify the presence of a controlled substance, and that's what this bill would allow us to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And if I can ask a question, and Dr. Stevenson, Major Melson, Chief Mills, thank you for being here and your work on this. And I'll pose a question to the panel and to the author. The bill, once the bill passes, what would enforcement look like? The responsibility for the Department of State Health Services and Department of Public Safety. And anybody can take a stab at that, please.
Yes, sir. So the licensing and manufacturers, registration of registrants, retail sales should remain as it is in the sense of that application and approval. The inspections would, in many respects, we would still be looking at CBD, in this case CBG allowed, but the other cannabinoids would not be allowed. Manufacturers are currently required to test for the presence of Delta-9 THC. And with the current statute and regulation being enjoined in the litigation, the other THCs are not regulated right now. We don't typically test for those because we don't have a statutory authority to enforce. So if this bill were to pass as is, those other THCs would not be allowed, and they would be screened through the manufacturer would provide testing and data on that, and then we could verify that through our laboratory testing.
Thank you. Anything else from DPS on that, please? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From the perspective of law enforcement, since the passing of the first bill, it's been a great challenge to the fact that we play a dual role. One is to protect the citizens of Texas, and number two is to enforce the laws of Texas. And what has happened since the beginning of the law, the hemp law, and then especially most recently with the synthesized elements of the hemp, is that there is great confusion on what is legal and what is illegal, especially from the side of the road perspective. So if we were to protect the legal property of a citizen, or if we were to enforce the law on the side of the road, you have to know what that substance is, whether it be a user amount, whether it be a small amount of consumable, or whether it be an 18-wheeler load. There are currently no roadside presumptive tests that are recognized by our DPS lab as sufficient to be able to tell anything more than the presence of. In other words, there's a qualitative analysis that can be done, but we have to, the police officers have to make a decision on the side of the road at that time to either seize the substance if they can't prove what it is, send it to the lab. If it ended up to be a legal substance, then that substance is potentially destroyed, and that's going to come with civil liabilities when an officer was just simply trying to do the best job that they could, not being able to conduct a sufficient test. So there are sufficient roadside presumptive tests that are recognized to be able to test whether there is or whether there isn't the presence of THC.
THC, go ahead.
So that at that point, the substance could be seized and sent to the lab as appropriate.
So as a practical matter then, and I recognize that you're not for the bill or against the bill, you're on the bill, we appreciate that, but I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. This bill passes and our officers on the side of the road would have clarity, they'd know what the rules are and how to interact with citizens, and so the motoring public and as well as officers would have clarity on the law if this bill were to pass?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would also add is that when we talked about vape pens and we talked about plant material, those are things that we're testing for the quantity of THC, so we are supporting law enforcement in those efforts, but we are not supporting local law enforcement in the efforts of edibles. We do not have an extraction procedure for edibles, so if this changes back to the presence of THC, then we could then again support local law enforcement in their efforts and enforcement.
So the resources of DPS and the whole crime lab system would be available to help if this were to become law?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Senators, any other questions for this?
No, I just, a couple of things to remind folks of. First of all, states have legalized marijuana, but the federal government still does not recognize it as a legal substance. Secondly, the federal government, when it did the Farm Bill, regulated hemp plant, specifically a Delta-9 variety, but it limited it to certain THC limits. But federal law under the Farm Act was for hemp plants. The feds left the regulation of products up to the states. And several states have banned synthetic consumables under the hemp tax. So we're not the first. We tried to let the industry regulate itself. They've proved they can't. They don't want to and won't. And the cat, like I say, it's time to fix it. But California banned synthetics, hemp on this stuff. And others have, a couple of others have done the same thing. So it's just time for Texas to follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We thank each witness. We'll have you back shortly on the related bill on the compassionate use program, I believe. So for now, you're excused. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
As we continue invited testimony on Senate Bill 3, the chair calls Chief Steve Dye, Sergeant Justin Arsenault, Sheriff Brian Hawthorne, Dr. Lindy McGee. Again, we're looking for Chief Steve Dye, Sergeant Justin Arsenault, Sheriff Brian Hawthorne, Dr. Lindy McGee. Thank you each for being here. We're going to start here. If you'll go ahead and get started, we'll come back to Dr. McGee when she gets situated. So please introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, committee members. My name is Steve Dye, and I'm the Chief of Police in Allen and also lead the Texas Police Chiefs Association's efforts regarding consumable hemp products. I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 3. I'm here to express the serious concerns of police professionals across the state of Texas regarding the illegal and open sale of consumable hemp THC products. This blatant abuse and circumvention of the 2018 Federal Farm Bill, which legalized hemp, and the 2019 legislation, which authorized the creation of an industrial hemp market, have resulted in a massive synthetic industry selling illegal THC and other psychoactive substances that pose significant health risk to our communities. Consumable THC products currently being sold in retail stores throughout the state are more potent than ever. In fact, recent undercover operations in Allen found THC concentration in consumables that tested up to 78%. As law enforcement professionals, our concerns include THC consumables are significantly more potent than ever before. Naturally grown marijuana from the past had a THC concentration of less than 5%. The circumvention of Texas law has led to the outright sale of these illegal products under the guise that these substances are legal hemp imported from other states. Disregarding state law, companies are chemically modifying industrial hemp to create synthetic THC cannabinoid variants that are sold over the counter. Labels on many products do not reflect the actual level of THC inside the packaging, which is leading to accidental intoxications, overdoses, and increased addiction for these psychoactive products, particularly to our youth. Products containing synthetic THC variants are incorrectly tested and intentionally mislabeled by out-of-state laboratories over which Texas law enforcement has zero oversight and enforcement. We have found these retailers' certificates of authenticity are either non-existent or do not match the actual THC concentration in the products. Consumers have no idea what they're ingesting in these synthetic hemp products. THC consumables are being infused into normal-looking foods with packaging and sugary flavors often targeted to youth consumers. Easily accessible high THC cannabis products pose significant health risks to adolescents, including evidence that heavy and early use is associated with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, lower IQ in adulthood, changes in brain structure, and increased risk of psychotic symptoms. A recent study conducted by the Hobby School of Public Affairs at the University of Houston found that 55% of Texans support a ban on these THC consumables, and in my community, I can tell you that number is much higher. More and more THC overdoses are occurring in our county jails and hospitals. We all remember the K2 spice bath salts crisis in which we were quickly able to eradicate the retail market due to numerous deaths. These high THC consumables are no different other than they are causing slower, less conspicuous deaths and disabilities. Currently, testing is required on every THC consumable seized by law enforcement. Police departments can't afford the testing, and these retailers know it. In addition, many district attorneys across the state won't prosecute these cases due to ambiguity in the law or for political reasons. This plague needs to be addressed at the local level, as it is a prolific problem in every city and every town, and state agencies will never have the resources to regulate or properly address. Local law enforcement needs a definitive statute that allows our departments to make arrests and seizures without the need to test products. Testing should always be the responsibility of the seller. Momentarily, you will hear from Allen PD Narcotics Sergeant Justin Arsenault regarding the facts discovered at some of the retail shops in Allen, which is indicative of the crisis in communities across Texas. He will point out that we have objective investigative proof that these shops know exactly what they're selling is above 0.3% THC concentration, as well as validating my other comments. I provided handouts to you of a letter signed by the Texas Police Chiefs Association, the Sheriff's Association of Texas, the Texas School District Police Chiefs Association, TMPA, and CLEAT, with all groups unified in support of Senate Bill 3. I have also provided you with the factual information regarding the seriousness of consumable products, as well as photos from our stores in Allen, showing how these products are marketed as candy, chips, and cookies, a photo of how labels are covered up by wholesalers and retailers to disguise the actual content in the packaging, and a sales goal from one store demonstrating the vast revenue being generated by these illegal products. We need your help in protecting our communities and urge you to support Senate Bill 3. However, we believe more elements need to be added to this bill to ensure that it is both enforceable and prosecutable. I will be glad to go into more detail. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Chief. We'll have questions at the end for everybody, so we want to make sure we get all that. Thank you for your testimony. Sergeant, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thanks, sir. Good morning, Chair Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, and esteemed members of this committee. My name is Justin Arsenault, and I am Sergeant at the Allen Police Department. I have the privilege of leading the narcotics unit there, and I thank you for your time today. I'm here today to advocate for the support of Senate Bill 3. Every year, thousands of students across the state interact with law enforcement over THC products in the schools, and Allen is no different. Allen is a 27-square-mile bedroom community and home of over 24 CBD shops in our town. Over the last few years, my team and I have noticed a difference in street-level dealers related to THC products. We've seen a shift of street-level dealers no longer selling these products, and we believe we found the reason why. Approximately 2.5 years ago, we began noticing an increase of contacts in our school district related to these products, which brought about parent concerns, and rightfully so. The team began receiving complaints of local CBD shops selling THC products to these children. At this point in this adventure, which I'm going to explain to you today, the team needed 3 things to succeed. 1, the support of our police chief. Allen is blessed with a chief that made this issue a department priority. He knows that high levels of THC concentration has a lasting negative effect on the youth and believes our entire department is problem solvers focused on quality of life issues in our city. 2, we need the support of our city leadership. This process we were going to undertake was not cheap, nor was it going to be quiet, but the youth of Texas was worth it. We need the support of our district attorney's office. Their guidance through the process would be invaluable for prosecution if needed. So early on, the team not only collaborated with those 3 partners, but we also collaborated with the local sheriff's office and the Drug Enforcement Administration. We knew the ending of this process would be a disagreement between labs and experts. The team found the following. We focused our efforts on stores that had bright displays of marijuana and hemp leaves in the window and packaging to draw the eye of children. We also focused on stores that had a steady flow of school-age individuals entering the store. Those requirements had the team focus on 11 of the 24 stores. We made multiple undercover purchases and tested over 83 products with 43 manufacturers. The items that we tested were random and different types. The percentage of Delta-9 THC found in these products were as high as 78%. Of the 83 products, 74 tested over the legal limit here in the state of Texas. Speaking with our DEA certified lab chemist, regardless of the type of testing that we conducted, the ending would be the same. We found multiple packagings at the store geared towards youth sales. These items were labeled identical to the packaging of Chips Ahoy cookies, but called Trips Ahoy, Chester's Flaming Hot Cheetos, Skittles, Stony Patch, identical to the Sour Patch Kids packaging, and Ruffles. All packaging was brightly colored, and there's currently no age limit to purchase. Though the packaging of this product showed to be under the limit of 0.3%, store clerks and owners told a different story. Statements from them like, "This will keep you high for hours," "The product will test around 30%," and "We've been slowly introducing our products back into the store not to draw attention because of all the problems related to them," have been told to our detectives. Signage of "Must Be 21" was present in the stores, but 3/4 of the stores still sold THC vapes to our underage undercover sources. Ultimately, 9 search warrants were conducted. 3 owners and 2 store clerks were taken into custody. The investigation is still ongoing. Our lab reports clearly show an entirely different picture than what the stores and manufacturers are showing on their COAs. The team found that a good portion of the businesses were owned by foreign nationals. We've identified some of the profits of the businesses being sent overseas, but we don't currently know the exact location where this money is ending up. But our partners at the DEA are still tracing these assets. This overall investigation is still ongoing. The products that did not test for Delta-9 THC did test for the presence of Delta-8 THC. The FDA at fda.gov said the following about Delta-8 THC. Delta-8 has psychoactive and intoxicating effects. FDA has received adverse reports involving Delta-8. Delta-8 has not been evaluated or approved by the FDA for safe use and may be marketed in ways that put the public health at risk. Delta-8 products often involve use of potentially harmful chemicals to create the concentration of Delta-8. Lastly, youth advocates from Texas for Safe and Drug-Free Youth are attempting to lobby lawmakers for more restrictions on cannabis products. This shows that reasonable and responsible students see a problem with the current gray areas in the market that need changing. Again, I'd like to thank the chair and the vice chair and all the esteemed members of this committee for your time today and your support of Senate Bill 3.
Thank you for your testimony. Sheriff, welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Chairman, members, thank you. I'm Brian Hawthorne. I'm the elected sheriff of Chambers County. It's just east of Houston on the northern end of the Galveston Bay complex. I'm here today representing myself and the Sheriff's Association of Texas, commonly known as the SAT. I'm here testifying in support of Senate Bill 3. This year, I began my 4th term as sheriff. Prior to that, I spent a career with DPS as a state trooper. Over the last 4 decades, I can recall at least 2 major drug crises in the state of Texas. The homemade methamphetamine problem of the late 90s and early 2000s, and the spice K2 bath salts problems of the 2010s. Today's proliferation of the unregulated THC-laden products all over our streets and in our schools is the latest crisis. Senators, we, law enforcement, and the Texas legislature learned the hard way through those other crises that we cannot chase after and attempt to prohibit the individual compounds and isomers every session because the illicit drug makers will always be more nimble than the legislative process. Thankfully, this bill, Senate Bill 3, recognizes the past issues, and instead of trying to target only today's problem, Delta-8, or one of the other many 100+ cannabinoids from the cannabis sativa plant, the SB 3 makes them all illegal, except CBD and CBG. Complete prohibition of the THC is the only way to solve this problem that the hemp bill created. We have well-regulated, low-THC medical prescription programs in this state. Let's make sure the program is robust and able to meet the needs of Texans who truly require this kind of treatment. While SAT, the Sheriff's Association of Texas, and I support the bill, I completely agree with Chief Dye. We need more enforcement options for law enforcement that do not require laboratory testing. Banning all THC laboratory testing makes laboratory testing and prosecuting these cases much easier, but it doesn't change the arrest dilemma that we have on the side of the road or when we're standing in the boys' bathroom at the school. In closing, SB 3 is a great step forward in returning Texas to our pre-hemp anti-marijuana enforcement posture, and the sheriffs of Texas fully support it. And I think it's important for me to also say that the sheriffs of Texas completely support any expansion that you may do to the CUP program, because this is about needing to regulate the product, not take it away from the people that need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Doctor, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, thanks for having me here today. I'm Dr. Lindy McGee. I'm a pediatrician in Houston, Texas, and I'm here representing Texas Medical Association, Texas Pediatric Society, and myself as a mother of 2 young adults. And thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 3. As a physician, I have seen the dangers that come from the unregulated, mislabeled hemp-derived THC products. And these products, as you've heard, are ubiquitous. They are in every vape shop, every CBD shop, and most gas stations these days. And I am seeing increased numbers of pediatric patients who are affected by these products. These products carry a special risk to my patients. I think we all realize that during that first 3 years of life, infants' brains are undergoing massive development. You're learning how to talk and walk, and you're making all of these neural connections. What is less realized is that what happens during adolescence and young adulthood through the age of 21, one of the reasons why 21 is important, is that you undergo this pruning process. So you prune down the connections to the ones that are most important. When you expose to THC to the brain during this pruning process, you are more at risk for developing cannabis use disorder or cannabis addiction. You're at risk for permanent learning and memory loss, IQ loss like you talked about. You're at increased risk for not attaining your educational achievement, so affecting your whole life if you're a high school dropout, college dropout, and increased risk of psychosis. I am seeing more and more teenagers in my practice who are using these products all day, every day. And I don't have a way to treat them. If they're using nicotine, I can give nicotine replacement therapy or Chantix or something like this. We have the Quit line as a resource. This is extremely hard to treat, this THC addiction. As they've mentioned, they come in sweet forms and flavors like gummies and candy, things that look like Captain Crunch cereal. My ER colleagues are seeing increased number of unintentional ingestions from the under 5-year-old age group coming into the emergency room. I talked to my colleague at Poison Control, and he said they received 544 calls last year in Texas for unintentional ingestion by age under 5. That compares to, in 2018, they had 74 calls. So a massive increase in the unintentional ingestion in under 5-year-olds. Parts of this bill that we especially like are the prohibiting of sales to those under 21, the tamper-resistant, child-resistant packaging, banning marketing to minors, including the cartoon figures or images that appeal to kids, and restricting sales near schools. Adding to the risk, as these other gentlemen have talked about, is the fact that we're seeing higher and higher THC doses in products being sold. So if you smoked a joint in the 1960s, that plant had about 3% THC in it. By the 1990s, it got to about 5%. When it became legal in Colorado, they've gotten it up, the plant, to about 17 to 20%. Vapes have over 80% THC in it, massively higher doses. These edibles, as they've mentioned, also extremely high doses. One researcher told me right now we have the lowest perceived risk with the highest actual risk of these products. So these high concentrations are associated with increased risk of addiction, increased risk of psychosis, even in adults. A recent study showed that hospital patients diagnosed with cannabis use disorder die at almost 3 times the rate of individuals without the disorder over a 5-year period. Banning access to these high-dose, unregulated products is an essential step to making Texas healthy and reducing chronic disease. I encourage you to go into a vape shop and see everything that they're selling there. As they've mentioned, what is written on the bottle is frequently not what is in the bottle. And it's crucial for my patient's safety that they have reliable information. These are the reasons why, as physicians who directly see the effects of these products, we are supporting Senate Bill 3 and need it to pass this legislative session. We encourage people who believe they need THC for health reasons to use the Compassionate Use Program. We continue to support physician guidance and consultation for cannabis use. And we support addressing the root causes of substance use disorders and mental health concerns rather than punitive measures for the criminalization of possession. We must protect Texas youth from both immediate and long-term harm, safeguarding them from dependency and mental health challenges. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you, Doctor. Senator Perry, you have the panel.
Thank you. To the medical professional there. So, you know, you should have heard the term pot is a gateway drug. But at these amounts, where does the next layer of relief go to when you're ingesting 70, 80% pot? What's the next drug beyond that addiction?
I mean, I think the scary thing is we don't know.
Right.
These are new products. These are affecting brains in the way that we don't know all that they're doing. And so that's the scary thing.
Yep, that's kind of things. On the delivery, the vape delivery, not specific to THC-laced product, but in general, now the science is coming out that and if I'm wrong on this or it's not scientifically accurate, you can say that's not true. But the science is coming out that vapor, those water molecules that get into the lungs, are having similar effects as what someone smoking a hot and carcinogen through cigarette. It's damaging the lungs. Is that a fair statement or not? The science is catching up.
It is a fair statement. So, I think the vaping industry had just this massive win when they called it vaping, and it makes it sound like it's water vapor, but really you're inhaling chemicals. I wish it should be called aerosolizing, not vaping, because you're inhaling an aerosol. So we know that those aerosol contains products that are damaging to the lungs. They do contain carcinogens. Tobacco smoke from traditional cigarettes contain more than vapes do, but vapes are not safe.
Thank you for that. Chief Dye, you and Sheriff Hawthorne mentioned it both that you would recommend some additional improvements to guarantee enforcement was effective. Would you please state a few of those, and then we would love to work with you both of you guys to see where we didn't catch the loopholes. That's where we're at today. Is it's a loophole-seeking industry. So we want to hear those, but can you give the members some of the ideas that you would have there?
Sure. In reviewing this bill, it's a great bill. We love the intent, but we want to shore it up again, as I mentioned, so it's enforceable and prosecutable at the street level at 2 a.m. on night shift, right? So some things that we would like to see added, we would love for the lab where the retailers have to test their product to be a Texas lab, a certified Texas lab. We want a standardized method of testing because right now I'm currently being sued, and it will always be an argument over how it was tested, the lab reports. So we want to shore that up by making sure that we add a standardized method of testing. We want to make sure that they have to operate with a license or retail registration. I think we can do some things to bolster that in the substitute version. In the criminal section, anytime you list a criminal offense that says including and then whatever that may be, you also want to add the verbiage, but not limited to, because that way in future prosecutions, if a new variant or whatever is formed, we don't have to go back and change the law. We would like to add some more punitive measures for advertising to kids. And then finally, Senator, we feel like the enforcement, the regulation, and the oversight is a little bit too heavy on the state. They have finite resources. This is a local problem. So we would love for the retailers to have to test their products. Those products are entered in a registry with DSHS, the Department of Health and Human Services. And then when we go into a store, we can look to see if that product is legal on the registry. And if it's not, then we know they are not legally selling it.
So you raise, the bill will allow that. DSHS will have a registry, and it will give you access to those shelves with those products on it. If that product is not listed on that shelf by that establishment, you can confiscate the product and levy fines. And in addition to that, it is envisioned, and my expectation, you guys serve as a force multiplier. So it won't be strictly a DPS officer going to these establishments or DSHS to do establishment. It will be locals partner with state resources to go after that. In fact, I put a rider in the bill to actually provide some funding to the locals that do these enforcement vehicles. We'll see if it shows up. But to be clear, the registration of every product on that shelf will be required. And technically, if the bill's passed, it can only be CBG and CBD or other non-intoxicating products they may sell. And if it's not registered there, that is an illegal product by assumption. So I think it's not been made clearly in the bill. We need to address it, but we anticipate force multipliers on the local levels to help get the enforcement out there.
Yes, sir, because a couple of thoughts. We're getting complaints every day from our community members on
Right.
these. And we also have to think about the 10-person police department in the state
Exactly.
of Texas. They don't have money. It costs us at least $135 to test each sample. Most cities don't have that money. So I love your word, force multiplier. Now, the way we would, because we never want to over-criminalize, the way we would practically approach that is if it's not in the registry, that doesn't mean anybody goes to jail that day.
Correct.
We take the product and then we do a follow-up. We can file those criminal charges at large, including the civil sanctions. But I will tell you, I'm not optimistic that the retailers would do that. And quite frankly, Senator Zaffirini, to your earlier point, ma'am, of our 24 shops, 2 have been really supportive of our efforts because they're very legitimate CBD shops, and they don't like what this product has done to their reputation and their profession. But sir, and committee members, ma'am, the vast majority of these retailers, in our opinion, will not be able to stay in business if they are only selling legal products.
That's correct. And I hope those 2 see a proliferation of volume of businesses for the good stuff.
Yes,
That would
sir,
be good.
absolutely. And again, to reiterate, we also support the compassionate use program because that's a
We're going to have that bill up next, and we'll go there. Sheriff, any other additional comments to make it more effective?
So, Senator, on your initial question to the doctor about gateway drug, the original marijuana world, if you'll remember, K2 and Spice, the kids thought that it was absolutely harmless. They could buy it in the convenience store. Probably 50% of what is in my jail and probably every jail in the state of Texas is a mental health crisis that was created from K2 and Spice. And then the other half of that is probably from methamphetamine. So it's taken us a number of years to realize the impact of the K2 and the Spice, and I have a feeling we're going to realize the same impact that the doctor's mentioning since we're dealing with such high levels of THC.
I think it was in New York. There was a subway incident with a guy with a machete, and it was recent. K2 was the drug that individual was on, and I don't remember if it was New York for sure, but it was in a subway environment, I believe, just recently. But K2 was, and I thought we took care of that, 15 years ago, very quickly, someone pointed out. But that is truly an animal of its own kind for sure. But
Thank you, Senator Perry. The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. McGee, is there any scientific evidence regarding the long-term impact of CBD and CBG on youth and their brain development?
CBD is more studied. CBG is not very well studied. I don't know of any on the long-term impact in youth. I think the research is just starting to be done on a lot of these products.
And specifically regarding non-intoxicating CBD and CBG, is there any evidence at all?
There's not evidence of safety, and there's not evidence of harm because there's not good evidence in studies in youth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Senator Birdwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may be repeating I didn't catch everything Senator Zaffirini said in her question, but so we may be parallel here, but I want to ask, I think it's a similar vein. First, let me tell Chief and Sheriff, thank y'all. I've seen y'all many times in testimony. Thank y'all for joining us today. My question today, though, is for Dr. McGee. CBD and CBG right now in the state of Texas is being synthesized with THC. The bill passes, makes it criminal that THC is synthesized into CBD, CBG. That is unlawful at the felony level, based on what the bill says. So if the bill is passed and obeyed by our CBD and CBG shops and does not contain THC, does CBD that is lawful to this bill and CBG lawful to this bill, what is the impact on the 18, 19, and 20-year-old brain development for the lawful use as this bill intends for CBD and CBG to be used?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I think the research isn't there. So the decision is to decide whether you wait for something to show harm and then pull it, or you wait for proof of safety and then allow it. In this bill would wait for proof of safety and then allow it, rather knowing about the brain development at that age.
Yeah. I certainly appreciate the answer, because that's what I was trying to drive to. Because look, I don't oppose what Senator Perry is trying to accomplish, but I think the principle that I'm trying to be faithful to in my view is that once you become an adult, you're an adult. And so that's why I was looking for the medical, because right now we know that the CBD and CBG that's out there as a product now is absolutely unhealthy. But at some future date with this passing, that CBD, CBG is healthy, or I should say healthy, is not THC. We still don't know the answer to that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Senator Bardwell. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Just a few short questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Hawthorne, you were mentioning additional tools, more enforcement options for restrooms and traffic stops. To expand on Senator Perry's questioning, were the options that Chief Dye mentioned, does that cover what your concerns were with regard to options for restrooms, traffic stops, that kind of thing?
Probably the only options that we have. One of our concerns is where somebody may buy a package of CBD or CBG. It may be in the gummy form, and that's how it's advertised. They open it, dump it out, they go to Colorado, and they fill it up with their own THC. And so that's one of the testing issues that we know we're going to run into. We're hoping that DPS will come out with a approved laboratory roadside type tests where we'll still have to send it to the lab, but we'll be able to identify what is actually, if it's a THC product, not so much the percentage of it, but whether it is THC, which then would give us that ability right there to make a roadside enforcement. So,
Senator, can I add to that?
Please.
So currently, our officers have THC field testing kits, but to Mr. Mills' previous point, it shows presence, it doesn't show quantity. So typically, we're finding these in larger quantities. We're finding these with maybe some other illegal substances, not always. So we're able to determine if it's THC, sometimes make an arrest. If that comes back below 0.3, those charges are dropped. But typically, my officers are not arresting unless it's a product that they have come across before and that they know is above the 0.3. So I think that this bill would definitely help the testing aspect of it. And then again, I want to reiterate the other real inhibitor is even if you want to seize it, most departments don't have the finances to do the testing. And then the third component is I'm in Collin County. Our district attorney is willing to prosecute, but many district attorneys, I think they would if there was a more definitive law like this one.
Yes, sir. Just one more thing, just for my own education, Mr. Arsenault. Difference between Delta 8 and Delta 9?
You want the differences between the two? Sorry. To be completely honest with you, sir, I can't label all the differences between the deltas for you. A lot of them are going to be differences between carbons and atoms when it comes down to it and how it's synthesized. We send all of our products to a DEA certified lab. The chemist there will test it and then give us the product back with a broke down version of all of that. And so when it comes down to Delta 8, we all know where the law is with that currently. And then we just look for the presence of the Delta 9.
Again, what we've seen through our testing, Delta 8 was assumed to be legal product, but that is not what has happened in all of our testing. You heard over 80 specimens. We're finding that most of the Delta 8 is also well above the 0.3 THC concentration.
There's an indefinite amount of these THCs that we can get, HHCs, THCPs, all those kind of things. It just really varies where we take these atoms from and how we produce it. So,
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. McGee, I had a couple questions. So, there's this, old myth out there that this is not addicting, but you're saying you're seeing children, so under 18, addicted to THC-derived products, right? That's an increasing problem.
Yes. I am seeing patients. I had a patient in my office last week who was using the products all day long, despite having consequences at school and at home from it. So that would be addiction. I'm also talking to my colleagues at Texas Children's Hospital who are seeing patients admitted with the cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, where this is where you are throwing up so much as a result of using these products. They end up hospitalized for about a week with tubes down their noses to get fluids into them. And then they go home and start using it again and end up back in the hospital. To me, that's addiction. You are having that severe of a consequence and you can't stop using it.
And so it's, it is a little different from the withdrawals that you see from, alcohol. People can die from that. Benzos, people can die from that. There are other, but I mean, those are the hallmarks of addiction. It's just, I guess, the direct health consequences of withdrawal are maybe not as bad as some of the others, but the addiction is still there. So I also want to ask, what have you seen as far as the increase in mental health issues in under 18 related to this addiction to THC-derived product? How much more common has that become since 2020 or 2021, I guess, when this went into effect?
Well, I think when you're talking about mental health and youth, it's a very complicated situation right now. I think some of these committee members have seen me talk about social media and youth as well when I've testified on that. So I think that there are a lot of drivers to a worsening of mental health in adolescents that we're seeing. What I see mostly are teenagers who are using these products to treat their mental health. So what I find, I see a lot of depressed and anxious patients who have easy access to these products and so are using this to make themselves feel temporarily better and aren't able to access therapy or treatments that we know would help them.
And, on that, we've talked a lot about, not necessarily in this committee, but in the Education K-16 committee about the mental health crisis in our public schools. So, I mean, I'm here saying this is making it a lot worse, the mental health crisis, that we've seen.
Certainly becoming addicted to a substance and potentially having psychotic symptoms because of a substance is making the mental health worse.
And what are some of the psychoses that are triggered? You mentioned that, that it can trigger certain things in children under 18. What are some of those things that can be triggered?
So when I'm talking about psychosis, I'm talking about having things like hallucinations, paranoia, seeing things that aren't there, hearing things that aren't there, being paranoid that your parents are coming to get you or aliens are coming to get you. And they show up in the emergency room in these psychotic states. We know that people who have increased risk of schizophrenia, say they have schizophrenia in their family, it's particularly dangerous for them to have these products. So that's definitely an educational effort that needs to happen. When we look at this, we know that the younger that you use, the more likely you are to have this psychotic type of reaction. And when they've done studies, about 50% of people who have that psychotic reaction initially to cannabis products will go on to have a psychiatric disorder like bipolar or schizophrenia.
And would it be fair to say that once that's triggered, so schizophrenia, it can't be really untriggered, it can just be treated, right?
So once you have a diagnosis of schizophrenia, that's generally considered a lifelong diagnosis. I'm not a psychiatrist, so I don't want to speak outside of my profession. And what we know is that if you trigger it at a younger age, you have a worse prognosis. And that's what these products are doing.
And so in other words, it can't be untriggered. You're just going to have to treat it at that point.
Once you have that diagnosis of schizophrenia.
Is what we're left with a lot in medicine, where we're not actually curing it, we're just treating the symptoms. So
I know. I'm passionate about preventative medicine. It's part of the reason I'm here today.
thank you.
Senator Middleton. I spoke earlier about spice and K2. Back in the day when that became very prolific, it also was not addictive. We later learned it was one of the most addictive chemicals and substances, which is now part of the problem. And I think, being somebody that has managed a jail for the last 13 years, I don't think I've ever seen any kind of product that causes schizophrenia or bipolar disorder more than a product that was being sold in a gas station or convenience store. So, and I'm afraid that's what we're dealing with right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this panel? Thank you each for being here. Thanks for all you're doing. You're excused. Thank you. Now, for the benefit of those here watching this bill and the other bill left on our agenda, we are going to leave Senate Bill 3 pending, and at the same time, we're going to lay out Senate Bill 1505. Senate Bill 1505 is about the expansion and improvement to the compassionate use program. The bills go hand in hand, so we're going to recognize Senator Perry in a moment to lay out Senate Bill 1505. Senate Bill 3 is still before us. We'll have invited testimony on Senate Bill 1505, and then we'll have our public testimony together because so many witnesses are here on both. So with that roadmap, the chair lays out Senate Bill 1505 and recognizes its author, Senator Perry, to explain the measure.
Thank you, members and Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 1505 is Texas Compassionate Use Program, or affectionately known as TCUP. Since 2015, the Texas Compassionate Use Program has provided physician-prescribed low-TH cannabis to patients with statutory designated medical conditions. The goal of the program has always been to provide patients with very serious medical conditions the right to try low-THC cannabis as an alternative option when traditional medical approaches have previously failed or been ineffective at providing the patient relief. Senate Bill 1505 seeks to modernize TCUP by creating a dispensing organization satellite location to improve the transportation and overnight storage of prescriptions. Additionally, the bill allows DPS to grant up to 6 TCUP dispensing licenses, and currently there are 3, so adding 3 other licenses. Furthermore, the bill clarifies that there can be up to 5 milligrams of THC per dosage unit. A package or container cannot contain more than 300 milligrams of THC, and a patient may not possess more than a 90-day supply. Senate Bill 1505 will also allow the administration of low THC cannabis through the use of pulmonary inhalation. This is a new delivery method that will allow patients to utilize a faster acting administration method if needed for their particular medical conditions. Currently, those medical conditions statutorily allowed for are epilepsy, seizure order, multiple sclerosis, spasticity, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, autism, cancer, incurable neurodegenerative disease, post-traumatic stress disorder, or a medical condition that is approved for a research program. The current TPOC program has provided many challenges to actual practical application and dispensing of TCUP, of THC, low-level cannabis, prescribed by a physician. This bill would actually allow multiple locations where distribution can occur. Currently, as an example, if you're in Lubbock, Texas, and you're on the program, you went through the process, doctor prescribes it, it is out of Austin, Texas, a courier, if you will, a deliverer, will take it to Lubbock, Texas, and deliver it. If that individual is not there in person to meet you for that delivery, that Austin person will have to go back to Austin. And so it's become very much impractical in its actually access to TCUP administration for delivery. So this bill cleans that up and provides a few satellites under the current licenses, expands licenses by 3, and will allow people that truly are prescribing through a physician for this medical treatment to have access to it.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Members, any questions for the author on Senate Bill 1505? Very well. We'll open testimony, beginning with invited testimony on Senate Bill 1505. The chair calls Chief Wayne Mueller, Department of Public Safety, Nico Richardson, Jervon Singletary. For our first panel, Chief Wayne Mueller, Nico Richardson, Jervon Singletary. I'll have a seat. And Chief, since we called you first, when you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Thank you.
Members, Wayne Mueller, Chief Regulatory Services Division at DPS, which houses the Compassionate Use Program for the state of Texas. I don't have any prepared testimony. I'm here as a resource on the bill, and I will try to answer any questions you may have.
Very well. Thank you. Ms. Richardson, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Members of the State Affairs Committee, thank you for hearing testimony this morning. My name is Nico Richardson, and I am the CEO of Texas Original Compassionate Cultivation. I'm testifying in support of SB 1505. Compassionate Cultivation, our company, was the first licensed operator in the teacup 8 years ago. We started by serving epileptic patients and have subsequently supported the program over its evolution. We now serve tens of thousands of critically ill Texans with a variety of approved conditions in current statute. We have invested heavily to build a compliant distribution network within the program. Despite this, there are limitations that make medication very difficult for our patients to access. As a result, we have seen a large number of our patients leave the program for non-medical cannabis products. There are three main reasons that patients leave the teacup: access, price, and products. The improvements in SB 1505 will reduce these barriers for our patients. Right now, we may only store our medicine, as Senator Perry said, we may only store our medicine in one location, but we have a statutory requirement to serve the entire state of Texas. Our facility is located just south of Austin. That means in order to serve patients outside of Austin, our drivers travel from a variety of pickup sites across Texas every single day. This adds exorbitant cost to deliver the medicine, and that cost ultimately falls on our patients. It also means that patients living outside of Austin must wait a longer time to get their medicine. And for some remote regions of Texas, that can be up to 2 weeks. With DPS-approved satellite locations, our patients who live in remote areas of Texas will be able to receive their medicine in a timely manner. Satellite locations will also reduce our delivery costs and thus the cost of the medicine for patients. Please keep in mind that health insurance does not cover teacup medication, and so the full cost of this medicine is borne by the patients. Patients also leave the system because they cannot access the products they need for their condition. Patients with conditions like stomach cancer have great difficulty ingesting medicine orally, and some episodic conditions require rapid relief, which cannot be delivered with orally ingested products that must pass through a patient's digestive tract first. Pulmonary inhalation will offer more efficient treatment for these patients. And lastly, measuring THC limit by milligrams instead of 1% potency will cut filler ingredients, reduce gastrointestinal issues in patients, and allow for better delivery mechanisms like capsules, transdermal patches, as well as pulmonary inhalation. We're very grateful to the Senate for bringing these important improvements to the teacup and believe that these changes will help a lot of Texans. We wholeheartedly support SB 1505. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll have questions for all of you after this panel. And Singletary, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jervon Singletary, and I serve as Vice President of Compliance and Government Relations for Good Blend. I'm testifying on behalf of support of SB 1505. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. Good Blend is one of 3 licensed medical marijuana providers in Texas, working to unlock the benefits of medical marijuana by providing safe, high-quality products prescribed by licensed physicians and free from harmful byproducts like pesticides and heavy metals. We appreciate Senator Perry's work on this legislation and would like to highlight several key improvements that will expand patient access while maintaining safety. First, by allowing overnight storage at satellite locations, SB 1505 will allow patients to access patients to access new parts of the state where it's currently not feasible for our drivers to deliver products. Right now, each morning, our team has to drive from our headquarters in Austin to pick up locations, and sometimes our patients' homes, to deliver pre-ordered products. For products that are not picked up within the limited time window, they are then driven back to Austin at the conclusion of each day. On average, the time from patient order to pickup is just over 4 days, and in some cases 2 weeks. And there are parts of the state that we simply do not go due to distance constraints. Overnight storage would eliminate unnecessary travel and subsequent delays. And by keeping our products in a secure satellite location, we'll allow our patients the ability to pick up their medicine at times that are convenient for them. SB 1505 authorizes pulmonary inhalation for patients with episodic conditions who need faster relief than oral products, which can take 45 minutes to 2 hours to take effect. There are patients like our senior citizens with progressing ALS or people who have epileptic seizures. Their symptoms could strike at any time, and every second counts. In those cases, immediate relief is needed, and that is the benefit inhalation provides. By addressing these key areas, satellite storage and inhalation, SB 1505 broadens patient access while ensuring therapeutic benefits of medical cannabis remain safe, regulated, and effective. Thank you again for the time to come before the committee to share our support for the State Compassionate Use Program. We appreciate your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, you may question the panel.
Thank you. Back to DPS. You're the department that would issue the new 3 licenses, correct?
Yes, Senator.
You're also the department that would set out the rules for the satellite storage and location, how that would look and work, correct?
Correct, Senator.
Okay. I'm asking not to address past problems associated with getting the licensing out to where it needs to be, but the SB 3, I think, has a September 1, 25 enactment date. And the teacup bill is going to parallel that fairly quick. What I guess I'm going to get to, just to the heart of it, I think everybody is serious about having a very effective, pragmatic teacup program, especially if we're removing people that are currently getting unregulated, arguably, as Senate Bill 3 described, not good product. So what is it in your estimation today, knowing what we're talking about doing 5005, and how long, if anything, that is a problem or a challenge for you to get behind getting those 3 licenses vetted? My understanding is there's hundreds in applications standing there to be done. I don't know if you pull from that pool or if you reopen it, how you do it, but once that, and the existing licenses, they're ready to go. But how long is it going to take you to get the rules and set up to do these new locations for existing first and primary, because they're already established in the market and have physicians that are in network that understand how to do this program? What I don't want to do is come back in 2027 and find out that we're still in rules process. What's the time frame does it take to get this particular bill implemented for satellites and the additional 3 licensees processes?
Sure, Senator. So the satellite locations, I would not anticipate that will take a lot of time at all. We already have a bit of a template. Born out of COVID was the concept of temporary pickup locations. So we work with the licensees on having a location where the courier can meet up with the patient, say in El Paso or some of these remote locations that they will send the courier to on occasion. It's not nearly as good as accessibility for the patient for all the reasons that have already been described. But we already have a template of what that looks like. Certainly we will have to, it will be more involved. The security requirements that would be in place, where exactly the location is. It will not be as arduous as their center where they're actually growing the plant, of course, but we already have those templates in place. So standing up rules for the satellite locations, I do not anticipate that will take a lot of time. As far as adding the new licensees, we have been in rather constant discussion about what the methodology we want to use to make the selection. This has been, if this bill passes as is, this helps answer part of it, that there's a maximum that we will have to pick 3 and only 3. Across the nation, Texas is involved in CANRA, Cannabis Regulators Association, which are like Texas, other programs, and it's a wealth of information for regulators to pass information back and forth, best practices and whatnot. One of the things we found is that a given rule of thumb is it takes about 18 months for one of these entities to stand up from the time that they are given approval to move forward. So we would need to get rules in place very quickly in order to then have the possibility that some are operational before next session starts. Again, we do have a template as to how to go about doing that with how they were selected the last time. We do have 132 applications that were taken in 2 years ago now. We would probably need to look to have an update on those. But now that we have, if this bill passes as is, authorization to move forward and potentially have that type of expansion, we already have some that we can pull from. We just need to decide how we're going to come up with 3.
Okay. To my teacup owner in the middle there, what's your name again? I'm sorry.
Nico Richardson.
Nico, yeah, that's right. Can you suggest things that in this current satellite through COVID and those kind of things, do you have some suggestions that could help the department with the satellite locations to make sure that once those are complete, they are effective and work as intended? I don't know if you know anything like that today, but I would encourage the department to talk to the 3. You only have 3 licenses out there, and my understanding really is there's only 2 that are really participating at a robust level, or at least at some delivery level. So be sure as you're talking about the satellites, the department needs to hear from those that are living under those rules of just common sense things that could be better to make sure the delivery is correct. Is that a fair statement? Okay.
Absolutely.
Don't operate in a vacuum on either side. Don't assume either side knows, but there are things I'm sure that we learned through the COVID satellite conversations that in hindsight probably could be a little bit better, and I would encourage you guys to work together to make that happen. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senators, any questions for this panel? Very good. Thank you for being here. As we continue invited testimony on Senate Bill 1505, the chair calls Dr. Kelly Moon, Dr. Rami Turner, and Kaylee Koch. We're looking for Dr. Kelly Moon, Dr. Rami Turner, and Kaylee Koch.
They were told to come back at the end.
That's fine. We'll get to them in due course. Thank you very much. And Major Melson, Chief Mills, we had asked y'all to stick around until we got through that part, and so thank you. You're excused. I'm sure we'll have questions for you going forward, but we're not asking you to stay. You're welcome to stay, but we're not asking you to stay for the rest of the hearing. Thank you for being here and for giving this your attention. So for the benefit of the witnesses, we will be hearing public testimony on both Senate Bill 3 and Senate Bill 1505. A number of witnesses are registered on both, and so we'll try to get them toward the front, and then we'll move through and hear you on whatever bill you registered to testify on. And so with that, as we open public testimony, so the chair calls Christine Scruggs, Mario Cruz Wolfel, Lisa Heel, Rhonda Howard. Again, we're looking for Christine Scruggs, Mario Cruz Wolfel, Lisa Heel, Rhonda Howard. We're going to give folks time to come down from the gallery. If you're up there, looks like we're already down here. Y'all are welcome. We're also looking for Nicole Holt. Nicole Holt. So Christine Scruggs, Mario Cruz Wolfel, Lisa Heel, Rhonda Howard, Nicole Holt. And do we have Dr. Matthew Rossheim with us to testify? One more time, Christine Scruggs, Mario Cruz Wolfel, Lisa Heel, Rhonda Howard, Nicole Holt, Dr. Matthew Rossheim. All right, we'll begin and see who else makes it. Thank you each for being here. We normally begin over on my left, your right. Introduce yourself when you're ready and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Christine Scruggs, and I'm from Pearland, Texas. Mays Middleton is my senator. Thank you for letting us speak today. I'm here to tell you about the devastating effects that THC products have had on our family and to encourage you to ban all intoxicating hemp products in Texas. My son was a great student, in the top 7% of his class, National Honor Society vice president of his band. His use of THC started at the age of 22. After college graduation, he ate chocolate infused with THC, then tried gummies. Within 8 months, he was using daily and was addicted. His roommate began calling him psychotic because of his irrational beliefs. He had developed a delusion. He described hallucinations, and we thought he might have schizophrenia. There is no history of mental illness in our family, nor pre-existing in him. We tried for 11 months to get him to seek mental health help and addiction help. We resorted to using the Marchman Act in Florida to force treatment. He was diagnosed with cannabis-induced psychotic disorder. He worked through a dual diagnostics program for 8.5 months. His therapist told him he is lucky not to have converted to a long-term diagnosis of bipolar or schizophrenia. We have spent $180,000 on treatment, excluding other costs that are outlined in my written testimony, which also shows pictures of the actual Texas products that my son consumed. I'm offended that representatives from those hemp companies are opposing this bill and harming Texans. My son never used any other drug and used THC simply because it was legalized by the loophole in the 2018 Farm Bill. These products are psychoactive, addictive, and causing devastating mental and physical effects to thousands. Millions are addicted. Please follow scientific facts and learn from the mistakes of other states who have legalized cannabis. If these products are medicinal, they should go through the FDA approval process. Please give Texas law enforcement personnel the tools they need to enforce Texas THC laws. Please support Texas Bill Number 3 and ban all THC products because our youth's brains are worth infinitely more than any amount of money that THC sales can produce. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Scruggs, thank you for being here. And thank you for telling us your experience and your family's experience. If I previously called you to testify and there's a seat, feel free to take it. If there's not a seat, hold tight and we'll get to you shortly. So please have a seat. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself. And also, let me ask this. For some, we're going to know, but some folks are testifying on Senate Bill 3. Some are on 1505. Some are on both. So just tell us when we get to you. We know you're on 3, Ms. Scruggs. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Lisa Heel, and I am from Cypress, Texas. I am here to support Senate Bill 3. Texas, we have a problem. THC is poison and is being sold on Texas corners. THC is causing psychosis, permanent brain damage, and death. There are vapes, pens, dabs, and wax products, along with gummies and other edibles that are dessert or snack-like. Products have different names like Delta 8, 9, 10, A, B, C, all dangerous. It's easy to stay high for days by spending just $15 to $30. The medical community is not trained as to how these products affect people. Thanks to the organization Every Brain Matters, I've learned more about what these products do to the brain. You will hear from the industry that these products are good and help with things like cancer or PTSD. I'm attaching and passing out a copy of the VA's opinion on using marijuana for PTSD. It is a hard no. The VA simply does not support the use of marijuana-based products as treatment for PTSD. We all know the real aim of these products is to get people high. When your brain goes into psychosis, it's like a light switch being switched in the brain. You do not know when the light switch will switch back out of psychosis, and it can be permanent. Before THC, my loved one was a successful college student at a major Texas university. He was interested in school and involved with professors and friends. There were never any mental health issues underlying in our family. After THC, my child experienced mental confusion, delusion, and bizarre behavior, including psychosis. There was paranoia, including behavior that was pushy, argumentative, agitated, angry, and even violent. My loved one was in serious danger to THC. He was scaring his own family. We had to get help, but where? It's a long, hard nightmare to find help. The resources are not available. Taking these drugs off the shelves is the only right thing to do in Texas. Making it illegal to possess them will deter use and save lives. Thank you for Senate Bill 3. This bill will prevent the destruction of many families. I cannot thank you enough for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, I'm Nicole Holt. I am the CEO of Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth. Thank you for having me here today. I am here to testify in support of Senate Bill 3. I represent myself and the organization here today. I believe that this bill will protect young people from the dangers of derived, intoxicating cannabis products. Research tells us that when you increase access to a product, use also increases. The Texas Hemp Bill created unprecedented access to intoxicating cannabis and cannabis-derived products with no limitations on the products themselves or marketing strategies. And so now, no matter where you go in the state, urban, suburban, rural communities, these products, which are often marketed in kid-friendly ways, are packaged and right in front of them, readily available. In addition to vape stores, they've shown up in kiosks, in malls next to kids' play zones, in vending machines on the street, and they are commonly found in gas stations and convenience stores. The handout that I gave you that has pictures on the front of it, those are all from stores in Texas that community members around the state have taken pictures of. Youth cannabis use is already a concern in our state, with 13% of middle and high school students reporting use and 1 in 4 high school seniors using the drug. You've already heard what a lot of the medical concerns are related to it. I also want to share with you that these products also contribute to impaired driving.
Young drivers are particularly at risk, with 26% of crash fatalities among those 25 and younger involving both alcohol and cannabis combined. While alcohol is the most common cause of fatal crashes, alcohol combined with cannabis is the second most common cause of deadly impaired driving incidents in our state. A few days ago, I asked people to share personal stories about their experiences with these products, and we heard from numerous people and communities from all over the state. We packaged together some of their responses in your packet as well, so that you have those on file. Parents, teachers, law enforcement, and community leaders are all saying the same thing. These products should not be easy for kids to get, and they should be removed from the shelves. SB 3 takes the necessary steps to achieve this goal. A comprehensive ban is the best practice. Texans want and deserve these protections, and we hope that you will provide them for them. This is a critical moment for us to put well-being of kids and our communities over business interests. I urge you to pass SB 3 to ban intoxicating cannabis products, close dangerous loopholes, and implement a strong regulatory framework to keep our children safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Dear members of the Texas Senate, my name is Maricruz Wilfield. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you a glimpse of the living nightmare THC products have caused to my family for the past 2 years. My son, now 29, was a healthy and productive young adult, a successful cameraman for churches, corporate, and political events. He loved spending time with family and friends. He was committed to health and fitness and was hesitant to even try over-the-counter medicines, much less use street drugs. But then THC products became legal in Texas. Vape shops appear everywhere with their deceitful marketing tactics, even though these products have not been FDA approved to be in the hands of millions of Americans. In subtle ways, this deception took root and hijacked his brain. Finally, his life erupted in chaos. He lost his job, his money, but worst of all, his reasoning capacity. For almost 2 years, he has experienced psychotic symptoms, including paranoia, delusions, and hallucinations. He lacks awareness of his condition, so we haven't been able to get him effective help. Additionally, we don't have the $30,000 a month most dual diagnosis facilities charge to properly help individuals in his situation. Instead, my husband and I are his full-time caregivers. This time, the time and finances we thought we would have to become entrepreneurs after my husband retired are now used looking for options to help our son's brain heal. With abstinence, he was slowly improving. Unfortunately, THC products are so prevalent in our neighborhoods and easily accessible. Recently, he got hold of a THC vape again and relapsed. Immediately, his symptoms worsened and he's back into a severe psychosis. We are broken but resolved to help him. Part of that resolve is asking you, please support SB 3 and ban all forms of THC products. Help us keep our children healthy, functional, and productive. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
I'm Dr. Matthew Rossheim. I'm providing testimony on SB 3.
Get a little closer to the microphone. Go ahead.
I'm an associate professor at the University of North Texas Health Science Center and one of the leading experts on, public health experts on semi-synthetic intoxicating cannabis products like Delta 8 THC. I've published 20 peer-reviewed research manuscripts on the topic in the last few years, and I'm here representing myself today as a Texan. Nationally, we know that 1 in 8 high school students used Delta 8 THC last year. These products are often deceptively advertised, mislabeled, and marketed with cartoon characters and candy flavors. These are harmful substances. Since emerging in the market, ERs have observed rapid increases in pediatric poisonings, cases of psychosis, and cannabis-induced hyperemesis syndrome. Regulating these substances would not address the root of these harms, which is the intoxicating cannabinoids themselves. Regulations create an illusion of safety rather than real protection. To the contrary, my research supports the effectiveness of bans in helping keep these harmful products out of communities. I commend Senator Perry for crafting a strong bill that, if enacted as enforced, as intended, would prohibit the sale of intoxicating cannabis products, create a strong framework for enforcement, and help prevent youth access to CBD products. I'm impressed with the thoroughness of the drafted bill and just have two recommendations. First, to strengthen against any legal challenges, incorporating fail-safes can help ensure the enforceability even if specific provisions are preempted or challenged. While seemingly redundant, using previously tested legal language and severability clauses can help reduce the risk of the law being struck down in court. And second, while the bill includes many appropriate measures to prevent youth access to CBD products, research shows that youth access can be further reduced by either restricting store entry to those 21 or older or keeping the products behind the checkout counter. So this would help further protect children from accessing CBD products, which, while non-intoxicating, are also harmful products. So thank you for your leadership in addressing this issue.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say thank you to all the moms that are here with the vulnerability testimony, to the doc. There's really nothing that ends well in this particular arena. Is that a fair statement?
Nothing that ends well with having these products.
THC, I mean, there's not really anything you can point to positive of that.
No.
In your experience. So will you get with Rob? He's my colleague on this right here. Raise your hand, Rob, and give him those ideas that you had for better closing loopholes. That's what we're about today, is closing loopholes. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senators, any questions for this panel? Senator Hall, you're recognized.
No, just a comment of, what we're hearing, what we're learning, how an industry takes advantage of every possible loophole. The graphic that was provided by one of the folks there, just looking at what they put on the names, one called Stoned, and then a mobile shop called a Head Shop, and each of these others are obviously in colors and caricatures to attract kids to it. And I can see how this, that there is no question in my mind that this bill is seriously needed.
Yes, sir. Senators, any other questions? Thank you each for being here. Thank you for sharing. We had previously called Rhonda Howard. We're still looking for Rhonda Howard. All right, welcome. I'm not fussing at you. We're glad you're here. It's a big building to navigate. We're also, the chair calls Aurelia Rosales and Andres Valle. So we're looking for Aurelia Rosales and Andres Valle. And if they're, we'll give them a few minutes to come down. Welcome. Have a seat anywhere. And Ms. Howard, we'll start with you. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to, can you hear me? I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present again. I did come back in May as well and share my testimony. Not much has changed. I do want to say just real quick, I was really saddened and then angered when some of the guests in the, here were listening to the sheriffs give a testimony about intoxication and deadly intoxication of marijuana, and they were laughing. This is not a laughing matter, and it's affected so many families. In 2018, I experienced the graduation and the start of college for my firstborn child. He's an Eagle Scout. He's an honor student. He seemed to struggle with socialization, but was excited after starting college at Sam Houston. Little did I know that he had begun using cannabis to deal with his anxiety. I noticed behavior changes, but was unaware of the use of THC products. He had gotten involved with boxing, and when he saw the college physician, he admitted to using THC. The doctor ordered a CT to rule out concussion due to him getting hit a few times during the boxing. During the winter break, college in 2019, my son and his childhood friends were using cannabis. Let me do this. All smoking forms of products like Delta 8. Almost daily, and that was the beginning of our family's nightmare. He ended up in a psychotic state and was hospitalized. After he was able to return to college on a low level of antipsychotic, his addiction to THC products was already there. I didn't know. He showed severe personality changes and was admitted to an intensive outpatient program. In 2022, my son was unable to remain in school and tried to just work. He would use much of his check at local vape stores buying Delta-8 products, CBD, and whatever would take his mind away from the psychotic features that he was experiencing. This led to a revolving door of hospitalizations as the Delta-8 products are synthetic and cause immediate psychosis. None of the hospitalizations focus on THC addiction, and no insurance will just pay for THC facilities. They only concentrated on stabilizing him on antipsychotic medications. Our family has been forever impacted. This has devastated our lives. My son's brain health has been severely damaged. The trauma that THC and all the hemp cannabis derivatives have caused to my family, and so many families that you've already heard, has to be prioritized by legislators. I now live on edge, not knowing if my son will ever be able to become mentally stable. I have not found any treatment programs that specialize and focus on the CIP, the cannabis-induced psychosis. My son still does not grasp the fact that THC products are the cause of his brain being altered in a false reality. I've gone into debt, sending him out of state. I work 2 jobs to do this, and I'm in the health profession as well. Sending him to treatment programs in the hopes that his brain will have a chance to heal. When I first shared my story with the Texas State Committee on State Affairs in May of 2024, I had just sent him out of state because there was no programs here. It is now March 2025, and my son is still away, and he's still struggling. It's getting better slowly, but he's still struggling. So I just want to ask that you guys give the children a chance and outlaw these products. Thank you.
Ms. Howard, thank you for your testimony, and you shared your story, and thank you for taking time and opening this up and coming back to help your family and others. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Andres Valle. I'm a Youth Leadership Council member for Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth, and I'm speaking today to get your support in SB3. I am a high school senior in El Paso, and I'd like to share with you a personal story about derived intoxicating cannabis products. At just 16 years old, my brother walked into a local convenience store near his high school and bought a Delta-8 THC vape pen. The store never carded him, and the appeal was simple. These products were cheap, widely available, and heavily marketed in stores that don't have any age restriction. People my age hear a lot of things about cannabis being safe and even healthy for you. The marketing suggests these products are a lot like candy and chips and other snacks we eat. But no one protected my brother from the dangers of these products. For my brother, the consequences became clear quickly. As he put it, he began to feel like he was going to faint, soon after inhaling one of the Delta-8 THC vapes. Not long after, he ended up in the hospital ER due to severe reaction, including troubled breathing. Unfortunately, he continued to use different versions of these cannabis vapes. He experienced emotional and behavioral distress in the aftermath. He became irritable, withdrawn, and unpredictable. He started skipping class, then missing weeks of school, until he eventually decided to drop out altogether, something none of my family could have ever imagined him doing. Before, he had plans and goals, but afterwards, it was like he didn't see a point in trying. My family and I did everything we could to help him, but it felt like no matter how much we tried, we were watching him slip away even further. From the person he used to be, it was terrifying to see someone we loved change so drastically, and to feel so powerless when all we wanted to do was bring him back. Now my brother wants his story to be heard because he knows he's not the only teenager who has been affected by the easy access of derived intoxicating cannabis products. And for me, sharing this story is personal. I want to ensure no other young person has to go what he and my family went through. This is why SB3 matters. It's protecting kids from harmful products that are far too easy to access, and it's removing these dangerous products from our shelves. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Arely Rosales, and I am here with Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth, and I'm speaking to you today in support of SB3. Thank you for this opportunity. I am a concerned young Texan and a mental health professional. I'm here today to share a personal story that I've had with these dangerous THC products and derived intoxicating cannabis products that are easily accessible to young Texans. When I was 18, I was struggling with severe depression, so I turned to a peer for help, and she recommended me these edibles from our local smoke shop that they did in ID. Desperate to feel better, I went and bought edibles that look like the rainbow strip candies that I enjoy. I consumed one strip just like I would any other candy, and the result was terrifying. I suffered a panic attack, hallucinations, and I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare. I couldn't speak, I couldn't move, nor control my mind. And it was so intense that I started to have suicidal ideations. And this experience lasted for days. I was completely disconnected from reality and unable to function, that I didn't go to school or work for 3 days. And this experience is so common that young people and others refer to it as greening out. And even now, there's a new medical term that was created called scrummeting, which is when a person is both vomiting and screaming from abdominal pain from consuming cannabis. And I have seen my peers go through similar ordeals, and now as a mental health professional, I see my middle school and high school clients go through these troubling experiences. And these THC products are marketed to young people with colorful packaging and replicating candies and snacks that they love, but these products are not what they seem. Though it may be unusual for us our age to be here advocating against THC accessibility, we do so because the urgency of the issue is undeniable. And the truth is, we don't fully understand the chemicals in these products. People selling these may say that they're helpful, but we see that they're causing harm. Young people who might think that they're just having fun or looking for an escape are put at risk facing traumatic consequences instead. A ban is the only option for getting these products out of stores and protecting our kids. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If there's any questions for these witnesses. Ms. Howard, Mr. Valle, Ms. Rosales, thank you for being here. You're excused. Thank you for your testimony. The chair now calls Kaylee Koch, Dr. Kelly Moon, Dr. Rami Turner. Thank you. We can clean that up when we get down here. Thanks. Take a seat. It doesn't matter which one. Just make yourself as comfortable as possible. And we'll begin over here on my left, your right. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dr. Rami Turner, and I'm here to advocate for and testify for the approval of SB 1505. I'm a family medicine doctor, and I own a practice called Devoted Family Medicine. I've been a Texas resident my entire life. And even when I was in residency, I lived on the Texas side. So I'm also a Christian, and I've been serving as a Christian in my church for nearly 40 years. So you can imagine that as a conservative Christian, making a decision to be in Teacup was not an obvious choice. And I couldn't imagine what my friends would say. But when I was in medical school and working with patients, I saw that there was, in certain circumstances, a use for this drug. And so I had to weigh one or the other. And so I was worried about telling my friends. So who do you tell first? I told my pastor. And you know what he said? He said, "Great. Can you help Harry? He has Parkinson's." So I began as a prescriber for Teacup. And my first patient, a man I didn't even know, found out he had MS when he was stepping off the stage after playing the drums for his church. And he was able to get on a really good dose. We had him really stable, but he couldn't afford the medication. So he stopped asking for prescriptions. And I believe that SB 1505 would have helped this man afford his medications, and that with having satellite locations, he would have had a better accessibility. Speaking of spasms, I believe SB 1505 will help with the improvement of symptoms in patients faster and better. In a spasm, a person's body begins to contort and distort, and it travels like a Charlie horse up through the body and becomes like a snowball. And if it grabs the ribs and locks up the ribs or locks up the diaphragm, their situation is dire. And they need immediate inhalation, pulmonary inhalation, in order to stop this process. Some of these people do die instantly, and no one knows why. I am here to testify for the support of HB 1505 because I believe that by allowing people faster access through satellite locations and faster access for immediate pulmonary inhalation will greatly benefit my patients. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, I am Dr. Kelly Moon. I am from Nacogdoches, Texas, from East Texas. And I really do appreciate you guys having us here. Sorry we were out. We didn't realize the order. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. I am a board-certified family practice physician. I'm also a teacup physician. I am testifying in support of the Senate Bill 1505. I've been prescribing medical cannabis under the Compassionate Use Program since 2021. This medicine has provided relief to my patients suffering from cancer, seizures, PTSD, autism. I could list numerous things, and many neurologic conditions. I have witnessed the impossible become possible. The mother of a child who once had no hope of a future has one. Her family has one. The veteran whose nightmares kept him up all night and never got rest actually had to be obtunded to actually get out of his nightmares, actually now has rest. The patient who no longer spends every waking hour in pain has rest. I have also witnessed some of the limitations of my patients. One of my patients in particular, the one that actually motivated me to be more active in the program, actually had cancer, terminal cancer. She was battling it and couldn't ingest medication anymore. She had to stop all of her other medications. She was unable to take any type of oral marijuana at all. She would have benefited from the program having inhalation therapy, but it was unavailable at the time, and her family actually ended up going out of state and illegally obtaining medications. And I'm not sure exactly wherever else they went, but they had to get them for her. Since there were no medical options, she, as a very law-abiding citizen, had to do this. This was not her choice, her family's choice. There are many law-abiding Texans that don't want to risk their health with unregulated medications, unregulated things out there that are being sold that they have no idea what's in it, psychedelics, K2, kratom, all kinds of crazy things. Very unregulated and illegal options, really, and alternatives, and then crossing over borders and doing this illegally as well. But they cannot use the products currently available in the teacup sometimes, and the Senate Bill 1505 would actually give these patients a safe, fast-acting treatment option by allowing for pulmonary inhalation. Senate Bill 1505 will also help my patients who live mostly in rural areas. I am in East Texas, and most of my patients travel at least 15 minutes to an hour just to get to me for my private practice, and as well travel hours to get to me for my cannabis practice, which is a separate time. The current restrictions on inventory storage mean that my patients have to wait longer for their medications. They have to travel further. They have to travel back and forth to see me and then to get product later. And they have to pay more for those medicines that they have been prescribed because of the regulations and because of the costs to the dispensaries. Satellite locations will ensure my patients get the help they need. And many hospice patients, which I'm currently dealing with, I'm talking with hospice directors, and their concerns are that we don't have anything fast enough. We can do some baseline medication with them, like Motrin. If you were to give Motrin to someone for 8 hours, they would not have a fever for those 8 hours, but for 16 they would. And you can give, you can do that, but we can't control acute pain as well as we can the chronic pain at this time with legal product. The bill will ensure that patients have access to medical cannabis in a safe, regulated manner. It will allow us to reach those patients who are in pain, living with debilitating conditions, and fighting for a chance for a better life for them and for their family members. I have seen fascinating results. I want to thank you guys, you lawmakers, you guys stepping up and trying to help Texans in creating this program, one, to help those who suffer. It has helped so many of my patients, and I would like to reiterate my strong support for Senate Bill 1505.
Thank you, Doctor. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, members of the Senate State Affairs Committee. My name is Kaylee Cook, and I represent myself. I am testifying here today in strong support of SB 1505. My son Jacob is 10 years old and relies on this medication every day for his seizures. Like many families in Texas, the Compassionate Use Program has brought us hope, relief, and reassurance knowing that our loved ones can access a safe medicine. On January 1st, 2020, my family experienced one of the most difficult nights of our lives. In the middle of the night, my son Jacob had his most severe seizure we had seen, and we needed to rush him to the hospital. We knew from that moment something had to be done. A few months later, we discovered the Compassionate Use Program, and Jacob began taking the medicine. In October 2024, Jacob celebrated 4 years seizure-free because of medical cannabis. A few months later, in addition to my family's story, I have witnessed the importance of this medicine in my career as an infusion nurse with Texas Oncology. We have several doctors who prescribe medical cannabis in our practice, and it has been an important treatment for those cancer patients suffering with debilitating symptoms. SB 1505 would give patients living with cancer and other illnesses immediate relief, better access, and more affordable medical care. As a mother, I cannot risk giving my son an unregulated product to treat his seizures. As a nurse, I understand how important safe medicine is to the patients. I want to thank the Texas legislatures for creating a regulated program where we can trust the medicine that we are giving our loved ones and our patients. Families like mine rely on the Compassionate Use Program, and SB 1505 will make necessary improvements so that they can continue getting the medical care they need. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, any questions for this panel? Thank you each for being here.
Thank you for letting us be here.
Thank you.
We'll now begin testimony from folks who have registered on both bills. And so we'll be calling a panel at a time, and we'll also be asking some folks to be waiting to testify the next panel. So you can be making your way to the Senate floor and be prepared. So at this time, the chair calls Andrea Steele, David Bass, Kevin Hale, Christopher Lewis, Elizabeth Miller. Again, we're looking for Andrea Steele, David Bass, Kevin Hale, Christopher Lewis, and Elizabeth Miller. Andrea Steele,
I'm here.
David Bass, Kevin Hale, Christopher Lewis, Elizabeth Miller.
Ms. Miller's upstairs. She's on her way.
Ms. Miller's coming down. Very good.
Thank you.
We'll also call Joshua Thompson. Joshua Thompson. And I'm going to call a few more names and ask these folks to be making your way down and be ready to testify on the next panel. Shortly, we'll be calling Nicholas Gresham, Lucas Gilkey, and Jake Gary. If I call your name, have a seat. We got plenty of room. So again, please be making your way down for the next panel. If you're Jake Gary, Piper Lindeen, Lucas Gilkey, Nicholas Gresham, Joshua Thompson. All right, thank you. Welcome. We'll start over here on my left, your right. Introduce yourself and tell us who you represent, if anyone, in your position on both the bills, and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your time today. My name is Elizabeth Miller. I am a resident of SD 12. Some of you may recognize me. I've spoken to many of you on this issue before. I wish I had more time to discuss the legal implications. I'm a lawyer. I wish I had more time to discuss the policy implications. I'm a political nerd. I'd love to discuss the political implications for you all that you may not be anticipating fully. There's just not time. I'm disappointed that we have to combine both bills at once. I'm against SB 3 for a variety of those reasons and more. And I'm reluctant on SB 1505. I've been coming to you all asking for you for some time to change the language in the bill, the way you speak of THC, to stop using, I think I put it before, stop using drug dealer talk and use medicine language. And I appreciate that you're doing that. I really do.
Okay. Okay, hold tight. We're going to stop the clock for a moment. Let me say, for the benefit of those in the gallery, we have 170-something witnesses remaining. We're going to hear from everyone, and folks are welcome to stay in the gallery and listen so long as there are no interruptions, no outbursts. If this continues to happen, then DPS will clear the gallery and we'll call the witnesses in one at a time. So restrain yourselves, listen to the testimony, and let's all give our attention to the witnesses. Don't clap for them, don't boo them, unless you want the gallery to be emptied and you can wait outside. Please go ahead.
So thank you for that. I've also come and spoken to you all about how I'm a patient. And so rather than talking about the legal policy, I'll focus on that because I know there are so many patients that would love to be here today, but they can't. They can't do the short notice. They can't travel. It's harder to travel. It's harder to be here. And as I've explained to many of you under oath and on TV, I am only here because I engage in what is a felony every day. Because I consume cannabis, vaporizing it, I can't smoke. I need THC to control my seizures, to control my pain, to give me an appetite, and medicine doesn't have good, Big Pharma hasn't solved that. I guess it's not a problem a lot of people have, but it's a problem. It's a real problem. And THC serves that. I can't smoke it. I have to inhale it. And you guys I've been asking for you all to adjust the mode of consumption, and you're doing that. I appreciate that. But I need THC for those things. And this bill is not enough. It's just not enough for a lot of us. And I speak for many, many patients in each of your districts that can't be here. And I would appreciate 5-10 minutes to discuss this in more detail and explain it to you how you can improve both of these bills to not impose on patients more. But some of us are in so much pain. Maybe opioids make us nauseous, or maybe we don't want them for other reasons. Maybe we can't take, been stuffed so full of NSAIDs that our organs don't work anymore. Maybe we lived through the Vioxx thing and we know we're a little understandably reluctant to consume some of these. Maybe we don't want to take the psychiatric medications that we know that have negative side effects. Maybe we've lived them and doctors are giving them without appreciating them. There are reasons that many of us find THC a much less offensive option. And I would appreciate your questions on this and your time with either any of you or your staff, although I must ask Senator Parker, ask for him since I am his constituent. But I would appreciate 5 or 10 minutes with all of you before you vote on this.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a District 11 constituent, but it looks like Senator Middleton is out of the room right now. My name is Andrea Steele with the Banks Law Firm, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Hemp Business Council. I've represented hemp businesses in Texas since its legalization. I currently serve as the Vice President of Operations of the International Cannabis Bar Association, as well as co-chair its Legislative Advisement Committee, and I consult on hemp litigation nationwide. So it's with deep expertise in this industry that I strongly oppose SB 3 as it's a legal misstep and it's going to have severe unintended consequences for Texans, our economy, and consumer safety. I understand the concerns, public safety, youth protection, and regulation. But SB 3 will make these issues worse, not better. If the goal is to prevent youth access and ensure product safety, this bill does the opposite by eliminating safety measures, fueling unregulated markets, and violating federal law. I'm going to focus on the federal law violations because there's lots of testimony about other things going on. So SB 3 is not only internally inconsistent, but it directly conflicts with President Trump's 2018 Farm Bill, violating federal preemption, interstate commerce, and due process rights. The Farm Bill expressly prohibits states from interfering with transportation and shipment of federally legal hemp. By creating 7 new jailable offenses without respecting the preemption carve-out, SB 3 violates federal law. SB 3's ban on mailing consumable hemp products, despite the U.S. Postal Service having federal authority to do so, also presents a problem. We also have a conflict preemption concern. SB 3's criminalization of all cannabinoids except for CBD and CBG, which is something that does not exist in any other state, effectively redefines federally legal hemp. This is kind of mirror to the Biogen case that was out of Arkansas, currently pending in the 8th Circuit, where the Arkansas law was struck down due to its inconstitutionality because it rescheduled hemp and made legal production impossible. SB 3's criminalization of federally legal cannabinoids also poses an irreconcilable conflict with the federal Farm Bill. The Arkansas court further ruled that the law was void for vagueness under the Due Process Clause because there were undefined terms that left businesses unable to determine compliance. There are similar issues with SB 3. Lastly, SB 3 has a fatal flaw in that there is a disconnect created between hemp plants and CBD and CBG isolate products. Texas farmers growing federally compliant hemp will not be able to ship their products under state law despite it being legal federally. It would be illegal for Texans to buy and sell Texas-made consumable hemp, and consumers will simply turn to purchasing out-of-state products online and having them mailed in the Postal Service, harming the state's economy and creating an unconstitutional barrier to interstate commerce. Returning to youth access and consumer safety. Texas already has the tools to regulate hemp safely. Misbranding, adulteration, and deceptive trade practices are well-established tools that require no new laws. What we need is funding for and a commitment to enforcement, not bans. Texas already has some of the most comprehensive hemp regulations in the nation. With the addition of age gating, more robust packaging, labeling guidelines, and buffer zones from schools, Texas has a real opportunity to lead the nation in responsible hemp regulation without destroying an entire industry.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Do we have 3 minutes to speak on both bills?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
I still have SB 1505 to speak on.
No, ma'am.
It's not 3 minutes
No, ma'am. It's 2 minutes each, but from the folks who are on both bills, we're extending the time a little bit. So go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
No,
on
I'm sorry. We'll see if we have questions for you, but we're going to go on to the next witness now. Go ahead, sir. Welcome.
Chairman, I am David Bass. I'm here to speak for SB 1505. I'm in favor of the licensees being allowed to open satellite locations. I live in Killeen near Fort Cavazos. Once each month, I have to drive to the Texas Original Dispensary in South Austin to pick up my medications. It is an hour drive in heavy traffic on I-35 to get there, so a 2-hour round trip. If Texas OG can open a satellite location in, say, Georgetown or Round Rock, that would help me get my medications and be much safer for me to drive that distance. This bill would also allow vape products. I believe vape products will be very effective for the symptoms of PTSD. PTSD symptoms can come on very strong, very fast, and unexpectedly. Vaped cannabis has an immediate positive effect. I support adding vape products to CUP. Last, this bill will bring many more Texas veterans into our legal medical cannabis program and away from potentially harmful hemp products and the illegal marijuana market. I am also in favor and support SB 3. I founded Texas Veterans for Medical Marijuana in 2015. And we got PTSD added to the CUP program in 2019. When I meet a new veteran who is asking me about medical cannabis, I always recommend that the veteran enroll in the compassionate use program. I do not want our veterans using these hemp derivatives. The reason is they have no idea what they are taking, and they are not using these products under the care of a physician. In CUP, we know exactly the origin and formulation of our meds. DPS inspects and certifies CUP meds, and we use CUP meds under the care of our doctor. The hemp products are not regulated. You will hear hemp product advocates saying, let's regulate this industry, not ban it. But I will tell you, it would take millions of dollars, and you would have to hire many more state employees to properly regulate this industry. DPS is doing an excellent job regulating CUP. Let's focus our efforts there. So I believe banning these products and at the same time improving and expanding CUP is the right long-term answer for our Texas veterans. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Perry.
Thank you, Major. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, Senator Perry, Senator Zaffarini, Mr. Birdwell, you're a hero. I'm here on 1505 and against SB 3. My name is Kevin Hale. I'm the Libertarian Legislative Coordinator. So I'm here to show you what our platforms say about these things. Medical freedom. LP Texas supports the right of individuals to seek medical and health care of their choice. We support a free market in which government does not restrict access to care. We oppose the use of government to force a medical procedure without the individual's consent. In regards to 1505, I am happy that you moved to milliliters or milligrams versus a percentage. I think that's a step in the right direction. I do think that you should allow the doctors to pick that number, though. I think 5 milligrams is weak. On Senate Bill 3, drug policy platform from the Libertarian Party of Texas, LP Texas opposes the war on drugs, consistent with the principles of self-ownership. Consenting adults ought not be restricted from partaking in activities that harm no one else. This includes possession, consumption, and/or market transactions of substances for medical, recreational, or other purposes. Individuals seeking to provide medical treatment should not be subject to prosecution. Individuals seeking to provide treatment for addiction or offering Good Samaritan aid should not be subject to prosecution. The Libertarian Party of Texas stands firmly against this blatant government overreach. Texans built businesses under the clear and legal framework of HB 1325. They've spent 6 years investing in storefronts, payrolls, marketing, supply chains. SB 3 pulls the rug out from under them, wiping out an industry that provides livelihoods for thousands. These products are in demand by your constituents. They are not dangerous. Otherwise, how would there be 7,700 retailers across the state? Libertarians believe in a free and open, transparent market. This bill does the opposite, pushing consumers and suppliers back into the black market where the labels and ethics are unchecked. Vote no on Senate Bill 3 and support small businesses around the state and consumer choice for Texans. Thank you, gentlemen and senators.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead. Get close to the microphone so we can hear you.
Hi, Council. Thank you, Senators, and everyone here for being here today. Real quick, I just wanted to go over my experience with the hemp industry, basically, and to cover both.
And give us your name. I'm sorry. Give us your name.
Joshua Thompson. I'm a retail store owner. Also, I just work in the industry as far as the hemp goes. The bill that's going for SB 3 just up front would actually be very harmful and basically be going back in time. The most important part of that industry must be regulation and safety, of course. The best part of it actually helps people, but the issue is going to be standardized of texting, ID verifications, and then having licensed places. My phone actually locked right when it started, so it was perfect timing. Basically, I was arrested in 2019 for minor possession. I received pretrial intervention. I had a job at a lab, and I had a scholarship which was revoked, and I lost my job, couldn't get a job for 3 years. Basically, because of that, I got into the industry. My mother, she received a diagnostic for kidney failure, and she was having severe nausea. I went up on PubMed and researched nausea and not THC, just nausea relief, and found that Delta 8 was actually very effective for that nausea relief. When I got her a legal option from a company out of Indiana, it totally dramatically changed her life. Get her the ability to eat and to take her medications. Basically from there, I was sold on the product. Prior to that, I had a friend who had a son with seizures. It was, about 10 to 12 a day down to 2 a month using CBD with THC. And I think something else that's been overlooked in this bill is that CBG and CBD are not the only non-psychoactive cannabinoids. There's CBN, CBC, all of which do have medical benefits according to Oxford Oncology journal studies on there and on PubMed. And to kind of round this out, the future of this would be, potentially, and from what studies have said, peer-reviewed from the 40s, the 60s, and the 90s, that this is something that can help a lot with cancer tumors, not only reducing it, but eliminating tumors completely. It's been very well and public known, and this is something that's been around since the 40s. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys would take more consideration into how the bill would affect the businesses and especially the people that would be, needing them. As far as the SB 15 bill, the more access that we have for these products would be the better. And having, obviously, the higher the demand, the lower the cost goes for the consumer. That would be something that'd be more beneficial as well. But doing what the other states have done is a huge mistake. Florida has only 6 licenses. Those were given to family members, which is in a lawsuit. Virginia banned it because they don't want the competition for the dispensaries when that opens up. California only banned it because hemp stores were outselling dispensaries 3-to-1 because of cost and because of access. And Colorado only banned it because they're trying to protect their market. So following them would be a huge mistake, in my opinion. It would just be awful for the industry as well, for both, and it would just monopolize it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, any questions for these witnesses?
Just real quick, and I respect the fact that you've got a lot of investment in these shops, and people have done that. This was foretold back in 19, though, if anybody was listening, that where we're at today would not be acceptable. That said, the free market is an awesome enterprise in its own right, and it works really well, but a lot of times we forget with corporate or business settings that there are actually people behind that making the decision. And when the conscience of those people making the decision on what that business is going to be in loses itself, then we end up with people getting hurt from it. But my question to you specifically, are you a licensed physician?
No, sir. I do have registered nurses that work at my location. We administer IV drips, and most of them have left the medical industry because of synthetics.
Are they qualified to prescribe?
No, what we're seeing now with doctors
So
is...
what I question when I hear people talk about the municipal benefits of it, and I don't dispute that there are people that feel better from some of it because maybe the dosage was right for that person that day. But we don't have a regulated product out there that you can point to consistently on any shelf. So when I hear owners tell me that it does all of these great medical things, and then we have a teacup, which is a licensed physician with all the science and the knowledge behind it to prescribe it, that's the distinction that's not being made here. We shouldn't be having this conversation today had 19 been done the way it was laid out. I'm just saying, you're not a licensed physician. You're not in a position of making
80% of my customers are referred to me by physicians with St. David's, Baylor, Scott & White, and also hospice nurses
that
are seeking alternatives. Also, VA doctors from the Cedar Park VA and the South Austin VA
What
are
I
running
need
out
to
of
do
options.
there, Mr. Chairman, is follow up and see if that 80% of those referrals from Baker, Scott & White and other facilities are registered as licensed physicians under the TCUP program.
So if there's any other questions for the witnesses, thank you each for being here. You're excused. The chair now calls Christopher Lewis, Nicholas Gresham, Lucas Gilkey, Piper Lindeen, Jake Gary. And we are looking for Christopher Lewis, Nicholas Gresham, Lucas Gilkey, Piper Lindeen, Jake Gary. We're close. Let me call a few more names that we'll be calling on the next panel. So I'll ask the following folks to be prepared to come down. We're looking for Colton Luther, Robin Goldstein, Sean Salvaje, Jessica Latham, Dr. Robert Marks. Okay, so I'm not going to call you to testify yet, but I'm going to see, is Mr. Lewis here? Is Christopher Lewis here? Okay. Is Nicholas Gresham here? Very good. And Lucas Gilkey? Very good. And Piper Lindeen?
Oops, sorry.
Jake Gary. Oh, very good. So we'll call Colton Luther. Is Colton Luther is here wishing to testify? Robin Goldstein. Sean Salvaje. Very good, very good. We'll see who gets here first. Thank you. Keep helping us out. That's great. Thank you. We're going to be looking for Jessica Latham and Robert Marks in a moment. And so we will begin this panel, and if one of the witnesses arrives, they can take that spot. And,
May I answer a question that was asked earlier before?
Well, in just a minute, I'm going to recognize you to give testimony, and you can use your time however you want to on the topics. And there may be other questions for you as well.
Okay.
And so with that, we'll go ahead and start over here and introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Piper Lindeen. Thank you for the committee for hearing today. I am a provider, a caregiver, and I have a master's degree from University of Maryland School of Pharmacy in cannabis science and therapeutics. So I do have a lot of answers for a lot of questions that you may have. Delta 8, how it responds in the body is it binds with less affinity on the CB receptors. It's knocked off more easily. That means it doesn't make you high as the other THC, and it is shorter and it's easy to interrupt, which can be interrupted with CBD. I want to start with, I'm opposed to SB3. I support 1505. I only support 1505 because I feel like any expansion to medical cannabis benefits patients. I am opposed to SB3 because it creates barriers for patients. We create our own endocannabinoids. We have anandamide and AG2, and we produce them in our breast milk, whether or not we consume cannabis. So are those cannabinoids also included in this ban? I mean, to me, this is unrealistic. My son is a medical cannabis patient. He began having seizures. He has severe epilepsy, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. He was having 6 to 60 seizures per day, with maybe 2 or 3 seizure-free days per month. Since cannabis, he has had reprieves from those seizures for 6 to 8 months out of the year, but that requires us, so he's the second registered teacup patient in this state. The first registered patient had to leave the state. Many registered patients have left the states. That's probably why you see so much attrition in the program. It's not because they're going to, they may be going to the black market, they may be going to the hemp market, but they're also leaving the state because we have horrible access here. So my son relapses several months out of the year. We don't know why. There are more than 150 cannabinoids. It's impossible for us to know, for anyone to know, without substantial cannabis science, what it takes to get him seizure-free. And so we have to go through trial and error whenever he relapses, get products from out of the state, try it, it fails, okay, let's try another one. So we're getting hemp through the Farm Bill from Oregon that qualifies within Texas right now, but it will not qualify. And I'm sorry for all of the mothers that got paraded up here before, but my son deserves a shot at life too. He didn't have a choice. He was 3 when he started having these severe seizures, and it's not fair. It's not fair for him to relapse and potentially lose his cognitive abilities, potentially lose his life. Those other kids were given a shot. My son deserves a shot at life. We need to start researching this and understanding how to treat people with this. This is why you see mixed results, because there's no focused research. There are people in Israel that are looking at cannabinoids to kill leukemia, okay, to kill leukemia. They have combinations of 3 cannabinoids that are doing that, but they don't have names for all of the cannabinoids. That's how little we know. That's how little we know, and how little we know it's because we're not making good informed decisions as legislators, because we're not seeking out the people who know things about cannabis and asking them questions and giving them time to explain.
Thank you.
My son deserves a shot at life.
Nicholas?
SB 3 will take that away from him.
Can I make a small request before I begin? Can all the committee members be back here for these testimonies? It's pretty insulting that they left.
I wish that was possible, but
Every time we go for these meetings, nobody will see us. Nobody talks to us when we go, when I visit your offices. I have a special needs child, and I have been doing
Ma'am,
this for 11
ma'am,
years. I've come to your
we hear
office.
you.
I never have met with you. I never have gotten the opportunity to talk to my own senator who chairs the Health and Human Services in 11 years. In 11 years. How do you not know?
Ma'am.
How do you not know how
Austin.
to legislate? It's
Austin,
because you don't listen.
ma'am, I do. Would you have DPS stand up there in the next outbreak, clear the gallery? You can stay, ma'am. I appreciate where you're at. I'm not sure why they're not eligible for TCUP.
No,
but
my son is on TCUP.
Okay.
My son is on TCUP,
Okay.
and it's complex, and he participates in TCUP because I don't want TCUP to go away.
And it's not.
It is not, but it could, okay?
It's not.
It doesn't mean it's effective for
And
everyone.
1505 did.
There are 156 different cannabinoids, sir. Do you know how many different combinations of medications that is? That's 7.47 times
Right.
to the
And I appreciate it. Ma'am, you can sit there, but if you don't quieten down and let the other witnesses testify, I will have to ask you to leave. and that's not what I want to do. And I welcome you to visit with me in my office. I was just fixing to tell you about your request. It is unfortunate, the time of session we are in, that every senator, 31 senators, are divided amongst 8 committees, and they're all meeting every day. And I am sorry that that does pull us away. I personally am supposed to be in a work group for finance at 2 o'clock on the jurisdictional committee subject matter that I'm supposed to be over. So I will have to leave, not because I don't want to hear your perspective, but because Senate duties, we are 31 members scattered out over 30 million people, and we have other duties besides this. So at that point, I wish it was possible that every senator could sit on every committee for full spectrum committee, but it's not possible.
Yes, sir. What would prevent that is sessions every year.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. So thank you for that. Ma'am,
All right, I'm ready.
Please contact my office. As far as the other issues you raised, I'm very accessible. I guess I miss it. And that is absolutely not true. Anybody that knows me, but that's a different subject matter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, legislators. My name is Nicholas Gresham. I'm one of the co-owners of East Texas Hemp Company, LLC, out of Anderson County, Texas. I'm a father of 3, and my 3rd child was born on February 4th of this year. She is currently in the NICU in Dallas with my wife, the other co-owner of our business. I understand this body has had a lapse of judgment due to their ignorance of the cannabis plant. Not writing an age limit into purchasing legal hemp products in House Bill 1325 shows that. If stores around this state are selling to children, it's the legislators' fault for not adding that verbiage into the bill. Myself and many other responsible retailers understood the shortfalls of this body and remained vigilant in ensuring only those at least 21 years of age and older could become clients. Not requiring standalone licensing allowed vape shops, head shops, gas stations, grocery stores, and liquor stores to put cannabis products on their shelves. These employees' ignorance of cannabis in these establishments led to consumers hearing wild things about cannabis, saying things such as Delta-8 THC isn't real THC, so they won't fail a drug test from its consumption, which is an outright lie. This misinformation harmed many Texans. Instead of ripping the carpet out from underneath a $10 billion tax revenue source, work with industry leaders like myself and many others in this place today to put some common sense regulations on the hemp industry. Trying to cram market legal THC toothpaste back into the tube will send millions of law-abiding Texans back into the black market, riddled with cartel cannabis laced with fentanyl and many other harmful toxins. Many of these consumers are service veterans and seniors across this state that tend to vote conservative. I have more than 5 doctors across East Texas that trust me with their patients' cannabis health. Don't close my doors to them. Recent polls show at least 70% of Texans want legal cannabis in this state. So the passage of Senate Bill 3 goes against the will of Texans. Put this issue on a ballot and let Texans decide. 1 minute left. Senate Bill 1505 is a slap in the face to the over 7,000 licensed hemp stores across Texas. Destroying our market and only allowing 6 new licensed teacup retailers ensures the cannabis industry in Texas is handed to the super wealthy that can afford the outrageous licensing fees. If you want to expand the teacup program, allow a minimum of 5,000 new licenses and make the fees affordable to those that make less than $500,000 a year. Also take the reins off the doctors and let them recommend patient-specific dosages. Everyone's endocannabinoid system is different, and every individual can handle various levels of THC. Cancer patients need roughly 1,000 milligrams a day to send cancer into remission. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Jake Gary, and I'm the CEO of Fresh Grown Texas and Drops of Life CBD. We are a Texas-based company. According to TDA and the USDA, we grow the most hemp here in Texas, and I'm here to speak on opposing Bill SB 3. I am 100% for the regulation. I'm 100% to help the state show the structure that it needs, like I've done in the medical cannabis industry in New Mexico. I've worked with the Department of Health for over 20 years to landscape this industry to create one of the most successful blueprints in the United States. We have offered the state our resources, our time, energy, and money to do this absolutely free to ensure that both of these industries do thrive in Texas. Now, I speak on behalf of the growers in this state, the manufacturers, and the consumers. All SP3 will do is kill an industry that is thriving and take away jobs from hardworking Texans. As you can see right now, California is issuing the same ban on hemp-derived THC products, and they now have to have Homeland Security enforce this because they do not have enough manpower in their form of DSHS to ensure this. Everything that's going on in our state with human trafficking, fentanyl, and all the drug overdoses, can we really afford to have Homeland Security come and shut down hemp stores? I don't think we do. Now, I think that we could come to a common ground and work together as individuals to see a common ground here on what we're trying to establish. Preventing these products from being in Texas, the people inside of Texas that grow, manufacture, and produce aren't making the products that you're trying to ban. If you really wanted to win on both sides, and all you'd have to do is create a market that states that only Texas-made products could sell in this state, because then that bans anybody else outside of the state from manufacturing the products that you guys are trying to ban. I'm here to urge you guys, for the veterans, my nephew who has epilepsy, who's 15 years old, who depends on the hemp full-spectrum gummy that I make in order not to have those seizures. If you try to isolate CBD and CBG, you can't cultivate just CBD or CBG. And as an industry expert who has bred cannabis and hemp for the last 20 years legally, successfully, I'm the one that the experts bring in to teach these doctors about the endocannabinoid system. It's funny because a lot of the medical cannabis doctors didn't even get taught about the endocannabinoid system because there wasn't even a chapter on it until the 90s. I'm the expert that they bring in to teach them how it affects the body, and I don't even have a college degree. So with that being said, I'm also for the expansion of SB 1505 for the simple fact that I also hold a cannabis application in the state as well. All I want to do is create access in good medicine for the state of Texans. We are here to work on the compliance. We are here to provide a structure, and we are here to help. My name is Jake Gary, and that's what I'm here to say today.
Next witness.
My name is Lucas Gilkey. I'm a veteran, and as my young adult, I spent a lot of time with the War on Drugs at a unit in San Diego with the United States Coast Guard. I'm here representing Sky Marketing, doing business as hometown here within the state of Texas, and we're currently involved in a lawsuit with the state of Texas. Chairman Hughes, Senators, thank you for your time. I've yet to hear an accurate number regarding what SB3 will cost the state of Texas. SB3 is a killer by design meant to destroy an industry legalized in Texas in 2019 and federally in 2018. There are two very important numbers to consider. The first is simple to calculate and is based on the state's sales and use tax rate of 6.25%. The Texas hemp industry had $4.1 billion in sales in 2024. $4.1 billion times 6.25% equals just over $256 million in state retail sales tax revenue. Keep in mind that does not include the variable local sales and use tax that will also be lost and will impact local budgets throughout the state. The second number is the unemployment cost of firing 49,000 employees in the Texas hemp industry as of 2024. The average hourly wage reflective of these 49,000 employees is $19.17 per hour. Using the Texas Workforce Commission's unemployment benefits estimator, the estimated total possible benefits per employee is $10,374 over a period of 26 weeks. $10,374 times 49,000 employees is just over $508 million that the state of Texas will be responsible for paying to law-abiding citizens left unemployed thanks to SB 3. Between the lost sales tax revenue and the unemployment benefits cost, SB 3 has the potential to cost the state of Texas more than $764 million. Again, $764 million in the 12 months following the implementation of SB 3. Voting in support of SB 3 will also mean voting to cost the state of Texas $764 million in unnecessary costs. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm also giving testimony on 1505. I'm against SB 3 and 1505, just to be clear. Chairman Hughes and Senators, today this committee will hear testimony regarding SB 3, which seeks to ban our federally and state legal industry, as well as SB 1505, which seeks to expand access and delivery methods of federally illegal marijuana, a Schedule I controlled substance. Expansion of the state marijuana program, which benefits a monopoly of 3 businesses, is being considered, while simultaneously this committee entertains eliminating 49,000 jobs in the hemp industry. Despite the recent narrative, the Texas hemp industry was legalized and regulated by the Texas legislature in 2019 and helps tens of thousands of adult consumers, including veterans like me. Federally illegal marijuana is not our industry, and if you want to expand on its sale and distribution, of course you are free to do so, but why must it be at the expense of the entire hemp industry? Is there some hidden motivation at work here? Why is state public policy picking winners and losers? Any of the three monopoly participants in the Teacup program could easily add compliant hemp products to their portfolio to stop their financial losses. Instead, the state is considering financially supporting a monopoly that could easily solve its own problems, and the question is why? SB 1505 does not add criminal penalties for this federally illegal Schedule I drug, but will create felons and criminals of a state and significantly a federal legal compliant hemp product. This appears on its face to be a hypocritical stance, and Texans deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Nah, I'm not even. No, I'm good. Ms. Linden, I just ask that you get to my office and we'll see what we can do with respect to your son in the Teacup program and make sure, I know he's in there, just if there's things in there that can be better, we're willing to hear those. As far as the others go, I really don't have any comments. I have a mom that testified today that her label is Texas products that sent my son into psychosis. 2 packages are from Hometown Heroes, but other than that,
Thank you each for your testimony. You're excused. We're going to continue public testimony, and of course, all the testimony taken in the Texas Senate is broadcast live on the internet, just like this testimony. It's all public, and it's open to the public so long as the public does not interfere with the testimony and with the proceedings going on. So we'll continue. We had previously called Colton Luther, Robin Goldstein, Sean Salvaje, and Jessica Latham. And we're going to give names to the sergeant, ask him to go out in the hall and call these names as we go. We're not testifying yet, but give us your names just for our housekeeping.
I'm Colton Luther.
Welcome.
Robin Goldstein.
Okay, you guys hold tight. We're going to get a few more. All right, the sergeants are going to bring in some more witnesses, but we will go ahead and get underway. And so Mr. Goldstein, you're on my left, your right, so we normally start there. So please introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Robin Goldstein, and I'm a cannabis economist. I direct the Cannabis Economics Group at UC Davis, where I'm on the research faculty in the Department of Agricultural Economics. And since 2015, my work is focused on the impacts of evaluating the impacts of cannabis and hemp regulations across the country. So first, I want to make a few comments about SB3. One of the things that I've learned in my research over the years is that, interestingly, prohibiting versus legalizing cannabis, whether it's medical or recreational or hemp, it doesn't have a big impact on total use rates. That's what the statistics, that's what the data tell us. What it does have a big impact on, though, is where the cannabis comes from. And so whether cannabis comes from the legal market or the illegal market is the big determining question of policy. And so in Texas, before legal hemp arose, the 5 million or so Texans who consume cannabis regularly were getting all of their cannabis from the illegal market, all from illegal dealers. And illegal drugs are more dangerous than legal ones. That's true across industries. You know, many are untested, unsafe, unlabeled or mislabeled. They can be contaminated. And a lot of the stories we've heard and the risks are very real, and it's very important that cannabis especially be labeled with potency and that a consumer knows what they're getting in a package. That's the #1 safety issue. And so, and in addition to the safety of the products themselves, illegal drugs, illegal drug dealers, and the kind of crime syndicates behind them, you know, bring violence and problems to peaceful communities. So these are important issues. So today, the people who have abandoned the illegal market and are moving to buying hemp from legal stores represents a big shift in Texas away from the illegal market and into an above-ground legal market. Now, it's very clear, and especially given a lot of the stories we've heard today and research I've done, that it's not the legal hemp market is not correctly regulated yet. It's barely regulated at all. There are certain safeguards in place, but for instance, there aren't age limits or other important regulations. So, but the biggest effect so far of the rise of legal hemp has actually been a big increase in public safety because so much of the product has moved out of the illegal market and into a legal one that's not yet regulated sufficiently. And so my view is that Texas needs to implement the regulations necessary to prevent large doses, to have correct labeling and testing, the kind of stuff that is in SB3, in fact. But the problem with SB3 is that its safety regulations apply to only 5% of the market, which is the CBD and CBG products, and not to the 95% of the markets, which is THC. So finally, one comment on SB 1505. To me, that's an essential step to make them, so I'm here in support of SB 1505. To me, that's an essential step to make the medical market competitive with other cannabis markets. Inhalables are in my research shows that 90% of the market is inhalables, only 10% is edibles, and so by opening inhalables to medical, it's expanding that access and coverage in a much needed way. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. We may have questions after we've heard from both witnesses. Mr. Luther, I believe, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Yeah, my name is Colton Luther. I'm a 6th-generation Texan from Hempstead, Texas, and I am actually against both SB3 and 1505. So I am an entrepreneur in both the agriculture section and the manufacturing section of hemp products, and I strongly oppose both SB3 and SB 1505. Not because I oppose reasonable regulation, but because these bills would eliminate a thriving legal industry, restrict consumer choice, and fuel illicit markets. A lot of what I have in here is just repeating what has been heard today, but millions of Texans, including veterans, farmers, and senior citizens, have chosen legal
regulated hemp products over participation in TCUP. For over 6 years, Texans have overwhelmingly refused TCUP, despite it being available since 2017. Texans do not want to hand over private medical records, pay high prices, or navigate bureaucratic hurdles just to access a naturally occurring plant compound that is already legal and available through hemp-derived products. If the goal of SB3 is to protect Texans, an outright ban will have the opposite effect. And when Texas bans licensed third-party tested products, consumers don't stop buying them. They instead turn to unregulated sources. Texas law enforcement also testified that they already struggle with enforcing bans and resources, and this will do the exact same thing. Simple regulation and enforcement, not prohibition, is the sensible path forward. Never did I think in my 29 years as a Texan that I would see Texas want to follow down the path of states like California, banning legal items and promoting illegal ones. So many contradictions in these bills that as they are proposed, and the testimonies given today, I believe, from experts were weak. The VA does not approve cannabis for PTSD, yet other people testify that it does and that they're treating that explicitly. Hemp is federally legal. Marijuana is federally illegal. These law enforcement officials want less confusion and more resources, yet banning hemp would pull attention and resources from real crime and real public safety. Other mothers have testified, speaking on the fact that their adult children have made their own bad decisions, whatever consequences may come. That is a fact. I am also a fully grown adult who only tried legal THC products over the age of 21, and here I am, successful as a business owner and college educated, standing before you. I tried THC products from all markets, all over the United States, and after the age of 21, I again stand here before you, alive and well, college educated. The $8 billion that was spent, and if there's truly that much demand out there for these cannabinoids and these types of products, why was that money not spent inside of the TCUP program? That is my question. Thank you. I'll take any questions from the committee.
And thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for either of these witnesses? Thank you both for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Senators, as we continue to hear from witnesses and arrange for the next panel, we have a motion in writing from Senator Betancourt. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion in writing? Hearing none, motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you, Senator. As we continue public testimony on Senate Bill 3 and Senate Bill 1505, the chair calls Sean Salvaje, Dr. Robert Marks, Brian Dombrowski, Sheila Hemphill, Jesse Williams. Again, we are looking for Sean Salvaje, Dr. Robert Marks, Brian Dombrowski, Sheila Hemphill, Jesse Williams, and shortly we'll be looking for Scott Van Landingham, Elizabeth Cross. So we'll try to continue to move witnesses through so that everyone gets an opportunity to testify without any interruptions from anything that they want to share with us. And so we will begin and start over on my left, your right. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Brian Dombrowski. I was the altar boy with the Dare Bear, but I come here before you today as a veteran and a former teacup patient. Someone who, like countless others, have been failed by our teacup program and turned to hemp instead. So what I want to do with my 2 minutes is connect the dots. You see, SB 3 and SB 1505 were released the same day. We all saw SB 3 coming. Its sole purpose is to kill the hemp industry. But what about SB 3 coupled with SB 1505? I'll tell you. SB 1505 is meant to give the keys of the kingdom over to the Canadian cartel that is now known as Texas Original. Unfortunately, SB 1505 will not fix the teacup program, not this year or next year. Although it will move things in the right direction, we will still have more of the same. The same people who have done everything they can to crush and eliminate their competition will be further empowered. Good Blend will probably get scraps, and Fluent will probably lose their license. No new teacup licenses will be awarded because these corporations will continue to lobby against competition to protect their bottom line. While these corporate cannabis conglomerates have hired former Texas chiefs of staff to do their lobbying to kill hemp, the patients of Texas have continued to suffer. Those are the facts as I see it. Also, with rumors spreading that the teacup RFP from 2 years ago will be canceled and 130 teacup applicants will be left wanting, just like the patients. So before we move forward and kill the hemp industry with SB 3, please understand the devil's lettuce is in the details. It's not about the kids. It's not about safe medicine. It's about the bottom line. And the worst part, the company behind this power grab no longer deserves to have Texas in their name. If they truly cared about the patients of Texas, they would be offering both. So please regulate and do not decimate hemp, and truly expand the teacup program without furthering the monopoly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, ma'am. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Or if you're ready, we can come back to you.
Yeah, please.
We'll come back to you. You sat down. Go ahead. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Oh, wait, me?
Yes, sir. The guy in the white coat.
Okay.
Okay, I'm Dr. Robert Marks. I'm a pain management physician here in Austin. I am one of the 2 physicians on the Texas Department of Public Safety's teacup work group. I'm the medical director of Good Blend. I have been on the advisory committee and continue as sort of an official advisor to Texas Original Compassionate Cultivation. I also have practice, sort of a partial practice within my practice, Texas Herb Clinic, and also actually have Texas Herb Center as one of my businesses where we sell non-intoxicating CBD products, including products primarily with 0 THC. I'm not looking to get people high. Thank you. I'm actually speaking in support of both bills. Contrary to what many might think, I'm here as a physician, as a doctor, and I'm looking out for the safety of our patients, of my patients and everybody in this room, quite frankly. The 1505, unquestionably, unequivocally, the things that have been problems with medical cannabis in this state have been the inability to be able to store products elsewhere, which was making it impossible to be able to provide service to areas in many parts of Texas, also kept the costs really high. lack of rapid onset products, primarily by pulmonary inhalation, has made it challenging for patients that need rapid onset, such as chemotherapy-induced nausea, vomiting, or somebody that just woke up and had some sort of trigger from their PTSD, or somebody with an onset of a seizure. Absolutely critical. I do agree with what many people have said about the dosing cap of 5 milligrams being a bit low. At the same time, I recognize that it's something that can be worked with. Doctors can prescribe more even if they're not able to provide more per dose. I think it may be something to consider at least looking into. But the medical program goes hand in hand with SB3 because the research that people are talking about with SB3 killing will go to the medical program. In terms of SB3 and my support, to be clear, I am not here to say that cannabis is dangerous. Frankly, it's not. It doesn't kill people, but it does have drawbacks. And I talk to my patients about the drawbacks. It can impact memory, it can impact thinking. Also, the byproducts that we don't necessarily consider. Vaping brings very hot substances into the lungs that can cause other issues that are not necessarily directly associated with the actual medicine. But unregulated production of synthetic over-the-counter medicine is dangerous. If Tylenol was banned and companies were able to start coming out with some variation of Tylenol and selling it to our children at gas stations, nobody would be okay with that. The business side, the economics, the jobs, the fact that people enjoy it, the hemp industry has a lot of benefits in that regard. But in terms of what we really need to be focusing on is the safety of our patients. And as much as I hate to regulate the program or to regulate hemp to the point that it kills hemp, I think there are so many loopholes in the laws that if you don't have an extremely, extremely challenging threshold for people to be able to exploit the laws and sell dangerous products, we need to have something that bans it all together until we put our heads together and or the federal government ultimately makes this whole thing recreational and legal, which I think is the long-term inevitability whether we like it or not. But until then, we just gotta be safe. I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll get to the end. Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. And we're going to ask all the witnesses to hold tight after you testify because we may have questions for all of you or any of you at the end. So go ahead, ma'am. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Salvaje. I'm a military veteran. I used to work for the Secretary of the Air Force in the Department of Defense for over a decade. And I am now, since our last legislative session, a pro bono lobbyist. I am here right now representing myself. There's some question as to whether I'll be allowed to represent those who have hired me to speak for them for no money. It's disappointing to see that Senator Perry is not in the room as the author of the bill. There's a few things that I'm concerned about as a mother, as a Texan, and as a patient who uses these products. One is that by only allowing CBD and CBG, you are effectively banning THCV. THCV actually counters the psychoactive effects of THC. This is a new study that has come out recently, and you might ask, well, why haven't we received these studies before? Because of prohibition and the DEA limiting and restricting scientific research. The industry in other states is catching up, and we're finding that molecules like THCV can actually counteract the psychoactive effects. So what SB3 does is ban the very molecule that could be your solution. It's in the military, we like to gather all information and facts, and I've also become a professional mediator and arbitrator, so part of my regular duty as a good Texan and as a veteran is to hear both sides of an equation and help parties come to some form of mutual understanding and resolution. That's what we're seeking, right? Especially as we make laws. This bill does not find any resolution. It's disappointing to hear that the good actors who are in this room, because the bad actors who are doing what Senator Perry has spoken of, they're not here in the room. You are alienating good Texans, veterans, and business owners who want to support legislators in creating healthy law, and they want to develop scientific research. You're effectively calling them drug dealers. Early on in this session, I find that disheartening because we're here to come to the table. As a veteran, I'm supposed to maintain an air of neutrality look at the facts, and determine what actually serves the well-being of the people. That's what I signed up for as a military person. That's what I do now as a good Texan, as a mother, and as a consumer. If you pass this bill, you will be criminalizing veterans and mothers and patients. We cannot recriminalize people when you have already given them permission to buy these products and the market demand asks that hemp farmers and producers manufacture them. So against SB 3, as far as SB 1505, yes, it's a step forward, but it does create a medical monopoly. I would urge the Senate to consider SB 170 and to work. I don't know what the issues are that prevent Senator Perry or Senator Menendez from working together. SB 170 is a comprehensive medical bill. I understand I'm out of time. I just was hoping to have 2 minutes on each topic. I am available for questions and would be happy to meet with all
Thank you
of
for your
you,
testimony very much.
including Senator,
Thank you for your
especially
testimony.
Senator Perry.
There are a lot of witnesses waiting in line. Those who are here on both bills get more time than those here on one bill, and we gave you a minute more than that, so thank you. Ms. Hemphill, introduce yourself. Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and this committee. If we could get this document around, please, as it is graphic, and it's helpful if you'll have the graphic,
Get
please.
a little closer to the mic as you testify.
Okay. Can I start my time till you?
Get a little closer to the mic. We'll take care of that.
Thank you so much. My name is Sheila Hemphill with Texas Right to Know. I also represent myself as the then Texas Hemp Industries Association Executive Director starting in 2015 that helped bring this bill to pass in Texas. Its intent was to help revitalize rural economies and bring desperately needed medicine to the population whose options are hideous, especially in regard to children's seizures that often result in barbiturates, which are addictive. Barbiturates that control your respiratory and your heart rate and will cause you to overdose, which you cannot do from cannabis. You'll have to forgive my presentation, as I have been the person diagnosed bipolar 30 years ago. I have been the one in the psychiatric ward 3 times. I brought my medicine today because I've been eating carnivore for a year, and it's been the best thing that I thought took care of my PTSD until 15 minutes ago. So I am recovering from a panic attack in the back room 15 minutes because my trigger is empathy. I don't just hear people's problems, I feel them to the core, and it has broken me, and yet I've learned. I could have barely been easy being the one screaming and have to be hauled out, because I've done that too. After the Republican convention in 2014 about medical cannabis, yeah. They don't tell you when you go into emergency room that you have the right to remain silent. So I would recommend don't try to talk your way out of an ER doctor of why you're in there. You need a sedative. This structure is so broken that and it's not just Senator Perry, and I will tell everyone, Senator Perry is possibly one of your greatest advocates of holding Big Pharma and insurance accountable during these questions. Senator Hughes is one of the kindest chairs you will ever see and experience. So the aspect that we're getting more minutes like this is at his discretion, and I appreciate it. We can fix this in an amenable, but it's gonna take everyone. It's gonna take the industry. Law enforcement has problems about being able to test it. They're using the wrong testing equipment. We need better testing equipment that can tell you exactly down to the precision of what's in these products. I have proposed numerous times that the industry needs to provide the testing available at AgriLife facilities that are all across the state. Your farmers could take in their product, test their product. The consumer, if they're concerned, test the product. And if they're guilty, prosecute them. How much did we hear? This product's over, this product was illegal, this product was illegal. DAs won't prosecute. Well, you have bigger problems than just a product. But right now, let me tell you, I'm into visuals. When you take an isolate, Senator Hughes, if you call me and say, Sheila, my battery's down, that's no problem. I'll come jump you off. And I come with this. Am I going to be very successful jumping off of your battery? No, because it's a two-way system. If you look on the back of your chart, you will see that we have our God-given endocannabinoid system that's in every mammal. It is a system that is two-way. You take out that little portion of THC and you're going to have an isolate. You talk to the people that are in the industry, it is an ugly process to get an isolate. It is not a natural product. We need the combination. The industry needs to provide this testing. Consumers need to go and make sure that it's safe. They need to stop the deception of this disgusting product marketing. There are solutions. If anybody would listen, and I'm kind of pulling it together because I went and ate my good fats. So
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hemphill. We'll continue to read the materials and work with you. Thank you for your
I
testimony.
think the industry can help solve
Thank you for your
this.
testimony. And ma'am, we gave you a little time to get ready. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead. No, ma'am. We're on to this witness now. Ms. Hemphill, we're on to this witness now. You've been here enough times to know the rules. A lot of people are waiting to testify. Come on. Thank you. Go ahead. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
I'm Liz Cross. I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner.
Get a little closer to the microphone.
Sorry. I'm Liz Cross. I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner here in Austin. I work with Child Neurology Consultants of Austin. I have been in the industry for the last 5 years serving the pediatric population. I also sit on the Teacup DPS working group, and I have graduated with a master's degree in medical cannabis science and therapeutics from the from University of Maryland School of Pharmacology in 2023. I stand here really to advocate for my patients. The pediatric population is what really started this program here in Texas with epilepsy. I want to continue this program for my patients. The kids are the ones who really are the ones that lost when these medications get changed or we don't have access to them. I need these products to remain regulated and to remain clean with good access to these kids. I support the 1505 bill to be able to have better access through the state. I also think while the 5% cap or the 5 milligram cap is okay for my pediatric patients, I do have teenagers, adolescents, and young adults who that is going to be on the low side as a dose, but as Dr. Marks pointed out, there are other ways we can deal with that. That being said, my concerns with 1505 are the patient's concerns, and the families that I have heard from have said they're worried about CPS involvement. They're worried about how there's nothing in here that talks about that being a safeguard for them if they choose to enroll their patients or their children in this program. And then additionally, DPS has not provided them any formal written recommendation or written formal documentation that states that they do have children in this program. As it stands right now, DPS will only provide that written proof to a state industry when they are asked for it. So that is after CPS is involved and potentially children are already removed from the homes. This is a big concern for my patients. When we talk about Senate Bill 3, my big concern is there are patients who do not qualify for the Teacup program in the pediatric population or are too concerned about these laws that they're going to get in trouble having their kids in the program. So they rely on big hemp industries such as Charlotte's Web, Lazarus Naturals, to name a few. Both of these have products that contain THC. They will then struggle with the decision of whether to give their patient or their child a medication that has been helping them effectively for the last 2, 3, 5 years versus getting in trouble in the state of Texas. This is a real concern for them. They're going to be torn of potentially losing their child or having a CPS case on them versus treating their child that has been effective for the last several years.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Betancourt, you have the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheila, I need a targeted answer to this because you have a point that I need to understand. Okay, what is the difference between DPS testing and Texas AgriLife testing? You mentioned it. What's the difference between the two?
it could be an intermediary. I know that DPS forensic labs are overwhelmed with materials. If the consumer knew, and better yet, the vendors marketing these materials knew that I could walk in without every product and have it tested as a preliminary evaluation, then if this preliminary at AgriLife showed hot, then it could be progressed onto the criminal forensic lab and prosecution. It would be an intermediary step. It could be utilized by the consumer. It could be utilized by the farmers. The industry can pay for it, get some lab equipment, train some people, and have good outcomes. Don't take away the attribute that even makes it worse. Don't isolate. Thank you.
Okay, right, Sheila. So
Yes, sir.
what you're suggesting is an intermediate testing step.
Yes.
Right? To use an AgriLife as an indicator before it's sent to the criminal lab.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Just want to make sure I understood.
It'd be great for the growers as well, because THC is a defense mechanism, and if you get drought, even in your fields that are necessarily for hemp, not very often, but it could. It's a defense mechanism. It could help everyone.
Okay, Sheila, that I understand. I just need to understand that the technical point. If I could go to the pediatric doctor, could I ask, give me an example of exactly of a patient that couldn't qualify for the teacups
That could qualify?
or could not qualify?
That could not qualify.
Right, that you have.
Yeah, so there's some patients who do come to us who have headaches. They do not qualify, who have other neurologic pains, who do not qualify. And then there's some people who have refrained from the teacup program, concerned that there's not safeguards in place to be able to have products that have a higher content of THC.
Okay, so if I can understand it, you've got a cohort that has other neurological problems and therefore can't qualify for it?
Yes, there are people who do not qualify.
Okay, and then the other side is you have people that are concerned about
Safety implications or legal implications of using it.
the legal implications.
Correct.
Because the downside is,
Because if their child tests positive for THC in an ER setting, they're chronically ill, they do go to the ER. If they have autism or something else,
Right.
then they might be tested because they're not acting, quote, normal, neurotypical. And if they get tested for THC and they're not part of the program, then that's something that would pop up.
okay. Doctor, back to the point that you made, you said that there were side effects that you were concerned about. I think there were 3. Could you go over those again? Just the whole program?
Yes, sir. I was just kind of bouncing them off just from my mind. I mean, but people that are chronically using cannabis, I mean, there's weight gain from just eating a lot, memory issues over time. When people get high, even if they're using it for medicinal purposes, there's still some degree of highness. I mean, you get a little bit of a tolerance over time, and you might not necessarily be as high as a kite like you sort of think about in some of the movies, but it still has some impact on the way our brains think.
No, the studies I've seen, especially in Colorado, that you have people that are still high Monday morning that are headed to work, and they have a higher incidence of traffic accidents, et cetera, especially like in towns like Colorado Springs and others. So I've seen some of that information as well as anecdotal. Let me go over the memory loss scenario. Is that something that's documented with enough studies? Or is this not just memory loss, but is it potential for other neurological disorders at that point? Because memory loss affects a great many things.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that last part.
Memory loss would affect a great many things in the brain. So that I'm just trying to, understand what's the downside after memory loss? What's the next step that can occur?
I mean, in terms of long term, impact on relationships, economics. I mean, I think of memory loss as kind of everything in life.
Is it a precursor to dementia, or do we have a link on that yet, or not?
I believe there's some, but I'm not 100% certain on the specific research. I could look at, I could certainly get back to you if you're interested.
Okay, I would. And for the pediatric doctor, same question. Besides memory loss,
Long-term effects?
yes.
So I will tell you that in my practice with the patients that I treat, most of them don't have, I'm going to say 100% neurologically normal working brains.
So it's not right. So it's,
So
you
most
you
of
don't
the
have a
time-
normal cohort, so you're dealing with a different.
Correct,
group,
and
right?
most of the time with epilepsy, if we stop having seizures, then we have a more normal cognitive function, and same with autism. Actually, there's some research that shows that this actually neutralizes and makes them have a more neurocognitive working brain.
There's no question that the cannabis oil for epileptic patients was a major improvement for the quality of life for them, right? And I guess I'm trying to understand, because Doctor, you had mentioned that there was, different versions of this that didn't have active substances. I think that's pretty well used around for many, especially many children and young adults as well. But obviously, we've got an issue with Delta 8 and Delta 10 type of concentrated products that are being sold like popcorn, out of, gas stations across the state. So, I don't think anybody here is advocating that at this point in time.
Well, if I can actually testify to my personal experience I have a neurological condition and PTSD and a couple other things after multiple years of service in a tour in Afghanistan. My gas station does carry hemp products, and when I can't afford the teacup program. If even at the recommendation in 1505, my expense would be in the thousands of dollars instead of what I'm spending now, which is about $300 a month on hemp products that are providing an alternative. Every morning I wake up with numb hands and feet. This is from my combat deployment. And I take a THCV gummy. It helps with that. I could tell you I am constantly
Right, and you're
medicated.
taking one that has a legal limit in it, right? Or
With THCV, it actually doesn't, so there's a
with the
misunderstanding.
V version, it doesn't have it, right? That's what.
With the V version, that doesn't contain THC, but we're conflating THCA, THCV, and THC. So we have to be really mindful about that. I do go, when I can't go into the city or I can't get access to Good Blend products, which would cost me an amount, and I hope that we can see medical expansion so to reduce those costs, I do go to convenience stores. Having worked with the industry to be a good shepherd, what I have found is that many of the operators who are selling out of convenience stores, they are just providing what consumers are demanding, and it would be on us to provide education and resources.
You mentioned that in your testimony. Now, just one last question.
answering your
Even though you have PTSD, you would not qualify for teacup?
I do, but it is not comprehensive enough to actually treat my symptoms, and the cost would be exorbitant. I'm a single parent, and the provider for my family, we're talking about multiple thousands of dollars versus a couple hundred.
Okay.
And if we expanded the teacup program to more than 6 licenses, as SB 170 suggests, that would reduce those costs. It would help significantly, but I'm worried about outlawing molecules that actually counteract the psychoactivity of THC, like THCV.
Thank you. You made your
CBD.
point. Okay, thank you. All right.
Senator Bitcourt, I am a Class A misdemeanor. What do we do with these products that are out there? Are we going to put law enforcement in to coming and looking at my cupboard? What do we do with them? I can't tell you how many I've given away here in this building. You might check your desk.
Good.
Thank you. Oh, sir, I am against SB 3 and 4, 1505. I wanted to make sure I
Sheila,
got
that much we figured.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have your registration. Thanks, Ms. Hemphill. Senators, any other questions? Doctor?
I just wanted to touch upon the economics with what would happen here with both of these bills actually passing. Is so many people that are currently utilizing products from the hemp industry will inevitably end up moving toward the teacup program. By the teacup program being able to provide products and store products overnight in other locations throughout Texas and having higher demand, which has been a huge problem. The majority, like over 90% of people that join the program end up leaving the program because hemp is cheaper. So the program would actually have an infusion of enough patients along with products that are good enough and well enough regulated with good enough quality to be able to provide reasonable pricing and quality products for everybody in the state. What I have seen, and I just didn't get to mention it in my other minutes, but I've had multiple doctors text me photos of fake dispensaries that are hemp shops. I mean, one of my buddies, orthopedic surgeon, he texted me, said, hey, looks like one of those dispensaries is opening up in my neighborhood for your patients. And I looked, it was some sketchy place, but they write cannabis dispensary on it. And that deception, when I'm seeing people that are our parents' age, people that are scared of cannabinoids and have been forever, and understandably so, but if they're gonna dive into it, they wanna make sure that they're getting an organic, real product. And these companies, unfortunately, are not selling actual
No,
organic
there's a lot of
products.
false fronts at this point.
There's a lot of falsities out there.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, Doctor, thanks for that. And I can speak for the author and everyone here when I say that the goal of these two bills together is just what you described, get folks the help they need in the safest, most effective way while protecting children and in the process. So thank you each for your testimony. Thank you for being here. You're excused. Thank you. Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, I will never go back to the teacup program. They have failed me. I won't go back to a restaurant that I don't like because they have failed me. And there are tens of thousands of people that have walked away from the teacup program and will not get back. We need an alternative, please.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. You're excused. Thank you very much. We had previously called Jesse Williams and Scott Van Landingham. And so we'll want to give them another opportunity if Jesse Williams is here and Scott Van Landingham. Then we're also going to be looking for Scott Stubbs, for Alicia Jaffrey, for Erica Sanchez. Sit down anywhere. Make yourself comfortable. Erica Sanchez, Ashikur Rahman, Ekra Ahmed. So if I called your name, make your way down here. If we don't have seats for you, we'll get you on the next panel. We're looking for Scott Stubbs, Alicia Jaffrey, Erica Sanchez, Ashikur Rahman, and Ekra Ahmed. And we'll begin testimony with the witnesses we have here. And ma'am, if you are ready, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Erica Sanchez. I'm from New Braunfels, Texas. I am a graduate of Texas Tech University. I grew up in San Antonio. I was an elementary school teacher for 15 years, and now I own a cannabis store. We label it as a wellness boutique because we do not sell anything in there that is a smokable. We do a lot of gummies. We do a lot of topicals. And the people that we're helping are going to be your suburban moms who are overwhelmed with life, and your 65 and older community who are striving to get themselves off of pharmaceutical medications. My own family has been touched by this when my beautiful 8-year-old then son, well, he's still a son, but he's not 8 anymore, was diagnosed with anxiety after COVID. His pediatrician's first response was to put him on an antidepressant. After reading countless side effects, we just thought this can't be the best option. And so very reluctantly, we went into the cannabis field and found that it was, for lack of better words, a miracle for us. I also grew up with a father who was in a motorcycle accident, and he was on naproxen, Percocet, hydrocodone, and he was a less than kind man, and he drank a lot to subdue his pain. I don't want to call him an addict because I don't believe that's what he was. But now that he has the option for THC, he is no longer drinking. He is no longer somebody who is hooked on these prescription medications. And at 43, I can finally have a relationship with this man who I desperately wanted one as a child. So I think it's important to really see the benefits to people who are not taking advantage of it. And I think that there are a lot of ways for us to regulate, especially the chemicals and the nastiness that goes into a lot of products. It's not necessarily across the board because it's something we take very seriously in the products that we sell in our store.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Jesse Williams. I'm here testifying on my own behalf in a DAV Chapter 219, Sergeant James W. Allen. I am the legislative adjutant and the patient advocate for that chapter. My background is I was a nuclear power plant operator in the Navy, and I've met with you, Senator Hughes, before, and I would say that I'm been very blessed since our last meeting because I went through a double lung transplant in September. And I have this unique position right now where I'm not allowed to be on any cannabis product whatsoever because of how it interferes with transplant medications. And it is something that I'm glad that I said testifying on 1505, that I'm glad that we're reinforcing the idea of research. We definitely need to be able to do trials to see how these types of things interact with the medications like tacrolimus, otherwise known as Prograf. They told me when I got into this and I started doing my workup, they said, you can't be on these products. It interferes with the medications. I'm like, fine, I get it. But it definitely took a toll on the fact that I also have rheumatoid arthritis. And when it comes down to it, no provider, I can tell you, ever wants to have their patient consistently on prednisone if they don't have to be on it. And NSAIDs are a no-go usually during this. Cannabis is its own little wonderful product. It somehow just doesn't interact that way. And we have a good lead on why. We need to be able to dial and fine tune. And I wish that Texas was willing to compete with places like University of Wisconsin in trying to be #1 at medical items like this. I'd love to see Baylor in some sort of competition trying to figure out how they can fine tune medicine to help people like myself, help people like the veterans that are at my chapter. Because I can tell you, especially with SB3, which I'd say against with how it's written right now, is that these individuals are not using it to get high, as some people have said. They're not using it to be intoxicated. They use it because they have symptoms it alleviates. And we even run into patients where, I won't say patients, but veterans who, or even like my son who has autism, they're not high from this. This is almost like a rectifier for what's going on. They're having these seizures in their head that once they take this medication, they're not high. They're normal operators like you and I. It is just the balance they need, and we fine tune it. Everybody does. Everybody's, oh, you could take too much, you take too little. I literally, an hour ago, had to step out of the gallery to take a phone call from the VA in Madison, Wisconsin, to tell me about my tacrolimus levels and how they're going to adjust the medication because the levels were a bit high. I'm almost 6 months. It's still a balance, moving back and forth. But I know that it's a lot more complex than 4 minutes worth of talking. So I'm hoping the rest of the session I'll get a little bit of time to come to y'all's offices and give a little bit more detail on how we could probably fine tune this to where it works out for everybody in the long run.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. My name is Scott Van Landingham, and I'm here representing the Vega CBD. I'm here representing myself as a Texan, as an American. This is a public forum, and I came to talk because I want my voice heard. If anything, I want my children to hear my voice and know what I've been doing for the last 6 years, like these two just spoke of. What we do at our company is provide quality products. We follow the law. We don't do anything criminal. We do everything that we can above and beyond board. We were here in June and talked to you last time, Senator, and told you the same thing. And we continue to fight this battle, and I'll continue to fight this battle if it takes another 6 or 7 or 17 years, however long I have here. What we do is we sell products to the veterans through the veteran VFW posts throughout Texas. I am opposing Senate Bill 3. December 4th, whenever we all heard about it, we spent copious weeks bothering people in this Capitol to try to get a meeting with anybody. I was talking to the schedulers for Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, for Abbott, Governor Abbott, and for other senators. I'm also somewhat offended that Senator Perry is not in here, being the champion of this bill and the one that's pushing this. With the remainder of my time, I'd like to just point out the fact that regulation is what's needed. Everybody here is saying it. Most of us in here are the good actors. Most of us in here are the ones that are going to continue to fight and not the ones out there doing the improper things. Prohibition doesn't work. Y'all are politicians. You guys know your history. You should know your history. Prohibition did not work. There's reasons why it didn't work. There's good people that'll get you the products that you need if the things are illegal. I'm not a criminal, never been a criminal. I'm not a politician, don't want to be either of them. What I'm going to do with my time, if this thing gets approved, which I think we all have a feeling that this is heavily weighted in favor of getting approved through the Senate, is I'm going to spend my time in getting as many people as I can to keep coming back here and fighting this thing in whatever capacity I have to do it as an American. It's my right, and that's why I came today. As he said, there's so much to talk about, and if you have any questions, I'd love to answer anything. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Aisha Jeffrey, and I work at the headquarters at Bahama Mama in Houston. I'm proud to be a part of I'm proud to be a part of a team that shares your commitment to small businesses in Texas. We prioritize integrity and take measures including thorough training to ensure highest level of customer experience to those we serve within our community. The majority of our customers are professionals over 30 who are not seeking to abuse the system, but rather looking for a genuine relief. I have witnessed firsthand the positive impact of our products through my own sister's experience. She previously worked in long hours in a high-pressure restaurant environment, which led to severe anxiety and depression. Traditional prescription medications did not help her and left her feeling disconnected. However, after trying 1906 Bliss, which is a 2 milligram Delta-9 THC and a 5 milligram CBD capsule, a more natural alternative, she began to truly feel like herself again, and it was a relief to see her joy come back. On a personal note, this job has been a lifeline for me. After being let go from my previous employer in the healthcare industry and being unemployed for about 2 years, joining this industry not only allowed me to support myself, but my children under the age of 5, and also help my parents. My father is retired and my mother is a homemaker. Losing this job would mean I could no longer contribute to their household expenses and significantly impact my ability to provide for my family. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. Senator, any questions for any of the witnesses? You're recognized, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you. Forgive me for mispronouncing this. Is Mr. Van Landingham?
Yes, sir,
Van. You talked about for regulation, right? And you said that there's a need for that. In your mind, what type of regulation would be adequate that's different than what we're proposing in SB 3? Because, you know, I mean, are you for example, these high levels of THC that is a problem that we've found that, you know, are being sold to kids and, you know, others have testified is a problem. So what does that look like in your eyes?
Yeah, I really would. I'm not prepared to answer what the regulations need to be. We follow what we think are good practices ourselves because we looked at Colorado licenses, we looked at California, we looked at Oregon, Washington, we looked at all the legal states that were doing THC, and we put our practices towards those policies. We treated this as if it was THC from the day one when we applied for a license 6 years ago so that we can do the proper thing so that we can get a THC license when Texas catches up. What we're trying to do is the right thing from the beginning. What we need is oversight. We need testing. You know, I don't have the answers. I would like to pass to her a letter answer for the regulation if you have an answer, if you don't mind.
Up to the chair.
Chairman, if you don't mind.
We've seen this elsewhere in other industries. This isn't something new to Texas or any other state. We saw it happen, as mentioned earlier, with the cigarettes. We've seen it happen with alcohol. And we can look at the blueprints that we've put down as to how we've curbed those problems with those items. We put age gates up. We put restrictions on where it can be sold. We literally said, if you sell this to minors or we find out you're related to selling to minors, we're gonna give you fines. We're gonna start putting people in jail and taking away your privileges because it is inappropriate to do so. We have history of doing this. It's not a mystery on how we should handle this. It really isn't.
And this is probably a controversial way to say this, but I think that we need to stop focusing on the potency, the milligrams, and we need to start looking at the ingredients and the chemicals because those are what is causing most of the harmful side effects that we're seeing with the women, God bless them, who have their children who are so negatively affected. There's thousands of people who aren't because they're very careful about what they're putting in their products. I am open to anybody coming into our wellness boutique and having them pull anything off of our shelves and testing anything because I want my customers to microdose. I want them to find the right dose for themselves. And just because the bag says 30 milligrams Delta-8 does not mean that everybody needs to take that. Most of the men who come into our store take 15 milligrams and the women will take more, whether it be hormones, whether it be body weight, emotions. anxiety. It just depends on what everybody needs, but I do believe that we as adults need to have the option to figure out what we need for our own bodies, but we need to focus on keeping things clean, and we need to focus on keeping things quality, and those chemicals and those synthetic ingredients that go into the products are a bigger problem than the actual THC.
And when we talk about, like she mentions, there are people who put care into the quality of the products. In other industries, we don't see the industry get banned because of a few bad actors. We say we get rid of the bad actors and we let the good actors continue to abide by the regulation we've put in place. I've been likening it lately to when we talk about gun rights. We don't take away gun rights because something happened with one guy with a gun. We say we deal with the one guy with the gun and we rectify that. We don't take away everybody else's privileges and rights for them acting appropriately.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I thank each witness for being here, and I think the witnesses that have testified before realize this, but members of the Senate are on multiple committees. As some may know, Senator Perry left to meet with someone who was opposed to these bills, someone who shared your view, and after that, he went to a hearing because he's in charge of fixing water problems in Texas. So everybody here's got stuff they're working on. They're all important. Their staffs are here. This hearing is live streamed into every office in the Capitol and also online. So thank you for being here. It matters. It's part of the record, and we're listening, and you're excused. Thank you very much. The chair calls Scott Stubbs, Ashikur Rahman, Ekra Ahmed, Jacob Charles, David Walden, John Burke. I know some of these names I'm calling for the first time, so just make your way down if I call your name, and if we don't get you on this panel, you'll be on deck for the next one. So again, we are looking for Scott Stubbs, Ashikur Rahman, Ekra Ahmed, David Walden, John Burke, and John Jowers. And then on deck to testify in the next panel, we ask you to make your way down to the Senate floor. Jacob Charles, Shafin Tamini, Michelle Amriel, and Ray Ukani. Again, we're looking for, in the next panel, Ray Ukani, Michelle Amriel, Shafin Tamini, Jacob Charles, and if I've already called Jacob, I apologize, John Jowers, John Burke, David Walden. So we're going to start with the witnesses we have. Did I call your name, sir? Oh, come on down. We got a seat for you if you're ready. Thank you. Thank you for working with us, being flexible. And if I called your name and you don't have a seat, please hold tight. We'll have you on the very next panel. So thank you each for being here. You're welcome here. We want to hear from you. And so we're going to start over here on my left, your right. Introduce yourself, get close to that microphone, and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Yes, my name is John Burke, and I represent Shell Shock CBD as a retail store owner in Dallas, Texas. In 2019, I started Shell Shock CBD with my partner because I saw how much CBD, Delta 8 and Delta 9 can help combat veterans such as myself. I served this country for 13 years, and 4 of those years I spent fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan, from Fallujah to the Korangal Valley in Afghanistan. What we provide is a means for these veterans like myself to find temporary relief that many of those opioid medications the VA puts us on do not. Those same opioids contain many negative side effects that THC does not, and THC is the safest drug out there as cited by rehab.com. And I'd also like to point out one thing real quick. These blue experts you brought in here from law enforcement, the state, did not list one category or one statistic of someone that actually died from THC overdose, because nobody ever has. That's a farce. We can sit here and argue all day long the benefits or the negativity, but folks, I've walked down your city and the city of Dallas, Texas, and I see vape shops and alcohol and gun stores every single place, but I don't see you calling to ban any of that. Why is that? We can have Congressman Perry here sit here and say, are you a doctor? Well, my question is reversed. Are you? Is he? What gives these people the right to tell free citizens what they can and cannot consume? Because last I checked, we all fought for that right. How dare you sit here and presume to lecture veterans as he has and say, are you a doctor? Or that we're intentionally selling to kids. My friend that sat here just 5 minutes ago said, we are following the law. We jumped through hoops. I paid $750,000 in taxes to the state of Texas, or excuse me, the federal government. I do everything by the book, but now I can't sit home and light one up because I might have some kind of euphoric effect. That's called getting baked. That's what we do. It's no different than alcohol. But for some reason, THC is this big bad boogeyman that we can't have. For what reason? Because it's certainly not safety, because more people die from alcohol and gun and tobacco than THC ever will. I
Thanks for
relinquish
your
the rest of my
testimony.
time.
And welcome, introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Ashiku Rahman. I'm the owner of two store, Bahama Mama, his name, and I have regular customer in her early 30s who was medically diagnosed ADHD a while back, and friends finds it's hard to focus on her day-to-day activities, which includes her job as a web developer. She comes in once every 2 weeks, give them FG and hybrid gummies, and she concentrates the work daily base. She worked for home, and she finished work within the deadline. She tried to medicine, pills, but it's feel dizzy, afford which she opts for D8. And I invested lots of money in this business, and lots of people working with me in case this business will ban. So I'm not only sufferer, the people working with me, they also suffer. So that's it today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here. Welcome, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for your time today. I'm Ikra Ahmed, and I look after 2 Bahama Mama retail store in Houston. All of us here have invested a lot of time and money into this business just for a better future for ourselves and for the people who come to us just to feel a bit of relief at the end of the day. Most of our customers are people who just want to feel better after a hectic day, and most of them are suffering from conditions such as anxiety, ADHD, insomnia, and whatnot. One of my closest customers is a man in his mid-40s who is suffering from Parkinson's disease, and he's in stage 2 right now. I have firsthand experienced his condition, and it was very scary for me. Thankfully, his brother was with him to take care of him, and he comes in once in a while to buy the Dozo Delta 9 Smasher gummies, indica to be specific, to help him sleep at night. When I asked him about his proper medications, he said that he cannot afford the medications needed. Right now, he's surviving on social benefits, and it is barely enough to scrape by. So, on the other hand, the people who work for us depend on this business to afford a life for themselves and bring food to the table. If this goes away, people will not only lose their means of life, the people who come to us to feel better at an affordable rate because they cannot afford the proper medications, they're going to lose their last chance to feel better with whatever they're suffering from. If we want to ban THC, why are we not banning alcohol, guns, and other stuff that put people's life at risk? Thank you for your time today. That's all I want to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. My name is Jacob Charles, and I'm here today to represent myself and to share my story with you and the fellow senators still in the room. Again, my family has many Texas roots spanning multiple generations. I'm proud of my Texas heritage, but I'm also a husband, a father, a combat military veteran who served over 22 years with honorable service to this country. Like most of my veteran brothers and sisters, it was our honor and duty to serve and protect this great nation of ours. I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps 2 days after my high school graduation at the early age of 18 years old, just old enough to purchase a lottery ticket, but at the same time, not old enough to order a drink in a bar or to visit one of those establishments. My duties required me to answer our nation's call when we came under attack under 9/11. This incident had a traumatic and lasting effect on me. And unless you, Senator Perry, or others in this room have experienced that, you don't want to know the horrors that one is exposed to when we answer the call of our nation to take arms against those that did harm to us. Upon my return from my deployment, I, like many other Marines, reached for that bottle of alcohol to cope with our depression and our anxiety, our stress. As a Marine, we're taught and trained to deal with our incidents, whether in the military or civilian life, as the famous phrase, Marines improvise, we adapt, we overcome, and most importantly, we never show weakness to any and all. As you can imagine, alcohol was not the answer. It only increased my anger, my depression, and led me to losing my family more than once when I had to be enrolled in inpatient care and suffered through divorce from my current wife. During my treatment, I was diagnosed with PTSD, substance use disorder, depression, sleep apnea, just to name a few of those. So like most veterans, the VA prescribed many medications to me, which all they did was increase those feelings of living that traumatic incident. I'm asking you today on behalf of most veterans, and I'm sorry my time is up, but I feel after 22 years, I get a little bit more than 1 minute of your time. So I humbly ask you that thanks to the President of the United States at that time, President Trump, who paved the way for these products, I am grateful for him because the last 4.5 years, I've had no negative side effects. I've been able to engage the time with my family. I've been able to see my children. My son is currently enrolled in Texas State University, where he's gonna receive his master's degree. And something I probably wouldn't even be around with when I was on those prescription drugs by the VA because I was walking around like a zombie. So I ask you humbly here to reconsider the ramifications you will have on many of these Americans and many of these people that have a store in the state of Texas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for sharing your story. Welcome, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
My name is John Jowers. I am representing the Department of Texas VFW as a state assistant adjutant, also as myself, a disabled combat Marine. For 13 years, I've been battling many mental and physical injuries, with countless doctors and specialists attempting to treat these injuries with a myriad of prescription drug cocktails to a point I was taking nearly 10,000 pills a year. 4 years ago, I began using high-quality hemp-derived consumables. Within just 2 months, I was off all prescription medications except my diabetes meds. The 11 drug interactions that once sent me to ERs and hospitals simply vanished. I transformed from a man burdened by thousands of pills into a high-functioning individual, a better husband, father, and person, all thanks to these products. I stand before you today to ask, please do not ban a product that has given me and countless others a second chance at life. A product that has been safely used for over 4,700 years. While we support increased regulations to ensure quality and safety, an outright ban could be a death sentence. Before legal hemp-derived consumables entered my life, the medications prescribed for my suicidal ideations pushed me dangerously closer to giving up, resulting in failed suicide attempts. Legal hemp-derived consumables are not just a reason to sit around and get high. They are the reason that I'm not just another statistic today. I respectfully urge you, give us the choice. Increase regulations if necessary, but do not ban a product that has helped veterans and non-veterans reclaim our lives. When you sent us to war, you gave us the best weapons possible. Don't make us fight the battles of everyday life without the one weapon that we know is the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you each for being here. And we're listening to you. And thank you for taking time to do this. You're excused. Thank you very much. The chair calls David Walden, Scott Stubbs, Shafin Tamimi, Michelle Amriel, and Ray Ukani. Again, David Walden, Scott Stubbs, Shafin Tamimi, Michelle Amriel, and Ray Ukani. And then we'll ask the following witnesses to be making your way down to testify on the next panel, and that is Sean Claudio, Katie Fraser, Mark Bordas, Joshua Sherrill, Blanca Canales. And we do have one more spot, so if any of the names I just called are here and ready to testify, you are welcome, whether you were for the next panel or this one. And that would include Blanca Canales, Joshua Sherrill, Mark Bordas, Katie Fraser, Sean Claudio. All right, while we'll go ahead and, if you don't mind, we'll start with you while he takes his seat. If you're ready, introduce yourself, give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity
And
to let us
get
speak.
close to that microphone.
Got it. Thank you for the opportunity to let us speak today. I'm here to strongly oppose Senator Bill 3.
And give us your name, too.
And my name is Ray Ukani.
Very good. Thank you.
I have done my bachelor's in animation and design. I have done my associate in filmmaking. I have done my associate in photography. And I'm a proud owner of Bahama Mama. I became a believer in hemp product after it has improved in the industry. Our clients are 40 plus and very professional, such as sheriff, constables, nurses, university professor, engineers, lawyer, and many more. I personally use Hometown Roll-On since I suffer from sciatica pain. I used to take prescribed drug, Tylenol 3, before going to bed, but I still had discomfort and could not sleep. But the day I started using Hometown Roll-On, it genuinely helped me to minimize my pain. And I can now get 8 to 9 hours good sleep without waking up in middle of the night. Similar to myself, a large number of customers utilize hemp product to ease their sciatica pain, arthritis pain, and resume their regular lives. This sector has improved human health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Texas VFW State Senior Vice Commander Dave Walden, and in June I will assume command of the Texas VFW. I am a U.S. Army veteran who served from 2001 to 2012, including deployments in support of Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. Like many veterans, I live with chronic pain, PTSD, and sleep issues, challenges that led me through the VA prescription cycle. I was prescribed Vicodin, Valium, Neurontin, Tramadol, antidepressants, sleep aids, and various other medications. These drugs left me in a fog, unable to function. My memory became so impaired that at my worst, I wandered 2 blocks from my house in my pajamas, gripping my cane like a rifle, completely lost and unaware of where I was. That all changed when I discovered a legal alternative, hemp-derived consumables. Since 2018, I haven't needed opioids, antidepressants, or sleep medication. I've been promoted, earned Employee of the Year, and worked my way up to Director of IT. But more importantly, I'm a better husband, father, grandfather, and advocate for veterans. The struggles we face are not ours alone. Our families bear the weight of our battle wounds too. But Senate Bill 3 threatens to take this life-changing option away, not just from me, but from thousands of veterans who rely on it, because the VA will not pay for it and will not prescribe it. Will not pay for it and will not prescribe it. The Texas legislature has always supported veterans, yet you're considering a bill that would push us back to the same failed system of opioids that has already claimed too many of our brothers and sisters. In fiscal year 2023, Texas spent $116 million on opioid abatement. 93% of that came from federal funds. Why would we undo progress and send more veterans back to the very system that created this crisis? Just a couple more seconds, if you don't mind. Some of you support this bill based on personal beliefs, and you have that right, because people like me fought for your freedom to hold them. Others of you agree with me, but can't risk standing up to other state leaders. If that's the case, fine. But look me and the veterans I represent, the 64,000 plus veterans I represent, and their families in the eye when you vote yes to take away the one thing that could keep us from rejoining the opioid epidemic. Protect veterans' health. Please vote no on Senate Bill 3.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Amriel, and I am in opposition to SB3, the SB3 bill, protecting access to holistic health options. As a busy single working mom, my life is always full and fast-paced. To support my well-being, I use pure and clean CBD tinctures with a small non-psychoactive amount of THC under 0.3%. It helps me unwind after a long day. It quiets my mind when sleep feels impossible and manage anxiety in these unpredictable times. I also rely on it for reducing inflammation, maintaining blood pressure, healthy blood pressure, and more. I even give it to my 8-year-old dog for her health. It keeps her out of the vet, it supports her nervous system when she is anxious, and it keeps her inflammation in check. I choose holistic wellness over pharmaceuticals because I prefer natural solutions without the harsh side effects. The healing potential of this plant is undeniable. And when used properly, CBD alone isn't as effective. THC in small amounts, 0.1 to 0.3, is essential for it to work. Without it, the benefits simply aren't there. I'm here to voice my deep concern about the proposed bill SB3 and the significant impact it will have on the health and wellness community. Banning all THC in products is an extreme measure that would strip away access to important wellness tools for countless individuals. This bill doesn't just limit products, it limits people's ability to choose natural and effective options for their well-being. I understand the concerns around the abuse of THC and the rise of highly intoxicated products. I agree that limits are necessary. However, banning THC entirely is not the answer. I propose we keep the laws around hemp in alignment with federal guidelines proposed under the 2018 Farm Bill and banning all synthetic THC products. Responsibility use should be protected. I'm almost done. The hemp plant plays a vital role in wellness, obviously provided by our creator, keeping people out of doctor offices and away from unnecessary pharmaceuticals. It seems hard to believe that SB3 was created with any consultation with folks in the industry, as it would devastate thousands of businesses in Texas and tens and thousands of families who rely on natural holistic alternatives for their health. My hope is that you truly listen to the people of Texas and create a more balanced approach, one that allows us to continue using and respecting this plant for the benefits it was put on this earth
Thank you for your
to
testimony,
provide.
Sir, welcome. Give us introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes. Good afternoon, all the senators. My name is Shafin Thami, and I'm here.
Get a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you.
Good afternoon, honorable senators. My name is Shafin Thami, and I'm here as the owner of premium CBD wellness retail store called Bahama Mama in Houston, and also as a consumer as well. I also work directly with 100+ diverse professionals, including first responders, veterans, medical workers, single parents, and everyday hardworking Texans, most of whom are over 40 years old. I wish I had the time to tell you every real story of how these people's life will be devastated if this ban passes, but since I have only 2 minutes, I'll share two. First, Mark, 49 years old, retired Army veteran, a single father of two. He lost his wife a few years ago, leaving him to raise them alone. His PTSD and anxiety and arthritis pain were unbearable, and on top of that, he couldn't sleep, either from stress or pain. The VA prescribed him opiates and a cocktail of pills. We all know what happened with opiates, but Mark walked into the MI store desperate for something that wouldn't destroy his life. I introduced him to the THC products that's legal in Texas, and his world changed. He went to barely surviving to thriving, working construction, being present for his kids, paying taxes, and staying off addictive drugs. Senator, if this bill passes, him and hundreds of others I know will have to either go back to opiates or worse, deal with black market, which it could cause jail time. Second is Linda. She's 54 years old, a single mother of three. She had to lose her husband a few years ago because of gambling addiction. And her firstborn child, which was 23 years old, died this January. leading to the second son having PTSD after the shocking news. Her only sibling, her sister, was killed in a car accident last year by a drunk driver. Linda works two full-time jobs and one seasonal job just to keep her family afloat, but her years of stress and loss and exhaustion left her crippled and arthritis and anxiety. Her doctors kept prescribing her medication that slowed her down. She nearly lost her job because of them. I'm almost done. She nearly lost her job because of them. She was exhausted, anxious, could barely function, let alone be there for our children. When she found these products, she felt relief, clear-headed, functional, and emotionally stable. Senators, again, if this bill passes, hardworking Texas like Linda will suffer from anxiety, which can potentially lead to suicide, which we all barely talk about nowadays. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. And back over here, we're back to where we started. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members of the Senate State Affairs Committee. My name's Mark Bordas, and I'm testifying today in my capacity as Executive Director of the Texas Hemp Business Council, which is opposed to Senate Bill 3. Texas has a proud heritage of creating a pro-business environment while protecting the interest of its citizens. Economic freedom, free enterprise, and limited government are hallmarks of the Texas economy. The state has won 12 consecutive prestigious Governor's Cups for the best place in which to do business. And while Senate Bill 3 may be well-intentioned, the way in which it is written would create unnecessary burdens on businesses, farmers, and the general public. Pushing a legitimate, lawful, licensed $8 billion a year plus industry, which employs over 50,000 Texans out of business, will force Texans to unregulated, unlicensed, and unsafe alternatives. The number one killer of 18 to 45-year-olds in the United States is fentanyl. If Senate Bill 3 were to pass as written, it would likely increase the risk of more fentanyl deaths. Furthermore, as you know, while both hemp and marijuana come from the same plant, hemp has the least amount of psychoactive compound, THC, 0.3% or less. Anything above that is marijuana, which is still classified as a Schedule I drug and illegal by federal law. It stands to reason that if Texas has a THC problem, it is from marijuana, not hemp. You can't cure alcoholism by banning light beer, and hemp is the light beer of the cannabis. If product is being sold disguised as hemp, but is marijuana, those selling the product ought to be held accountable. But we recognize that Texas has an enforcement problem in that they have too few DISH's employees trying to police about 8,000 registered retailers. Additionally, it's estimated that only about 30% of the fees these retailers pay go towards enforcement. 100% should be used to rein in bad actors. More regulations and resources are needed. I'm attaching a list of recommendations. And in closing, please regulate it, don't eliminate it. Please vote no on Senate Bill 3, and I thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Any questions for any of these witnesses? Thank each one of you for being here. You're excused. The chair calls Sean Claudio, Kathy Fraser, Joshua Fennell, Blanca Canales. And I'll ask the following witnesses to make your way down as well. Tommy Javrud, Haley Hunt, Andrea Salas Daniels, Brijesh Gill, and Aaron Owens. I'm going to go through names again. Some we've called previously, some we're calling for the first time. Please make your way down, and if we don't reach you on this panel, we'll have you on the next one. Shan Claudio, Katie Fraser, Joshua Sherrill, Blanca Canales, Tommy Jevrud, Scott Stubbs, Haley Hunt, Andrea Salas Daniels, Brijesh Gill, Aaron Owens. So if I called your name for either of those panels, please come and have a seat. We're ready for you. Thank you very much. We'll try to keep filling so we can hear from everybody who wants to testify. And if I called your name and there's not a seat for you, please hold tight on the Senate floor and we will get you, hear from you very quickly. Welcome. Introduce yourself and please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Brajesh Gill. I'm a professor, a licensed physician, and a researcher at the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston. My lab has developed a new anti-inflammatory formulation that contains a broad spectrum natural hemp extract and no THC. I'd like to make a couple of points that hopefully might influence the language in Senate Bill 3. I've listened today about all of the legitimate concerns from law enforcement and the devastating stories from the families that we heard today. And I would note that everything that has been addressed or brought up by those people could be addressed by the banning of THC. And I wonder about the additional language in the bill that restricts other cannabinoids other than CBD or CBG. First, I want to note that natural hemp extracts that contain everything except THC are much more effective than CBD alone. I have personally conducted a clinical trial where 94% of people had less pain with a natural hemp extract that did not contain any THC versus CBD alone. The other issue is that restricting hemp extract or hemp products to just CBD and CBG makes it very, very difficult to actually manufacture any kind of hemp product because a natural hemp extract will normally have other cannabinoids in it, including CBN, all of these other CB whatevers. I think that the bill could be improved by simply adding a few other cannabinoids that normally are in hemp extracts to the bill, to the list of acceptable compounds in those, and I've listed those in my written testimony. Thank you for your time.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Blanca Canales, and I am here in direct opposition of Senate Bill 3. I am a God-fearing woman and a proponent and purveyor of legal marijuana. I'm here because I have personally witnessed the positive effects this plant has made on so many lives, from the elder lady with shingles being able to play with her grandkids again, to insomniacs finally being able to sleep, veterans suffering from pain, and even a pig with a hurt knee. This also changes the lives of people who can find comfort in a legal product, people who have been arrested in the past for simple possession, who have been given laced marijuana, or those who want pain relief without the stigma can currently buy what they need with comfort and ease. The status quo cuts back on small drug possessions, but saves millions of dollars wasted on enforcing minor marijuana infractions, saves years spent stuck in the relentless cycle of the prison system for something that is legitimately medical. It saves Texans from going out to dangerous sources and places and protects them from a possible laced product. Should a laced product be sold on the street, tracing it back to its source is practically impossible. Should something sold in stores cause sickness, that can be shut down and investigated. This protects the lives of our people. The hemp industry would be basically destroyed by requiring Senate Bill 3 to pass, and in doing this, you'd be denying effective medicine to thousands of people who rely on it to live normal lives. Exodus 30:23 is a recipe for holy anointing oil, which contains kaneh basem, a Hebrew word that many scholars believe to mean cannabis. The word is mentioned again in the Song of Songs 4:14, where it's named among the finest of herbs, and again in Isaiah 43:24, where it's named as a respectable offering to the Lord. This fits in Genesis, where he assured us we were given all seed-bearing plants. We should embrace this with the knowledge that it's safer, it's regulated, and God wants it. 62% of Texans also want this. I implore you to vote against Senate Bill 3 for the good of the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Salas Daniels, and I testify before the Texas Senate Committee on behalf of the Texas Hemp Business Council, where I serve as executive board member and vice president, the Dreams Brand CBD Pros, and Healthway Education Systems. I'll comment on both SB 3 along with 1505. Again, we are in opposition of Senate Bill 3, and we stand alongside our industry peers in strong opposition As business owners and parents, we fully support reasonable regulations for hemp-derived cannabinoid products, and we respect the role of the Texas Department of Health Services to enforce such regulations. However, an outright ban on hemp-derived Delta-9 THC products would be detrimental to Texas businesses, consumers, and the state economy. Rather than ban, we support stronger regulatory enforcement to close existing gaps, such as age restrictions, tamper-proof packaging, and ensure consumer safety while preserving access to legal and tested and responsible manufactured products. The 2018 Farm Bill permits hemp-derived products containing up to 0.3% Delta-9 THC, a standard in which Texas has already adopted. However, this bill does not recognize the full spectrum of the natural occurring cannabinoids in hemp, and as an industry, we advocate for regulations that reflect the science and economic realities of the market, rather than isolating such specific cannabinoids such as CBD or CBG. By banning legal hemp-derived products, we drive consumers toward the illicit markets. I think we've heard a lot of that already, where product safety cannot be guaranteed. A prohibition approach would weaken regulation and enforcements rather than strengthen it. Again, we agree that in the case of minors, that they shouldn't have access to these products. However, the appropriate response is responsible for regulations. I've included some information on paths to actually educate our youth school administration, along with state agencies, on how to engage in that. When it comes to Senate Bill 1505, there was a recent study that was conducted last year that was provided to the state in guidance on how to improve the program. Education is key. The lack of that is where we end up here in opposition to one another about what should be safe and available to the public. We should have the right to choose and allow us an opportunity to sit at the table with you to find solutions and not look at us as the problem. So we certainly thank you for your time, and I'm welcome any questions.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Haley Hunt, and I am testifying against Senate Bill 3. I'm a mother of 3, a nurse, a business owner of House of Jane, a boutique hemp dispensary in Dripping Springs, and an executive board member of the Texas Hemp Coalition. I've been a certified medical cannabis care nurse since 2022, and since 2019, I have operated a legal, fully compliant hemp dispensary that has served thousands of Texans looking for safe, effective alternatives to pharmaceuticals. I am not here to oppose regulation. I support responsible regulation. What I oppose is the elimination of an industry that has helped countless people, especially those who have not found relief through traditional medicine. Every day, I work with real Texans with real needs. Mothers looking for low-dose THC options to ease anxiety without impairing their ability to care for their children. Veterans with PTSD who find relief in non-addictive plant-based options. Seniors who are prescribed a dozen medications experiencing side effects like dizziness, confusion, and loss of appetite, seeking a safer, natural alternative to improve their quality of life. Texans dealing with chronic pain, sleep disorders, and debilitating conditions who finally experience relief through legal tested products. As a nurse, I believe in education, patient safety, and compliance. That's why we already follow strict industry standards, which is full panel lab testing for safety and potency, no marketing to minors, sales restricted to 21 plus, and child-resistant packaging. But eliminating this industry will not eliminate demand. Instead, it will drive consumers toward dangerous, unregulated alternatives where no one is checking for contaminants or potency. Beyond health, this industry supports small businesses and thousands of Texas jobs. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
My name is Tommy Juvrud. I come to you before you today as a wife of a combat veteran whose life has been vastly improved by hemp consumable products. I also come to you as a mother. I too suffer from CPTSD and secondary PTSD. I suffered greatly from anxiety attacks, depression, and pain from a genetic disorder. Hemp consumable products have assisted greatly in our family, giving us the opportunity to live a happy, full, and productive life. Before we found hemp consumable products, we were effectively homebound from anxiety, side effects of medications. My husband would be awake maybe 3 hours to have quality time with me and my daughter. I tell you this to let you know that we want to spend time with our families. We want to spend time with our children and make memories with them, which we can now do. I understand the concern for children. All parents worry about our children. We as parents and caregivers must take steps to keep our children safe around firearms and swimming pools and all that could potentially harm them. Safety measures apply to hemp consumables also. It is about access. If we can be responsible adults when it comes to these injury prevention areas, then we can keep our kids from being hurt. As a parent, if my child misuses something, I don't immediately take it away. I explain the need to use things properly and how they can be injured. This is why I support regulation on hemp consumable products, not a ban. If there is an all-out ban, we will be de facto taking parents away and taking parents away from families and children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. The chair calls Shan Claudio, Katie Fraser, thank you, Joshua Sherrill, Aaron Owens, Tara Latil, Tammy Gross, Eddie Velez, Oscar Guerrero, John Culp, Elizabeth Meigs, Adam Bazaldua, Brandon Tijerina. And if I called your name and we're out of seats, just hold tight and we'll have you on the next panel. You're welcome to take a seat around the chamber. Just to make sure that folks are getting prepared to testify, and some of the names I'm going to call are already seated here. That's okay, but we're going to be looking for Brandon Tijerina, Adam Bazaldua, Elizabeth Meigs, John Culp, Oscar Guerrero, Eddie Velez, Tammy Gross, Tara Latil, Aaron Owens, Joshua Sherrill, Katie Fraser, Shan Claudio. Welcome. Please introduce yourself, and we'll start on my left, your right. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Meigs. I accidentally registered wrong the first time, so I went and fixed it. So thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Yes,
and
ma'am. And Ms. Meigs, get a little closer to that microphone. We want to hear you.
Okay. My name is Elizabeth Meigs. Thank you for this opportunity. I am speaking against Senate Bill 3 on behalf of myself and everyone that I've helped over the past 6 years. First, I'd like to ask you to think of your daughter or your granddaughter, if you have children, when you're listening to my story. 25 years ago, at the age of 14, I was severely injured in a car accident where I suffered a traumatic brain injury. As a result of this traumatic brain injury, I had insomnia, unable to sleep more than 2 to 3 hours. I had severe muscle spasms, which required Botox injections every 3 months for 19 years. I had hormone issues and none of these issues that I had were ever fixed using big pharma pharmaceuticals. I would always take something natural or pharmaceutical that never worked 100% of the time. 19 years post-accident, I found my hope in a bottle, which is full spectrum CBD, THC. All of the hundreds of cannabinoids came together to help my muscle spasms. I no longer required the Botox injections. My sophomore year of high school, my family had to rush me to the emergency room because they thought I was having a heart attack because I had severe muscle spasms in my chest. I would get these severe muscle spasms throughout my body at least once, if not twice a year, for 19 years. Full spectrum CBD, the THC specifically, is what was able to control those muscle spasms. This was natural, not using botulism, which is a toxin, not using other synthetic pharmaceuticals that never worked 100% of the time. If you ban THC, you are taking away my freedom.
Ms. Mix, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for telling your story. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Tammy Gross, and I am here representing myself. I apologize. I'd like to thank you all for hearing us out. I know that this is a tedious task for you, and I really appreciate your time. In 2023, my husband was hit and T-boned by an 18-wheeler. Both hips were crushed, and he's had to have replacements. His left shoulder was injured, his spine, and his neck. We have been through several surgeries and trying to relieve this naturally. I am a naturalist. I'm a massage therapist. I work a lot with people that are in constant pain. And I am asking that SB3 be thrown out because while I agree with absolute regulation, I own a CBD store because it has been the only thing that has naturally helped my husband. In 2024, I had a severe leg break, and I had to have hardware put in. I don't like taking medications, so I was able to use my product, and I actually healed within half the time by using natural things. I work with a company that does the proper labeling. We make sure that everything is third-party tested, and everything is presented to education-wise to our customers so that they understand how to properly use this. Taking away THC is going to hurt so many people, and please do your research before this bill passes. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name's Tara Latil. I'm a conservative native Texan, if you can't tell by my accent. I am the Director of Franchise Operations for CBD American Shaman, overseeing over 50 franchise locations across Texas and over 200 locations across the U.S., including my own small business in Beaumont. I'm here today to speak against SB3 and ask for a more balanced, responsible approach instead. SB3 would effectively ban all cannabinoids and even some CBD and CBG, cutting off access to widely used beneficial products that thousands of Texans rely on daily. Veterans, seniors, and working families who are simply looking for safe, legal relief they can access right in their own hometowns. These are Texans seeking help with helping manage discomfort, helping manage everyday stress, and support with sleep. These are not people seeking intoxication. The hemp industry supports close to 50,000 Texas jobs, and American Shaman franchisees alone employ hundreds of Texans. At American Shaman, we have franchise owners across Texas, from Austin to Houston to Lubbock and everywhere in between. These are not drug dealers. These owners are moms and dads, grandparents, veterans, and first-time entrepreneurs, the very people who make up the heart of Texas. They invested their life savings. They purchased hemp licenses, and they took the initiative to even offer waivers to adults to make sure that they held their product in a safe manner. They've followed every requirement ever put in place. They've paid taxes, and they've built trusted, compliant businesses within their local communities. If you pass SB3, these jobs and businesses will disappear along with that tax revenue and consumer protections that come with a well-regulated industry. I ask you to consider additional missing regulation, not elimination, by testing a final product, age gating, enforcing penalties for bad actors, over shutting down compliant companies. Let's work together on a balanced approach that protects consumers, supports law enforcement, and preserves Texas jobs and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Owens. I'm a Texas farmer and rancher. I'm a hemp business owner and I'm a founding board member of the Texas Hemp Coalition. I'm here today because SB3, as written, would destroy my business and hurt countless Texas farmers just like me who have been following the rules properly since day one. I'm here to testify against SB3. I started and operate one of the first hemp farms in Texas, where we grow on average 5 to 10 acres of hemp a year, and then we extract those plants ourselves and we manufacture our own products, including Texas' first hemp beverage, which is my flagship product. It's called Tejas Tonic. Each acre of hemp I grow can create up to 25,000 cases of this beverage. Hemp allows myself and other Texas farmers to earn up to 10 times more per acre compared to traditional crops like squash. The mission of Tejas Tonic is simple. We're here to help people. Americans and Texans alike can all benefit from consuming something non-synthetic, organic, and natural without alcohol that reduces stress, enables rest, and generally calms everyone down. I'm just gonna give this to you straight. 99% of the problems and concerns you have mentioned are a direct result of synthetic versions of THC. There never needed to be, and doesn't now, any other THC than the naturally occurring Delta-9 THC found in the plant, period. Also, just a little insight, real benefits have never come from an isolated active ingredient like CBD by itself or CBG or THC even, but rather an entourage effect of all the naturally occurring compounds found in the plant itself, all working together to create the natural relief and benefits that users experience. Ultimately, if SB3 were to pass as is, it would effectively take me completely out of business. From having to break my agricultural leases to the hundreds of thousands of dollars of inventory that I've worked very hard to get would also be at risk. My future and my life's work would be taken away from me, and all of this after putting my best foot forward and playing by the rules as a good actor. There are many brands like Tejas Tonic that make compliant full-spectrum, non-synthetic products, and I just ask that y'all consider us good actors and really dive into the difference between natural and synthetic before you make your final decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Thank you. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Eddie Velez, and I'm the president of the Texas Hemp Coalition, and we are against Senate Bill 3. I own and operate Oak Cliff Cultivators and Ease Up, which is in Dallas, Texas. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, a hemp farmer, and a retail store owner, and I'm proud to say we're a family and veteran-owned from Texas. We focus on quality products while educating our customers. Let me begin with, I grow CBG and CBD, and you cannot grow CBD and CBG without having THC. THC will have to be removed and extracted, thus creating increased manufacturing costs on us as a manufacturer, and the cost will be going back to the consumer. This is not fair, not reasonable, and not how Texans should treat responsible business owners. We follow the rules, we follow the regulations. SB 3 will take legal cannabinoids and full spectrum from thousands of responsible veterans, parents, and hardworking Texans who rely on hemp-derived cannabinoids and full spectrum products. I sympathize with parents in the room negatively affected by THC. Let me be clear, I fully support banning marketing against children. I have 2 kids of my own, I understand that. The consequences of SB 3 will be devastating for small businesses. Thousands of jobs will be lost, even in my community. Small business owners like myself will be forced to break leases. I personally have a 5-year lease on my retail locations. Who will cover the financial losses for my business and others like me when these leases have to be broken? Many small business owners have put their entire life savings into these operations and will face massive debts and legal battles just to walk away from spaces we can no longer use. Texas don't want a ban. We want fair policies that protect consumers, prevent underage access, and allow responsible businesses to thrive. I urge this committee to vote against SB 3. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Any questions for these witnesses? I thank each of you for being here. Thank you very much. The chair calls Oscar Guerrero, John Culp, Adam Bazaldua, Brandon Tijerina. Also we'll be looking for Gary Brandt, Ingrid Trim, Joe Mitchell, Wyatt LaRue, Darby Spears, Absar Ali. Again, I'm going to go through the whole list. Many folks are already seated, but want to make sure we have plenty of opportunities. Oscar Guerrero, John Culp, Adam Bazaldua, Brandon Tijerina, Gary Brandt, Ingrid Trim, Jao Mitchell, Wyatt LaRue, Darby Spears, Absar Ali. And if I called your name and you're not seated, stay close and we'll have you on the very next panel. So thank each of you for being here. And if you're ready, right over here in the pole position, to introduce you, when you get, do you need a minute or do you want to go ahead and get started?
I'm okay.
Welcome. Get close to the microphone, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Is this good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, it is. Thank you for hearing my concerns today. My name is Darby Spears. I live in Tyler, Texas. I've had epilepsy since I was 10 years old. This is my personal experience on how I know for a fact marijuana is an absolute trigger for my grand mal seizures. My last seizure was on January 2nd, 1998. Every January 2nd, I would be happy and proud of myself that my seizures had stopped. I was so very happy. On November 19th, 2009, a friend and I walked up to a doorway and there was a hint of marijuana smoke. I woke up on my bed with my throat raw and hurting. I had a terrible idea of what had happened because I woke up somewhere else and time had passed. I was weak and sore, so I stayed on my bed. When I asked what had happened, he said I had a bad seizure, and I started to cry and shaking my head, no. So that I could tell my doctor, I asked my friend to write down what he had seen. Word for word, this is what he wrote. She went down hard, collapsed. She hit her head. Her eyes rolled back into her head, all the way back. She started shaking all over. Her eyebrows went up to her hairline. She started drooling green and yellow. She couldn't breathe. She was choking. I had to save her life using CPR. It's November 19th, 2009, which happened to be my birthday. I was bruised all over. My throat was raw and sore. I felt the back of my throat with my finger, and it was all swollen up like a party balloon, all twisted up and lumpy, an allergic reaction. Walking places, riding with friends, public transportation are the only ways I will ever be able to get around. I don't want to die from marijuana. Being around someone who's just smoked it or vaped it, or approaching someone from around the corner while I'm at a city bus stop, just one little whiff is all it takes to bring on a grand mal seizure. I could have a seizure and fall into the street. Epilepsy is no joke, and I am terrified that I could die if marijuana is legalized. I do not want to leave this life that way. If it really can help those in pain from cancer, etc., then it should be regulated just like any other narcotic. We live in one of the largest countries in the world. Let us not follow the crowd and legalize it just because the rest of the world will, or one day soon. Big Pharma would probably love for you to legalize it, as would smoke shops. But for those who cannot be around it, you would be sentencing them to a very restricted life. Thankfully, smoking is not allowed in most public places, and you cannot smoke within 20 feet of businesses. So what if one of those unlucky folks walks up on a marijuana smoker? Secondhand smoke is one thing, but a secondhand high is something completely different and something I never want to experience again. You, ladies and gentlemen, have the power in your hands to forbid marijuana usage or legalize it. Consider those like myself. I know at least 20 others, and now I know there are more like me, who will suffer the most from those freely smoking or vaping. One man has heart attacks when exposed. And about those two, are not around marijuana smoke and therefore do not know that they could be allergic to it or worse. Again, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Spears. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My name's good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Adam Basil. I serve as District 7 Council Member and the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Dallas. In accordance with the city's legislative program, I am here testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 3, which would effectively ban all hemp products in the state of Texas. I do appreciate the intention of this bill, especially when it comes to ensuring youth safety and to preventing dangerous or untested products flying under the radar. However, a total ban on these products misses the mark for 3 reasons. It sacrifices potential tax revenues generated by a well-regulated market, stifles business across the state, and infringes upon people's freedoms to make responsible decisions for themselves. First, this bill will drive sale of these products underground rather than create a market which benefits businesses, local governments, and taxpayers alike. Dallas adopted a position to support the development of legislation that brings a robust, well-regulated hemp and THC market to Texas, which would generate tax revenue without increasing the property tax burden on our residents. This bill sacrifices any progress towards that end by creating many challenges to businesses that try to do things the right way while eliminating hemp products as a source of tax revenue. Second, this bill may stifle a burgeoning industry and cause many Texans to lose their jobs, their small businesses to close, and manufacturing to leave our state. Rather than stifle this industry, we should be looking for ways to foster it in a safe way that emphasizes medical research findings and safe testing. The introduction of numerous criminal offenses related to the possession of sale of non-compliant products poses a risk of over-penalizing those who might inadvertently fall foul of these complex regulations. With the extensive labeling and packaging rules, the potential for misunderstanding and accidental non-compliance is substantial, which could unfairly penalize well-intentioned businesses. Third, this bill infringes on the personal freedoms of a responsible adult. We do not have these conversations around alcohol, an intoxicant that plays a part in many tragic situations across our state, including one of the leading causes of death. We respect an individual's right to enjoy a glass of wine with dinner or a beer at the Cowboys game. Why should a responsible adult not be afforded the same choice and trust when it comes to a substance derived from hemp, which is even safer? It is important that we continue to fine-tune regulations and ensure the safety of minors and to prevent untested substances from coming to the market without proper vetting. This bill goes far beyond what it should. It eliminates the market without generating taxes or implementing reasonable regulations, negatively impacting personal freedoms, and damages Texas's business-friendly reputation. For these reasons, I ask you to reconsider Senate Bill 3 and oppose its passage as written. Thank you for your time today, and I'm pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senators. My name is John Culp. I'm a multi-generational Texan dating back from when this state was a republic. I own a company called Beer Dudes Canning, or now is operating as Bev Pro Solutions. We're a Texas-based canned beverage contract packaging company employing 23 hardworking Texans. We're a licensed winery and distillery operating under the strict regulations of TABC, TTB to ensure proper compliance, product safety, and proper taxation of alcohol. We're also a hemp-based food manufacturer licensed in the state of Texas now for over 3 years. If SB 3 passes, it will bankrupt my company and eliminate 23 jobs, Texas jobs overnight. And mine is just one of many responsible businesses that will be shut down. Not because we're acting outside of the law, but because the law is being written to erase an entire industry rather than to regulate it properly. I want to be clear. I am not against regulation. In fact, I fully support strict oversight and taxation of hemp-derived products like we have for alcohol. Right now, our industry lacks proper accountability. At my company, BevPro Solutions, we already implement strict quality control measures. We test every single batch to ensure compliance with the current laws and provide certificates of analysis for full transparency. We do this because we believe in Texas manufacturing consumer product safety. Instead of a ban, Texas should implement clear regulations that require all producers to meet the higher standards. Prohibition will not make these products disappear. It will push sales underground where products are unregulated, untaxed, and potentially, as we've learned, unsafe. Instead of forcing Texas businesses to shut down and eliminating good-paying jobs, let's do what we already do with alcohol: track production, enforce compliance, and collect tax revenue. I urge you, do not pass SB 3 as written. Instead, let's work together to create a safe, regulated, taxable hemp industry in Texas that protects both consumers and businesses. And I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Ingrid Trim. I'm from, Keller, Texas. I tend to write out in poetry, so this is my experience here. For 35 years, I've lived with pain, but managed to stand to rise again until the year when fate was cruel and surgery stole what strength once ruled. Now walls remain to brace my core. Each step, each breath ends an endless war. They see me smile, yet they do not know the agony that will grow. A doctor helped, but laws took hold. His hands were tied, his heart grew cold. One by one, doors closed their way. I searched, I begged, no one would stay. With medicine gone, what could I do? The streets, the dark, I had no clue. Or to end it all, just drift to sleep, for no pain no longer cuts so deep. Some whispered, try the streets instead, with poison pills that leave men dead. Despair had wrapped around my chest, as hopeless as days denied me rest. Then someone whispered, try this instead, Delta 8, a thread to tread. Not for a hide, not to an escape, but just to live, to heal, to wait. It gave me strength and saw me strew until a doctor helped me come through. For 6 long months, it was my key to cling to hope, to still be me. Yet now they seek to take away the chance that saved my life that day. They claim they act to keep us safe, yet push us towards a darker fate. I ask you now, just pause, just feel. Imagine wounds that never heal. Would you not fight? Would you not plead for just one hope, for just one need? Don't ban a choice that helps us cope. Don't steal away our final hope. Let's control, let freedom stand. Our lives should not be in your hands. Also, so that some misconceptions and stuff. A lot of the laws that there are enough pain management options. Lawmakers often assume that patients have other legal avenues for pain relief. That's simply not true. Due to restrictive laws, many doctors are now too afraid to prescribe pain medication. I lived this reality for 6 months. When my doctor dropped me, there was no other provider who would take me. Many pain patients are being abandoned. Without Delta 8, they will have nowhere to turn. We have already seen a rise in suicides and overdoses due to the lack of access to legal pain management. Banning Delta 8 will only make this crisis work. The consequences of banning DATE, I feel, will be devastating. More chronic pain patients will turn to dangerous, illegal drugs. Suicide rates may increase among those with left no pain relief. The government will be criminalizing suffering patients who just want to live. Yes, there will always be individuals who will abuse the substances, but that is true of any medication, including prescription painkillers. The answer is not to punish legitimate medical users by taking away yet another option for relief. We do not need a nanny state. We need personal responsibility for more freedom and less government. I plead for you to go ahead and oppose Senate Bill 3. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Get close to that microphone and go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Oscar Guerrero, and I have proudly called Texas my home for 17 years. I own Motivation Dispensary in McAllen. As a small business owner in the hemp industry, I am able to support my family. For this, I thank God. Through my work, I have witnessed firsthand how regulatory changes can disrupt our local economy and directly affect the well-being of community members like myself. For example, with just the news of Senate Bill 3, some owners are no longer ordering product or clients have expressed their plans to purchase through illegal alternatives. I am here today to express my opposition on Senate Bill 3, or to Senate Bill 3. While the intent behind SB 3 may be to protect public health, its approach risks causing significant unintended harm. By proposing an outright ban on all consumable forms of THC, this bill will push many Texans toward unregulated and potentially unsafe products. Instead of creating a safer environment, it could drive consumers to unmonitored markets where the quality and safety of products are not guaranteed, ultimately undermining the very objective of protecting public health. Moreover, this legislation could have a severe economic impact on our communities. Local businesses that have responsibly invested in producing and regulating safe THC products face the prospect of shutting down, leading to job losses and reduced tax revenues. For instance, I, along with other small business owners, have invested thousands into our business. This impact would ripple through our local economy, affecting not only business owners, but also the border community that depends on these jobs where I live. I believe that rather than implementing a blanket ban, states should adopt enhanced regulatory measures such as stricter age limits, mandatory child-proof packaging, ID scanners, and/or continuous quality assurance protocols that protect public health while sustaining our local business. In conclusion, I respectfully urge this committee to vote against Senate Bill 3. As someone who lives and works in this community every day, I can attest that policies which blend safety with responsible regulation are essential for our future. Let's treat this like alcohol. Thank you for your time and for your opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for these witnesses? Thank each one of you for being here. Thanks for taking the time. The chair calls Brandon Tijerina, Gary Brandt, Jao Mitchell, Wyatt LaRue, Absar Ali. And we're going to ask the following folks to be making your way down for the next panel. We'll be looking for Draven Sheen, Assad Prasla, Saqib Sobhan, Jesus Monjarez, Adet Rodriguez, and Steve DiMatteo. Again, for the next panel, we'll ask these folks to be coming down. We're looking for Absar Ali, Draven Sheen, Assad Prasla, Saqib Sobhan, Jesus Monjarez, Adet Rodriguez, and Stephen DiMatteo. Welcome. We'll start over here on my left, your right. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Brandon Tijerina. I'll be representing myself as well as my employees. I'm testifying to express my strong opposition to Bill SB 3. I firmly believe the bill will do more harm than good. I'm a fourth-generation Austinite. I'm the proud owner of ATX Organics, a brand I founded to uphold quality and to educate people on the benefits of cannabinoids such as THC, CBD, CBN, and CBG. Our gummies and tinctures are meticulously crafted in-house using the highest quality ingredients and, most importantly, precise dosages. I take great pride in setting an industry standard for transparency, safety, and effectiveness. Unfortunately, many wholesale brands, often found in gas stations, do not share this commitment. They prioritize profit over quality, misrepresent dosages, and contribute to the negative perception of our industry. That's not what we stand for. The countless written and verbal testimonials we've received from customers who have benefited from our products inspires us to continue our mission. However, if SB 3 were to pass, it would completely halt our progress and negatively impact the daily lives of individuals who rely on these products. This bill will not only jeopardize access to safe, effective cannabinoid-based alternatives, but also eliminate jobs and essential benefits like healthcare that's provided to my employees. The hemp industry offers countless individuals a natural alternative healing option to prescription medications that often cause more harm than good. Instead of outright restriction, I believe we should work together to establish sensible regulations that ensure product safety, transparency, and accessibility without dismantling an industry that helps so many. I urge you to reconsider the implications of SB3 and to seek a balanced solution that protects consumers, small businesses, and the integrity of this industry. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Brandt. I'm the owner of SunMed, your CBD store in Lakeway, Texas. 8 years ago in 2017, I was in a really bad car accident. I broke my back. I suffered permanent nerve damage and permanent brain damage, something that I will never, ever heal from. And in that time, I lived on painkillers, muscle relaxers, nerve blockers, anti-inflammatory medications. It was destroying my life. I had to file for disability because of my gut health. I couldn't even get out of bed with the migraines. I found products, full spectrum, and by the way, I was on the Texas Compassionate Care Act. The prescription alone costs more than the products cost on that program, and that program is an absolute failure. But onto that, SunMed helped me, and I opened a store in 2022, and since then I've created a health and wellness related business that is helping people find natural relief to all sorts of issues. At SunMed, we have self-regulated for years now, and we can be a prime example of what proper regulation can look like. In my community, I support my local community through employment, events. I do a lot of charitable donations. This proposed ban on full spectrum products would eliminate 90% of my products and effectively put me out of business. Rather than an outright ban, I strongly urge you to consider a more robust regulatory framework, including stronger enforcement mechanisms, licensing requirements for both manufacturers and retailers, independent third-party testing, clear descriptive packaging that prohibits child enticing labels, as well as clear age restrictions for all consumable products. These measures ensure that adult consumers maintain access to safe products while preventing intoxicating products from getting to minors. I respectfully urge you to reject Senate Bill 3 and instead pursue more balanced solutions that protect people without also jeopardizing responsible businesses. Thank you for your time today and your consideration, and I freely invite each and every one of you to come visit my store in Lakeway if you want to see what proper regulation and proper, an example of what this business and industry could look like.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Absar Ali, and I'm a partner at the Bahama Mama franchise in Houston. I've transitioned into this great industry over the past several months, and I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 3. I left my corporate job in the oil and gas industry as a financial analyst to join this industry. After firsthand seeing the several benefits this industry, the people, and the products can bring forward. We serve customers that range from working professionals, veterans, retired individuals, patients with chronic conditions, entrepreneurs, and others that want to use our products to treat pain, improve their standard of living, and support their creativity. Customers purchase products based on their specific needs and desires. Amongst the most popular are products that aid in sleep, pain relief, and help to improve anxiety and depression. Customers have turned to natural methods as an alternative to pharmaceutical drugs. Sleep aids are used commonly and used specifically to improve overall sleep quality and to regulate your sleep cycle. These sleep aids contain CBN, which is often combined with hemp for optimal performance. Customers have shown great appreciation for CBN-based products as it has helped numerous people improve the quality of their life, which starts with their sleep. Products like these and several others are used by many to improve their daily lives in one way or the other. The customers that use our products for very functional purposes could be your neighbors that would be impacted by this ban, which will directly impact the quality of their lives, their ability to deal with the pain naturally, and find aid in our products that support their everyday lives. In addition to customers, there will be numerous vendors, business partners, employees, landlords, and other peers that have made their livelihoods in this industry, support their families, give to charities and other similar organizations, pay their taxes, and most importantly, employ other Texas residents. Thank you again for the time today and for allowing me to share my thoughts.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Wyatt LaRue. I'm the founder of Wyatt Perp. I am a transplant patient. I've come a long way, okay? I am here today to not tell you guys how this works, but to demand accountability for what you've done, Marijuana is a Schedule I narcotic. You guys are asking all of these people to relinquish their constitutional rights and violate federal law and overthrow the federal government of the United States of America. Marijuana is the legal description under UN drug charters of cannabis that describes illegal cannabis. Hemp is the legal definition of legal cannabis under UN drug charters. Therefore, marijuana will never be legal. I oppose 1505 because you're compelling me to violate federal law, and it goes against all the principles that you gentlemen and ladies have signed as Republicans in what you have allocated for yourselves to follow under your rules as a conservative. I'm going to read the rest of this. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 3, which aims to ban hemp-derived THC. As the first company in Texas to bring to market legal Delta-9 THC, I assure you this is an advanced in technology, also known as intelligent design. My company does over $10 million revenue. I call the multi-billion-dollar technology I developed the Controlled Substances Act compliant THC delivery system. That was my sole intent. SB 3 isn't about public safety, but the exact opposite. It's a calculated move driven by money and corruption. If passed, it would destroy thousands of small businesses in Texas while negatively affecting millions of Texans. It will push Texans into an unregulated illicit market and funnel literally tens of billions of dollars into criminal enterprises. It's also ignoring my natural technology itself for corrupt bureaucratic-based systems that violate the laws of nature, AKA First Amendment rights. This bill will cost me countless tens of millions of dollars. Let's be clear, marijuana MSOs, multi-state operators are not legitimate nor legal businesses. They are simply drug cartels masquerading as Americans operating federally illegal businesses, crying afoul to all of you that they are trying to trick you into this because they don't have access to the federal court system like we do. They lose in court every time. Teacup license holders not affiliated with drug cartels are simply victims of predatory attorneys who are making a fortune engaged in RICO guiding clients how to break federal law. Under the leadership of the new Trump administration, many of these marijuana companies are to be labeled terrorist organizations due to their ties to organized crime, money laundering, and Schedule I narcotics trafficking, with over 100,000 citizens' deaths annually from fentanyl. Under the supreme law of the land, these federally illegal entities should not exist.
Go ahead and wrap it up. Go ahead and wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Because of RICO statutes that protect my business from this type of illegal behavior. They shouldn't exist, much less be supported by my state government, who now wants to use the DPS to sell illicit narcotics. Why do you want to turn Texas into a narco state like Mexico, where the cops pick who gets to sell illegal drugs? We need regulations that will address the concerns that we all have as Texans.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. You're recognized. Give us your testimony.
Chairman Hughes, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Joel Mitchell. I'm a third-generation Texan, born and raised in Houston. I have lived in Austin for the past 4 years while attending St. Edward's University, and I'm a proud constituent of Senator Zaffirini. I have also worked in the hemp industry for 4 years in the retail sector, where I have firsthand seen how responsible regulation, not prohibition, ensures consumer safety. I agree with many provisions in SB 3 that protect public health, such as banning sales to minors, requiring child-resistant packaging, and improving labeling transparency. However, I strongly oppose the restriction limiting legal sales only to CBD and CBG. This is not regulation, this is prohibition. Texans should have the right to make informed, safe, and regulated decisions, rather than having the government dictate which cannabinoids they can and cannot purchase. These economic consequences will be severe. The hemp industry supports farmers, small businesses, and thousands of jobs across Texas. Restricting products that Texans already purchase legally will push consumers to unregulated markets or out-of-state businesses where Texas will lose tax revenue and oversight, making products less safe. Instead of forcing Texans to look elsewhere, we should focus on smart regulation that protects consumers while keeping businesses operating in Texas. Texas has always stood for limited government and free enterprise. Instead of banning an entire category of legal products, we should regulate them responsibly, balancing consumer protection with economic opportunity. I urge you to reconsider the broad restrictions in SB 3 and take a measured approach that ensures safety without limiting the individual liberty or hurting Texas businesses. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. The chair now calls Draven Sheen, Assad Prasla, Sakib Soban, Jesus Manjares, Idet Rodriguez, Stephen DiMatteo. And then we'll ask the following witnesses to be making your way down to be prepared. For the next panel, we'll be looking for Simon Demas, Candace Stinnett, Andre Sandoval, Elizabeth Groh, and Madison Wickham. Again, for the next panel, we'll be looking for Simon Demas, Candace Stinnett, Andre Sandoval, Elizabeth Groh, and Madison Wickham. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman and honorable members of the community. My name is Jesus Manjares. I am a partial owner of Bahama Mama. I'm a partner. Most of all, I'm a person that loves to learn any information pretty much. I'm not a doctor, but I definitely like to help as much as people as I can. The biggest thing for me with this bill I have against is pretty much any farmer that you ask, they will tell you that it would contain CBD, CBN, and THC, even if you're growing a hemp flower or even if you're doing a cannabis industry. So no matter what, this actual bill is saying that ultimately this right here, false or fake synthesized marijuana, it would not allow this to actually comply with that. So that's one thing that I want to point out. Another thing is most of my customers that come to me, they have no expectations pretty much. But for me personally, I like to learn about the cannabinoids that work differently with each person. And as we've seen before, there's a lot of different cannabinoids in the marijuana plant. But for example, CBD, CBN, and THC, if you only comply with those and if you strictly stick with organic, then that's what we all want. We all want to help each other and stay away from synthetic. So ultimately, these actual bans would completely take that off and continue to synthesize more CBNs, more CBDs, and anything else. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is one of my customers, Jenny, Jonathan, Ethan. These customers 9 years ago, their son had a traumatic head injury that caused epilepsy every other day or every day. They went to doctors, they went to all kinds of physicians, everything. They had prescribed 3 medications. Out of those 3 medications, they still seemed like they were going nowhere. The reason why is because they had all kinds of side effects. Once they came into my store not expecting anything, I let them know, hey, I have this tincture. It's 3-Chi, comfortably numb. It contains CBD, CBN, THC, and because of Texas hemp laws, it also allowed me to give them a combination of 100 mgs of liquid juice. With those 2 combinations, they were able to cut off 1 full medication, a third of their second medication, and they're working right now to find the perfect dosage to completely take off all medications. With this ban, then they won't have the relief as a father, as a mother, or a son, and they will continue to suffer every day. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name's, I want to thank the committee, Chairman Hughes, and of course the staff for the attention at Senate Bill 3. My name's Idet Rodriguez. I'm a proud military wife of a 23-year retired veteran who served our country and now struggles with PTSD. My husband and I are proud parents of 4 amazing children, raising from age 25 to 16. However, over the past 3 years, our family has endured heartbreak and unimaginable pain. Our oldest son started vaping Delta 8s, Delta 9s, THC when he went off to college. What seemed a seemingly harmless habit led to his first psychotic break. He became paranoid, delusional, and suffered severe hallucinations, believing the Illuminati and the CIA were following him. He withdrew from school, lost track of reality, and his mental state continued to deteriorate. He would stay up all night with the lights on, stare into space for hours. He would hear voices, believing they were angels or even God. He stopped recognizing our home as a safe place, claiming it was a center for devil worship. He attempted to destroy it. At one point, he reached out to a neighbor asking for money so he could flee to Russia. Despite multiple hospitalizations, emergency room visits, 6 treatment facilities, we were repeatedly told different things. Sometimes that it was cannabis-induced psychosis, other times it was he just needed rehab, but never receiving the right level of care. His condition became so severe that he attempted suicide March of 2024. It was then that they only performed a genetic test that was finally performed, revealing that clozapine was the only medication compatible with his DNA to help break his psychosis. Unfortunately, by then, his prolonged psychosis had developed into full schizophrenia, a lifelong disability. But the devastation doesn't stop there. Not only is my son living with schizophrenia, but he also faces severe side effects from the medication meant to stabilize him. Clozapine has caused obesity, hypertension, depression, medicated-induced fatty liver, and prediabetes. He is consistently fatigued, needing 12 hours of sleep just to function. While medication may help control his psychosis, it has also created a new set of debilitating health issues, ones that will struggle for the rest of his life. This devastating experience has taken an immeasurable toll on our family and has affected our 3 children, drained our finances, and left us navigating a broken mental health system. If only we had known the dangers of THC products earlier, we could have prevented suffering. That is why I support Senate Bill 3, and I firmly believe that a complete ban of THC products is the only way to stop this harm and prevent additional burdens on Texas families and taxpayers. If these products are considered medicine, then the FDA should be the sole authority in regulating them, not gas stations and not vape stops. My son is, hello, it went off, okay. My son is not the only victim. Other young adults, including his cousin,
Wrap up your testimony, ma'am.
have experienced psychotic breaks from these products. This is a growing crisis, and we must act now. I urge lawmakers to pass Senate Bill 3 to protect Texas families and from the devastating consequences of THC.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, chairs, senators, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Asad Prasla. I am a proud Texas A&M University alumni, graduated with honors. Now, I am a partner and a small business owner at Bahama Mama. On a day-to-day basis, we serve working professionals, retired individuals, chronic illness patients, and sometimes even artists. Our best customers are folks that are trying to improve their quality of life, treat pain, relieve their anxiety, and even support their creativity. I am here today to have my voice heard, and I strongly oppose Senate Bill 3 because it is an industry-killing ban that would devastate small businesses, cost thousands of jobs, and push consumers into the unregulated black market, which without achieving its intended goals. Many of our customers struggle with sleep, anxiety, and/or depression. The hemp products that we offer at our stores help these people manage their conditions without having to turn to pharmaceutical drugs as an alternative. By using these cannabinoids, customers are able to improve their overall quality of life without sacrificing for harmful side effects or having to gravitate towards unregulated black market products. This business not only has a positive impact on our customers, but also our employees, business vendors, partners, landlords, peers, and families who have made their livelihoods in this industry, to name a few. I was 23 years old when I left the corporate finance world to explore the possibility of opening my first small business here in the state of Texas. Flash forward 3 years later, I am a part of approximately 100 retail stores in the city of Houston that positively impacts thousands of people on a daily basis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Chairman Hughes and honorable members of this committee, my name is Draven Sheen, and I am testifying in strong opposition of SB 3. I'm a proud Texan and an owner at Compliance Professionals, a hemp company based in Austin, and I sit before you today as a young entrepreneur following his dream to build a respectable business in an industry I am fervently passionate about that has brought vast economic growth, job creation, and entrepreneurship to our great state. History has shown us that prohibition does not eliminate demand, it only drives it underground. We saw this with alcohol over a century ago, and banning hemp-derived THC today will only push it into unregulated markets, leaving Texans vulnerable and the state without oversight, control, or revenue. Rather than eliminating a strong and thriving industry, we implore you to add the elements that are missing from when the industry was legalized in 2019. Age restrictions, child-resistant packaging, and setbacks from schools. Last session, Representative Moody of El Paso filed House Bill 4439, a bill that covered these very aspects for our industry, and we continue to respectfully ask for these additional changes. Texas has always prided itself on economic freedom and innovation. The hemp industry is not a threat, it is an opportunity. Allow us to safeguard this market, to regulate it with integrity, and to ensure that Texas remains a leader in intelligent, forward-thinking policy. Let us not repeat the mistakes of history's past, Senators. We want to build a future where responsible businesses can thrive, consumers are protected, and Texas continues to prosper as a paramount of pro-business economies in the world. As a steward of the hemp industry, I stand resolute in my mission to provide safe, consumable hemp products to my fellow Texans, and I know that my constituents agree with me emphatically. We humbly ask for education, for the enforcement of new, responsible regulation, not prohibition. And if I can have just a few more seconds, I'd like to say one last thing. Senator Birdwell, Senator Parker, Senator Zaffirini, and Senator Milton, this has been a long day. I know that this is arduous, we're all exhausted. And thank you for being here to listen to everyone in all of these testimonies. People have come here to express their urge, their opposition, for SB3 because we're passionate about this, because there are veterans who care, because there are citizens who rely on these. There's tens of thousands of jobs, billions in revenue, and in tax revenue we can use for the state. And I implore you to please do your education, research more, and listen to the people of Texas because we oppose this bill.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable member of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Saqib Soban. I'm a franchise owner of Bahama Mama CBD Wellness Shop in Tomball, Texas, and I'm here to oppose the Senate Bill 3. Mr. Chairman, I came to this beautiful Capitol building many times before to show off the pride of Texas to my visiting friends and family out of town. But this morning, I came to the Capitol with a fear and uncertainty. A fear of losing my business and livelihood, not just mine, but also 10 of my employees and their families. Back in 2020, like many other Texans, I lost my job due to COVID-19 lockdown and restrictions. I put not only mine, but my wife's savings and opened my first store at Tomball at 2021. Since opening Tomball, communities supported our business and shared their stories and struggles. These stories not only changed my perspective about this business, but also necessity to stay and grow this business to help our clients and change their lives, especially our elderly and veteran community. We take pride in not only helping them, but also listening to their struggles and provide them the right product solution. My 65-year-old mother is also our client who has arthritis problem. Mr. Chairman, this ban will affect my livelihood very hard. Right now, my business is the only income source for my household. Besides, I also have the responsibility of my elderly parents, not to mention the families of my employees, partners, vendors, and most importantly, our customer, most of whom have lots of medical-related issues and heavily rely on our product. I will humbly request the members of the Senate and the committee to recognize the importance of supporting our business. They are not just shops, they are vital contributor to our economy and our community. Thank you for the time.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. The chair calls Stephen DiMatteo, Simon Demas, Candace Stinnett, Andre Sandoval, and Elizabeth Groh. And we'll ask the following witnesses to be making your way down. Some of these names we've called before, but please make your way down. Madison Wickham, Veronica Warms, Lauren Bridges, Luke Temple, Daryl Surif. And if I called your name for either of the panels, there's an open spot that's available. And again, I'm going to go through the names one more time so folks can be ready. Some of those folks are here. Stephen DiMatteo, Simon Demas, Candace Stinnett, Andre Sandoval, Elizabeth Groh, Madison Wickham, Veronica Warms, Lauren Bridges, Luke Temple, Daryl Surif. Welcome. We'll begin over here on my left and your right. If you'll introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you. Honorable members and esteemed representatives, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Stephen DiMatteo, and I speak today in opposition of SB 3. Based on over 25 years of personal experience and for being a small business owner in the hemp industry. Let me start by saying I agree with a lot of what I've heard today. There are a lot of things that children are getting exposed to these days, and this needs to stop. For over 2 decades, I faced chronic pain and severe anxiety. I was heavily medicated with a cocktail of FDA-approved pharmaceuticals, high-dose painkillers, and anxiety drugs that hazed my mind and made me constantly drowsy, and with the high risk of addiction. Thankfully, over 25 years ago, my personal physician suggested cannabis as an alternative and safely weaned me off those highly addictive pills. Since then, cannabis and hemp-based Delta-9 have managed my pain and eliminated my anxiety, keep me free from prescriptions. But Texas law forced me a hard choice. The demonizing stress of illegally sourcing and the constant fear of arrest for a plant that my doctor recommended, which drove me out of the great state of Texas, away from my family and my home. I refused to be deemed a criminal just for choosing an alternative health option. Now, I long to return to Texas where my loved ones remain without prosecution. Hemp-based Delta-9 is my legal lifeline, a continued access that could bring me home and offer others a viable option beyond pharmaceuticals. This isn't just about policy, it's about Texans' well-being and freedom to choose. As I did under medical guidance, SB 3 will force millions of Texans to once again go back to the dealers and cartels to purchase their much-needed medication. This will not stop Texans from using cannabis. This will only force millions of Texans into becoming felons. I respectfully urge you to preserve legalization, or better yet, just legalize cannabis fully. For 25 years, I've lived healthier because of these products. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Simon. I am representing the Glassmith and also myself.
We need your full name. Just want to make sure we got it right.
Simon Demas.
Got it. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. It has been, I come here today to voice my opinion on why Senate Bill 3 should not pass. It has been 6 years since House Bill 1325 passed that aligned with the Federal Farm Bill of 2018 that removed hemp with less than 0.3% Delta-9 THC from the list of controlled substances. That's over half a decade ago. As a result, a flourishing industry developed. This bill banning legal hemp will harm the economy, the legal economy that is. Just like the alcohol prohibition of the 1930s, hemp will not disappear. We all know the alcohol prohibition was ineffective. What we truly need is standard regulation like for alcohol and tobacco. This can cause 3 positive effects that I can think of for Texans. It will open a floodgate of tax revenue that can be used for important projects that would improve the quality of life for Texans, such as catching up on water funds, which I know is a major concern for Senator Perry. A regulated industry would hamper the Mexican cartels. It is not my point in trying to claim that hemp is a gateway drug to fentanyl, nor parrot Reagan-era sentiments such as claiming hemp is like crack cocaine, the harbinger of HIV and death. I am trying to say that Texans would be forced to interact with the black market, which unsurprisingly offers fentanyl. Not only would this cut away great revenue for the state, but leave open a breeding ground for bad actors who prey on unsuspecting Texans. Proper regulation will protect Texan adults and our children. Even before the 2018 Farm Bill, in 2006, THC vape pens appeared in our schools. I was 16 years old, and these pens were undoubtedly poison. Some were obviously fake, coming in packages of SpongeBob, Fortnite, or Skibidi Toilet, but there were also ones that feign authenticity, claiming to be manufactured in Colorado or California. This proposed ban would put Gen Alpha children in the same boat Gen Z was in. To this day, and I know in your times as well, children and teenagers aren't caught with Deep Forest Appalachian moonshine. They are typically caught with a 6-pack of Lone Star beer. I'd rather catch my son with a legal THC vape pen and punish him instead of mourning over his death caused by a black market pen. Please reconsider, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you.
My name is Luke Temple, and I'm a resident of Lufkin, Texas, where I own and operate TNT Roots, the hemp company. I'm speaking against SB 3. I serve as executive board member of the Texas Hemp Coalition. Since passing of the 2018 Farm Bill, I've seen firsthand how our full-spectrum tinctures and products help individuals regulate blood pressure, manage insomnia, depression, and anxiety, and even transition off addictive narcotics. I am passionate about the potential of hemp, not only for the medicinal use, but also for its industrial and economic impact. However, I firmly believe in the need for stricter regulations to ensure safety, especially regarding product packaging, retail accountability, and the prevention of unregulated sales like in gas stations and vape shops. As a father, safety is my top priority, which is why I ensure all of my products meet high-quality standards from cultivation to manufacturing. This commitment includes using child-resistant packaging to prevent unintended access and enhance customer safety. I have invested significant time, effort, and financial resources into ensuring all our products are properly regulated and meet the highest safety standards. I strongly believe that all business in this industry should be held at the same lawful requirements to protect consumers and maintain integrity of the market. Thank you for your time and for consideration for responsible regulations that protect both consumers and the future of this hemp industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Hi there. Candace Dennett, owner of Emerald Organics, Fort Worth, Texas, and board member with the Texas Hemp Coalition, speaking against Senate Bill 3. Safeguarding peace where we live and work is the goal. Last summer, we implemented a security team for our retail store. Valuing contributing to the job growth in Texas, we registered and was issued our private business with internal security staff license with the Department of Public Safety's TOPS program, Texas Online Private Security. In addition to our 8 employees, Emerald Organics currently employs 3 state of Texas licensed security officers. 2 of those have obtained their level 2 security officer certification after being hired with us, and one of our gentlemen came in with a level 3 certification. Now, security professionals are not currently required, but we are committed to helping the hemp industry in Texas be a thriving one with safety at its core. With our visibly secure retail environment, our staff, our customers, and our business neighbors voice regularly how safe and how confident they feel when walking around and inside our store. As a gatekeeper, our security team detects and turns away anyone under the age of 21. We make it clear that we are protecting our youth. We are an adult use only market. An all-out ban would be devastating to the people that we serve every day. Emerald Organics security team transcended from the higher standards as our foundation, child-resistant packaging, marketing to adults, and with premium regulated ingredients in all of our products. Access control, public safety, decreasing crime, and protecting our community. We can do this. Sensible regulation is the answer while sticking with the current federal hemp law. Again, respectively, we are against Senate Bill 3. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Senate Committee. My name is Liz Groh, and I'm here to testify against Senate Bill 3. I live in New Braunfels, Texas, in Donna Campbell's district. I'm a mother, a proud Texan, a business owner, and a teacup patient. I run a media company called Grow House Media that serves the legal Texas hemp industry and also the cannabis industry nationally. This industry, the hemp industry in Texas, we've seen it grown over the past 6 years. It provides jobs, generates tax revenue, and supports hardworking families across our state. Good, hardworking families with values just like you and me. If SB 3 passes, my company could go under, along with countless others, as you've heard today. I don't understand why we wouldn't, as Texans, work to regulate this booming legal industry while also propping up the teacup program. the medical marijuana program. We're talking about two different things. Both programs need to be regulated, need to be kept out of the hands of children, need not to be marketed to children, and so Texans can enjoy their freedoms. Bans have never worked. Then they won't work here. What SB3 will do, however, is devastate Texas businesses, eliminate jobs in agriculture, processing, manufacturing, and retail, and put families in further financial jeopardy in these hard times. Texas hemp businesses that operate legally under both federal and state laws. To rip that away is not just economically reckless, I believe it is un-Texan. The financial consequences will be severe. This industry generates tax revenue, licensing fees, and economic growth, money that funds schools, infrastructure, and local communities. SB 3 does not protect Texas, it harms it. It kills jobs, crushes businesses, and fuels an unregulated black market. Now I urge this community to reject SB 3 and stand with Texas entrepreneurs, farmers, and families. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. Thank you. The chair calls Andre Sandoval, Madison Wickham, Veronica Warms, Lauren Bridges, Daryl Surif. Again, we're looking for Andre Sandoval, Madison Wickham, Veronica Warms, Lauren Bridges, Daryl Surif. We'll also call the following witnesses to come down, and if there's a seat, you can have it. Otherwise, be ready for the next panel. We're going to be looking for Austin Zamhariri, Heather Fazio, Judy Corrigan, Chase Rhymes, Susan Hayes. Again, we'll be looking shortly for Austin Zamhariri, Heather Fazio, Judy Corrigan, Chase Rhymes, Susan Hayes. If I just called your name, feel free to take a seat if you want to testify now. We have a couple available. And the chair calls Mary Taylor. If Mary Taylor is here, there's an opportunity for her to testify, either on this panel or on the very next one. And if we called your name, feel free to come down and occupy this chair. And we'll go ahead and get moving after we go through those names one more time. I know some of the names I'm going to call are here, some are coming, but we're looking for Susan Hayes, Mary Taylor, Chase Rhymes, Judy Corrigan, Heather Fazio, Austin Zamhariri, Daryl Surif, Lauren Bridges, Veronica Warms, Madison Wickham, Andre Sandoval. And welcome. We'll get started here. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Sure. Hi, all. My name is Madison Wickham. I'm born, raised, and currently live and work here in Austin, Texas. I'm the owner of a Texas-based consumable hemp company called Chill Country. We're one of the good ones. We use natural cannabinoids, organic ingredients, and we're super responsible. Senate Bill number 3 is being disguised as a moral crusade, but in reality, it's nothing more than a power grab. This bill, pitched as a ban on THC, is not about public safety. It's not even about banning THC. It's about corporate greed. This bill is authored by the company Texas Original and a few other, I guess one other, medical marijuana business who is attempting to rig the system in their favor. They have a cozy little monopoly under the compassionate use program, and now they're attempting to use the legislature to crush their competition and keep everyday Texans from having access to legal, safe, natural alternatives. That's not regulation, that is regulatory capture. They want to outlaw hemp-derived cannabinoids not because they're dangerous, but because they cut into their profits. And instead of competing in the free market, they're using the government to pick winners and losers. That's not capitalism, that's not freedom, and that is not what Texas stands for. This is exactly the kind of corporate-backed corruption that both sides of the aisle should be fighting against. If you believe in free markets, If you believe in personal freedom, and if you believe that Texans, not a handful of greedy businesses, should decide what we are able to put in our own bodies, then you should be against Senate Bill number 3. We don't need government gatekeepers choosing who gets to participate in an industry that should be open and competitive. We need policies that work for all Texans, not just a few well-connected companies. This is not about public good. It's about profit, and it is un-American to its core. Let's call it what it is and shut it down. Thanks.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Veronica Worms for the Texas Civil Rights Project and myself against SB 3. TCRP opposes the increased criminalization and harm to small businesses that this bill will impose on Texans, as well as the negative physical and mental health outcomes hundreds of Texans will suffer without access to these products. Reviving the ineffective war on drugs approach from the 90s to public health concerns will only further overwhelm jails, buckling under the weight of overcriminalization. Instead of repeating past mistakes, we encourage common sense regulations, such as the child and tamper-proof packaging proposed, rather than a ban that strips people of their ability to manage their health conditions with this treatment option. I have also come here today to give the committee context on the human impact of this bill. I have endometriosis, an incurable, painful, chronic illness that at least 10% of reproductive aged women suffer from. I have been prescribed more medications and undergone more treatments than I care to remember, including 2 surgeries. To give you an idea of what the pain of being in an endo flare is like, I have felt like I was being stabbed, had barbed wire wrapped around my internal organs, or like my insides were on fire. Ibuprofen doesn't touch a bad endo flare. One of the only things I have used that can dull the pain is Delta 8. There was a time in my life when Delta 8 provided the one source of relief that I could get. I used it occasionally in the evenings after work on my most painful days. It was affordable, accessible, did not have any of the side effects or addictive risks of opioids, and most importantly, it provided relief and hope at a time when it felt like nothing in the medical world could help me. Taking away this resource from people who are in agony because of problems that can be resolved with common sense regulation will callously hurt thousands of Texans who find relief in this resource. I urge the committee to have compassion for those who are getting real relief from these products and to resolve their concerns with regulation rather than outright bans and criminalization. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hello, Senators. My name is Lauren Bridges, and I'm a lifelong Texan, and I oppose SB 3. My desire for knowledge about cannabis and hemp led to me getting a degree in biochemistry and cannabis science and operations from St. Louis University. I'm also a teacup patient and have helped many friends and neighbors learn how to access the program. But due to the limitations of the program, I made the decision to open a small hemp and wellness boutique specializing in full-spectrum products in Longview, Texas. My specific area of study was full-spectrum hemp formulations and historic landrace African cultivars that are traditionally higher in the cannabinoid THCV. I strongly oppose SB 3 because it will eliminate my access to full-spectrum, cultivar-specific products, restricting consumer choice and harming small businesses that are capable and willing to supply that variety. I personally have replaced 3 pharmaceutical medications that had horrible side effects with a single full-spectrum hemp product that I cannot get on the teacup program due to it being a single cultivar of hemp. It's solventlessly extracted, and the teacup licensed organizations here don't currently produce it. Many Texans, including veterans, mothers, and cancer patients, rely on many different varieties of hemp for their diseases and discomfort. While I encourage eligible Texans to apply for the Texas Compassionate Use Program, it is severely limited, even under the expansions talked about in SB 1505. Texas deserves cultivar-specific, full-spectrum options, not a one-size-fits-all approach from a handful of licensed providers. Scientific research shows that cannabinoids like CBD and CBG are significantly more effective when paired with a small amount of THC, due to what people are calling the entourage effect. And it's not just CBD and CBG, there are dozens of other beneficial cannabinoids like THCV, CBC, and CBN that have incredible potential for wellness. I urge you to reject SB 3 and support a fair regulatory framework that preserves access to responsible adults, protects small businesses, and keeps this industry in Texas where it belongs.
Thank you for your testimony. I know it's a long drive. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, committee. My name is Chase Rhymes.
Get a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you.
Yeah. My name is Chase Rhymes. I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm a native Texan, went to the University of Texas, and about as Texan as they get. I'm in the industry of CBD and hemp. I am an owner of a store called Secret Library in Houston, as well as part of Bahama Mama Corporate. Secret Library is one of our brands. Bahama Mama employs over 600 people in the state. We also have nearly 100 stores. We pay close to $500,000 a month in rent. And we pride ourselves on following the letter of the law to a T. We consider ourselves to be one of the best representations in the space. All of our products are third-party tested to make sure that what's in the product is actually on the labels, what's actually in the product. We gauge gate at all of our stores and require all of our customers to, at purchase, to scan an ID. We do everything we can, include consulting with judges and attorneys to make sure that we're following the letter of the law. And we want to continue to do that, and we welcome regulation that protects consumers. Having said all that, I think a lot of the statements that I wanted to make have been made today. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I would like to pose a few questions that I'd like you guys to contemplate while you're making your decision. And one of them is, do you want to return hemp back to the black market? I don't think that that's something that we would like to see done. I think that we've shown over the last 50 years in the United States that there's been no drop in supply of marijuana. I think people want to get marijuana or hemp-related products, they can do so. And I think it's better that they get it from somebody that where there is regulation and is control and no cross-contamination with fentanyl or things of that nature. So I want to make that point. I also want to make sure that you guys remember, I hope that you will remember, to make your decisions based on scientific evidence rather than anecdotal stories. I think we've heard a lot of stories here today, but I would encourage you to base it on scientific evidence. And I know I'm running out of time and I'm short, but I thank again everybody here and for your time. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for these witnesses? We thank each one of you for being here. Thank you very much. The chair calls Andre Sandoval, Daryl Sarif, Austin Samhariri, Heather Fazio, Judy Corrigan, Mary Taylor, David Nasser, Rhiannon Yard, Tyrus Summer, Landon Bearden, Mark Kraus, Irene Chowdhury, and Susan Hayes. Again, Andre Sandoval, Daryl Sarif, Austin Zamhariri, Heather Fazio, Judy Corrigan, Mary Taylor, David Nasser, Rhiannon Yard, Tyrus Summer, Landon Bearden, Mark Kraus, Irene Chowdhury, and Susan Hayes. If I called your name and you make your way down to the chamber during this testimony, we have an extra seat for one more witness on this panel. We'll get underway. On my left and your right, introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and fellow committee members for considering this important topic. My name is Daryush Austin Zamhariri. I'm the executive director of the Texas Cannabis Collective, and we are in opposition to the bill. I want to start by saying, while we are in opposition to SB 3 in its current format, there are pieces of this legislation that we do support, such as age restrictions, packaging and testing standards, and strong protections for selling to minors. However, if this bill were to go into effect, it would create the largest hemp-derived THC black market in the country, on top of the already existing largest marijuana black market in the country. It does nothing to solve this issue outside of adding strict penalties for manufacturing, distribution, and possession, which we also oppose. In regards to possession, penalties for possessing hemp cannabis products runs counter to the mandate of President Trump when he stated, "I believe it is time to end needless arrests and incarcerations of adults for small amounts of marijuana for personal use. We must also implement smart regulations while providing access for adults to safe, tested product." Penalty for possessing hemp cannabis products runs counter to the wishes of Governor Abbott in his multiple endorsements of reducing penalties for cannabis possession. He has stated in both campaigns against Lupe Valdez in 2018 and Beto O'Rourke in 22 that he does not want to see people clogging up jails for low-level amounts of marijuana, and that he would like to see penalty reduction from possession in a Class B to C movement. Penalties for possessing hemp cannabis run counter to the majority of Texans polled on this issue. The most recent poll of University of Houston found that 69% of Texans, 79% of Democrats, and 61% of Republicans support legislation that would decriminalize the possession of marijuana for personal use for those under 21. Also that 62% of Texans, 71% of Democrats, and 53% of Republicans support legislation that would legalize the sale and use of marijuana for recreational purposes in Texas by those 21 and older. Finally, penalties for possessing hemp cannabis run counter to the 9 cities that have overwhelmingly voted through home rule ballot initiative to decriminalize marijuana possession up to 4 ounces with no citation or arrest. When President Trump, Governor Abbott, a majority of Texans polled in 9 cities that have voted to decriminalize all agree, it is time to end penalties for cannabis possession, including hemp cannabis products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Judy Corrigan, and I'm the founder of Syntex CBD, a health and wellness hemp specialty store with 3 locations in Central Texas. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 3. I have submitted my full written testimony, but I want to emphasize the most critical points. SB 3 is not the right approach for Texas. Banning everything except CBD and CBG would unnecessarily restrict access to other essential, non-intoxicating cannabinoids like CBN and CBC, compounds that provide immense therapeutic benefits. People need access to the whole plant, including THC, because cannabinoids work together for maximum health benefits. Since 2018, my company has educated communities, provided trusted, high-quality products, and contributed nearly $500,000 in taxes to Texas. We have employed up to 15 people at a time, offering good pay, health benefits, and retirement plan. SB 3 would not only eliminate these jobs, it would force our customers, people, toward unregulated, unsafe alternatives. I wish everyone here could hear the stories we hear in our stores, and I know many people here have talked about that. We have the combat veterans who can finally sleep. We have our cancer patients who can eat without nausea. We have people who can focus without debilitating migraines or other pain. Banning these products would force people to suffer, turn them toward black market alternatives, and eliminate responsible businesses that ensure product safety, proper labeling, and ID verification. Before I opened Syntex CBD, I was a licensed professional counselor. It has been my honor since then to not only help people with mental health, but physical health as well. I know firsthand how life-changing these products can be. I urge you all to come to our stores, and you can see how these products can be sold responsibly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Well, hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Hancock and Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys. My name is Rhiannon Yard, and I am the CEO and founder of Hemp Gaia, a hemp manufacturing and retail business in Waco, Texas. So I'm representing McLennan County, and I am in opposition to SB 3. I have an extensive background in the legal cannabis industry, having worked in California regulated market before moving to Texas. I've seen firsthand what works and what doesn't when it comes to cannabis regulation, and I started Hemp Gaia because I saw a critical need for safe, lab-tested, and high-quality hemp products in my community. Texans deserve access to legal, well-regulated products they can trust and products that come from our own Texas farmers and businesses. I want to remind the committee of the hemp's legal definition. Hemp is federally defined under the 2018 Farm Bill as cannabis containing no more than 0.3% Delta-9 THC on a dry weight basis. Texas adopted this definition, ensuring that businesses and consumers operate within the law. Moving away from this federal alignment creates confusion and harms Texas farmers, manufacturers, and retailers while other states and countries move forward. Hemp-derived cannabinoids are legal. We need to protect and promote our Texas farms and brands. One of my biggest priorities at Hemp Gaia is to support Texas hemp farmers and local brands. Right now, Texas is producing some of the best hemp flower in the country, yet many retailers aren't even prioritizing their products. Instead of restricting hemp businesses, we should be looking at ways to elevate Texas-grown hemp and Texas-based brands so that the economic benefits stay right here in our state. We already do this for other agricultural industries in Texas. We have programs like Go Texan, promote Texas-grown produce, beef, and other products. Why aren't we doing the same for hemp? A Texas hemp certification program could highlight high-quality, compliant, and locally grown hemp products, ensuring that consumers know exactly where their products are coming from. This kind of market-driven regulation supports farmers, strengthens the industry, and ensures product safety without unnecessary government overreach. Also, we have a lot of healthier choices with hemp products. We also need to recognize how hemp products are giving Texans healthier alternatives to substances that cause more harm. My dad and all his golfing buddies all shop in my store. They come in and they've all stopped drinking alcohol, and instead they're drinking like Teos tonics and Grabs and other products like that. And they're like way healthier, they're staying sharp, and they're more energized. They're saving their health. Alcohol is like poisoning. The same is true for sleep. Instead of Ambien, people are popping a gummy and are sleeping all night. We need to keep THC legal in Texas and all these cannabinoids that follow the federal guidelines. That's fair.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. My name is Susan Hayes. I am here on behalf of myself and also Village Farms, which is a NASDAQ-traded controlled agriculture company that cultivates cannabis in Canada, exports medical cannabis to other countries, making one of the few legal international cannabis companies, and also grow tomatoes in West Texas. I also serve as the public representative on DPS's working group advising it about TCUP. You've heard over and over again today that TCUP has failed. That's very true. It's been a program with a boot on its neck, and I am distributing a timeline for y'all where I am trying to illustrate the interplay of the changes in federal law, namely the 2018 Farm Bill, which legalized cannabinoids in hemp, save Delta-9 under a certain amount, the very slow evolution of TCUP compared to other so-called low THC states, and the hemp market in Texas. And just briefly, for 2014-2015, multiple states filed low THC programs, including Texas. Then the Farm Bill legalizes hemp. Those other low THC states have moved to a comprehensive medical program, some to legalization. And if you take any big picture thing from what you've heard in all the testimony today, there's a lot of people in Texas who use these products and want to use them. There has to be a place for people to go. If SB3 passes without a place for all these patients to go, you're going to be causing a lot of problems in an unenforceable law. So I speak in support of 1505. The bill still needs some improvement. The cap on medicine at 5 milligrams is too low for many patients. And it also doesn't allow the physicians to practice medicine. Texas is unique in some bad ways with its program. One is it requires a specialist to prescribe. No other state does that. That means rural Texans have less access to it. And I'm about out of time. Senator Betancourt, you had a question earlier about testing and DPS. Did you get that answer? Because I think I can answer it for you.
Mr. Chairman, we'll wait till the end.
We'll come back
sorry,
to the end.
I should have gotten ahead. I forgot I had someone on my left. All right.
Thanks, and we'll come back to questions. Welcome, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mark Krause, committee. I am a fellow of the American Institute of Chemists. I provide expert testimony in hemp judicial proceedings. In addition to Texas, I am currently working in 12 states, 5 federal courts. Texas, as you've heard beginning this morning, is in the midst of a crisis. It's a crisis that was brought about primarily due to the failure of adequate regulation back 3 years ago, which caused the state of Texas to get sued and led to what I call legislation by judicial action, which leads to very unintended consequences. Right now, the state is flooded with what is literally marijuana. It is being labeled by unscrupulous out-of-state operators as hemp-derived. It is not hemp-derived. It is in every gas station. It is in every CBD store. It is in anywhere that you can buy a hemp product, and it is illegal. But the state of Texas is not enforcing the laws it's written. We have the regulations in place to take care of this problem. As I pointed out in the special session, we actually have a very good set of regulations. What we don't have is any enforcement at all. So after the special session, what was the response that we got? Well, we got SB 3. SB 3 is a de facto ban on all cannabinoids. Yes, it's couched in terms of CBD and CBG are legal, but the analytical and production requirements to meet the criteria in SB 3 are way beyond our ability as chemists today. We do not have the technology to either produce CBD and CBG to that purity, nor do we have the technology to analyze it to that purity. We are asking for purity of 1,000 times what FDA requires from their most stringent level. I urge you to vote against SB 3. We don't need ban, we need enforcement. By the way, I am in favor of 1505 with one caveat. Have 1505 meet the same stringent purity requirements as SB 3. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you go ahead and answer my question earlier?
Yes, I would. I will.
I'll let you take a shot at it too.
I think your question was about the difference between testing in the private market versus within law enforcement.
Well, there was a gradation between the state, but start with the private, and because there's a, AgriLife number and a, testing and a.
Yeah, and the current system in Texas is labs that test hemp products just register with TDA. And law enforcement, and this is under the 1325, the prior law enforcement can go mystery shop and test things, so can DISHs. The standard in any other state with the cannabis program, be it medical, legal, whatever, is third-party independent testing of finished products by batch and consumer access to that information. And we have built into the hemp law here a QR code that will link to a COA. And as some others have mentioned, I think a problem we have is lack of enforcement. On the law enforcement side, even though that line between hemp and marijuana is 0.3 delta 9, law enforcement treats 1% as the line. Why? As I understand it, because they don't have the testing precision. If a state does not have a good testing game, and that includes testing the testers, making sure things are accurate, there is a problem with lab fraud in the cannabis industry nationwide, and some excellent data on that coming out by some researchers. If you're interested, I could get it for you. Mm-hmm. What confounds the private industry is why it is so hard for law enforcement to test potency and kinds of cannabinoids, because that is standard in any other state. For example, Nevada requires full spectrum testing of products. So if you buy a product in Nevada, you can see what cannabinoids are in it, how much of each, and what terpenes are in it, which are also medicinal, and how much of each. It's not hard if you have the equipment and the professionals to run that equipment to do that level of testing. So I think part of what the prior witness may have been getting at is private lab testing ought to be the first round, but law enforcement can come in behind, but if they have the tools. I personally, as an individual, from having spoken to some of our crime labs, am a bit terrified about how short-funded they are to be able to handle not cannabis, but fentanyl and the other things that are out there on the street.
It was Sheila that was actually testifying. She said that there was an AgriLife testing capability, so that she's claimed, but y'all are saying no.
Texas A&M AgriLife conducts research, but they're not testing for the private market, to my knowledge. What happens is private
No, 'cause
labs
I hadn't
register
heard
with
that
TDA.
either, but if you've got a backed up crime lab scenario without the right equipment, then it was, kind of welcome idea that there was another testing source, but, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm going to augment her answer just slightly.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The reason that and we're talking primarily about the Corpus Christi DPS lab, the reason that the lab truncates at 1% is because there's what is called measurement error in every measurement. That measurement error, when you go to court, doesn't really play, as I'm sure Chairman can explain, that does not play well in court. So what they've done is put their lower limit of what they will prosecute at something that they can defend in court, which is approximately 1%. What I was referring to in here is that the requirements in SB3 are for us to test to all cannabinoids other than CBD or CBG to 1 part per million. Those methods, not only do the methods not exist, the technology itself does not exist for us to do that. We would have to have literally a factor of 100 improvement in our ability to detect to be able to meet the requirements of SB3. The AgriLife, Texas A&M not only isn't in the commercial testing business, they literally farm out testing. For example, we do pesticide testing for Texas A&M.
And they're using third parties.
And they use third parties.
Third-party labs.
And there is a network of private laboratories in the state that could easily handle anybody's testing requirements that showed up.
So, but you're basically saying is that you can handle 1 part in 10,000, you cannot handle 1 part in a million.
Right, so FDA criteria is 1,000 parts per million of any single contaminant and 2,000 parts per million total. We can probably see 100 parts per million, but that's still 100 times what SB3 is requiring. We can't produce legally defendable data to support SB3 as it's written.
Okay, so make sure I'm on the right math here. You can see 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million.
Easily, we can see probably, call it 100 per cannabinoid.
Right, I put 100 down as like the lower.
You can put 100 down. So most laboratories report down to about 500. You can push that and get down to about 100 per cannabinoid. But trying to go below that when you're dealing with a pure cannabinoid is extremely difficult.
Now, is that standard a pure cannabinoid, or is it a multiple of all the cannabinoids?
Well, no. So that would be if I have 99% CBD. Okay. So what this bill requires is that I have what we call in the laboratory 5,9 CBD, 99.999%.
Yeah, that's past Six Sigma. It's
Right.
a long.
I don't have any methods that will get me past 99.9, much less 99.999. Okay, so the bill as it's written is I can't produce data. First of all, I can't produce the product that anyone could manufacture with. Secondly, is I can't produce data that I can go to court on and defend.
All right, and so 1 out of 10,000, so that would be, so really you can't, there's no technology past 5 nines is what
There's no way for us to get to 5 nines in these compounds, in these products.
And you're, instead of 5 9, so 5 Sigma, you're operating at what?
And what I can
4?
say is, man, if we push it, we can probably get to 3 nines.
Okay.
Okay. It's very difficult. It's not that it's not doable. It's difficult. But I'm not talking about difficult.
No.
I'm saying as the bill is written,
No, you're just
it's
trying
impossible.
to talk about doable. Right.
Yeah, it's just not doable.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all of you testifying. Susan, you made a comment that the compassionate use program is broken, something to that effect. Kind of from your perspective, uniquely, talk about what's worked well, what hasn't worked well with that program broadly since inception. Just kind of give us a sense of that. I'd love to get your perspective as to why you think it's...
Well, and I'll also add, it's not necessarily just me. DPS did commission a study to see, does the program achieve reasonable statewide access? And that phrase was the directive in the original law in 2015, SB 339. And the conclusion their consultant came to was no, it does not. It is not an accessible program. It's not been accessible because of the limited number of licensees. They've been kept to one location. They're all in the Central Texas area. It's also not accessible because physicians, and this is anecdotal, we don't have perfect data on this with the physicians, but I've spoken to physicians around the state who haven't bothered getting into it because they know their patients don't have access to the medicine. It's also broken, and this is true with any
Being on a regional basis.
on a regional basis.
Yeah, right.
And also broken because when you have excess regulations, you drive up cost. And I can get you a side-by-side of what regulations our hemp program has versus what TCUP has. This is true in any cannabis market around the country. When a legal program is over-regulated, it can't compete cost-wise. So what do consumers or patients do? They go to other markets, whether they're gray or black. And that's part of what has happened in this state. You know, the hemp products are regulated. Those regulations aren't enforced very well, but they should be tested. There should be a link to a COA. So a lot of patients, as you've heard multiple people testify today, drop out of TCUP, go to the hemp market because they're getting what they need, what works for them, and it's cheaper. And until a state lets its legal programs compete financially, that program's going to fail. California is watching that now. California is a legal marijuana state, and people are giving back their licenses because they can't make money with the regulation and the taxation they're under. So the black market continues to rage on.
Very good.
Yeah, and you know, the other issue with it is it's not a comprehensive medical cannabis program. It's still limited by condition. And part of what I was hoping to illustrate with the chart was showing these other states that, along with Texas, enacted a low THC program in 2014, 2015. And then as the Farm Bill legalized cannabinoids in hemp, except for Delta-9 over a certain level, those other states moved on. They changed their laws to a comprehensive medical program. And what I mean by comprehensive is you let doctors practice medicine. If somebody needs it for anxiety or insomnia, they can get it. And instead, people with anxiety and insomnia are going to the hemp market.
Very good.
Yeah.
And then let me ask one other question. Ma'am, I know you said you were a registered counselor historically, so you've been taking care of people that obviously dealt with all kinds of mental health issues and so forth. Can you kind of take us through, just briefly, the kind of patients you've seen historically, be it vets or otherwise, in terms of the kind of conditions that you're experiencing in your LPC practice, and what you would recommend in terms of medications and so forth, and that era before the current era? It would be beneficial, I think, for me and the members to hear that as well, if you wouldn't mind.
That I've run into with the as far as clients were anxiety, pain, a lot of veterans that had PTSD, restless leg. I've talked with veterans, this is when I was in practice, who were taking drugs like Minipress and things to help with PTSD, and they would take the CBD and it would help them more, and they could get off these medicines. And so there are a lot of people who have gotten off these medicines, or at least reduced these synthetic medicines, by taking the CBD, and then they can add the THC to it if they need to.
And I guess it's across a variety of different conditions is really what you're describing.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Krause, do we have written testimony from you? That's not required, but did you provide us anything in writing?
I did not, but I can send it to you.
It's not a requirement, but it will be helpful. If you don't mind, we
I
made
will
good
be
notes,
happy
and
to.
really smart people are listening. But if you can get us something in writing, that would help us a lot.
Absolutely, sir.
I thank each of the witnesses, and you are excused. Thanks for your testimony. The chair now calls Heather Fazio, Mary Taylor, David Nasser, Tyra Summer, Landon Bearden, Irene Chowdhury, and the chair also calls Philip Snow, John Elmore, Wakar Ali, Christopher Lynch, Morgan Roberts, Patty Quincy. Again, to make sure we're maximizing opportunities to testify, we are looking for Heather Fazio, Mary Taylor, David Nasser, Tyrus Sommer, Landon Bearden, Irene Chowdhury, Philip Snow, John Elmore, Wakar Ali, Christopher Lynch, Morgan Roberts, Patty Quincy. Welcome to each of you. We'll start on my left, your right. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
All right, thank you, sir. My name is Tyrus Sommer, and I'm one of the owners of Bahama Mama 1960, a small but thriving business offering a wide variety of hemp-derived THC products. I'm here today to oppose SB 3. At Bahama Mama, our mission is to provide a natural wellness solution to a diverse range of customers, from veterans and business professionals to retirees and young adults. We help those struggling with anxiety, depression, and PTSD find relief without the need for prescription drugs. Hemp-derived THC, more particularly Delta-9, has been life-changing for our customers. It has helped individuals overcome alcoholism, it has provided veterans with the relief they need from PTSD, and offered mood enhancement and relaxation that CBD and CBG alone cannot in order to combat different forms of anxiety. Banning cannabinoids like Delta-9 would be a disservice to those who rely on these products for a better quality of life. Prohibition is not the answer. Actually, it is a recipe for disaster. If the ban were to go through, an industry with so much potential would go to waste, forcing our customers to turn to the dangerous black market or face the nasty side effects of the prescription medication that this hemp-derived THC allowed these people to avoid. The Texas hemp industry has provided financial stability for not only my family, but each and every partner involved that pays taxes. I urge you to consider the profound impact these products have on the lives of many and ensure they remain accessible to those who need them. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
How you doing? My name is Landon Bearden. I'm here to oppose the SB 3. I have the honor of owning Secret Library, a small business in River Oaks, Houston, dedicated to providing holistic wellness solutions through our THC products. Our mission is to improve the lives of our customers, many of whom are professionals, retirees, young professionals, and veterans seeking balance in a fast-paced world. We carry trusted brands like Wild, Charlotte's Web, Kana, 1906, and Hometown Hero, each known for their THC blends that focus on different things such as sleep, energy, pain relief, anxiety, and depression solutions. However, the true reward of our work is the difference that these products make in the people's lives, particularly among the older customers who come in seeking relief from sleepless nights, chronic pain, and harmful side effects of prescription medications. Our THC products, especially those designed for natural sleep aids, have been life-changing for many. We see customers who have struggled with years with insomnia find rest and reclaim their health, all without relying on harsh pharmaceutical solutions. It's a deep, fulfilling experience to watch someone walk out of our store with a renewed sense of hope and improved quality of life. I come before you today to ask for your support in protecting access to these life-changing THC products. Our customers depend on them not as a luxury, but as a necessity for their health and well-being. These products provide a safe, natural alternative for managing pain, sleep, and overall wellness. And removing access to these would significantly impact the lives of many in our community. Thank you for your time, your commitment, and the health and quality of all Texans.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Naveed Nasser. I've had the misfortune of being called David twice in my visits here, but it happens. Today, unfortunately, is not about me, but it's about my family here at Bahama Mama. Bahama Mama was founded in 2021, right after the pandemic, when businesses were reeling, but we took the risk in an industry that we saw needed a little bit of change. Bahama Mama was built from the ground up, self-funded, no banks, no loans. Just hard work and a belief and a commitment to serving our customers. That belief has grown us into a network of over 180,000 retail square foot all across the state of Texas, between three metropolises of Houston, Austin, and Dallas, within our 7 encompassing brands. Between all of our brands, we work with 40+ different landlords, 75% of them of which are private owners. But today, our business, the entire Texas hemp industry and the wellness industry is under threat. The proposed ban under Senate Bill 3 aims to ban nearly all consumable hemp products, including those THC variants that are federally legal and have been servicing millions of Texans for the last couple of years. If SB 3 passes, the impact will be devastating. It'll wipe out an entire industry overnight, an industry that provides jobs, tax revenue, and economic opportunity for small business owners. Bahama Mama alone pays a little over $500,000 every month, $6 million a year in rent to property owners across the street. If this bill passes, the revenue would disappear overnight, leaving landlords, investors, property managers scrambling to fill vacancies. And we're just one company. Imagine the statewide impact this will have on hundreds of hemp businesses that are shutting down across the nation, or across the state, excuse me. This will also lead to a loss of millions in local tax revenue being wiped out, money that helps fund schools, infrastructure, and community programs. The majority of our partners here are self-made, many without traditional college educations, built their businesses with grit, hard work, and no outside help. I know I'm over my time, but I really implore you guys to please think about the small business owners here in Texas. That's what Texas is made of. I like to joke and say that Texas is the greatest country in the world, right? We just passed France as the 7th strongest economic infrastructure in the entire world, guys. Let's remember that. We have a lot of people sitting in this room that rely on this, and not just us sitting here as business owners, but all of our customers, our clients, and the people that we take care of day in and day out. Thank you.
David, thanks for your testimony. Next time we meet, I'll try to get your name right. Thank you for that. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Senate. My name is Irene Chowdhury. I hold an MBA with a background in healthcare administration. However, I have been in this industry for 4 years with Bahama Mama, a CBD and wellness retail brand, as a proud owner of multiple locations. My sister is a physician assistant and works over 100 hours a week. She used to take Ambien for sleep and would have the worst side effects. She would unknowingly get up in the middle of the night and try to walk out the front door of her house. She even fell into her bathtub from walking around in her sleep and suffered a concussion because of how strong this prescription drug is. We had to put a chair to block the front door so we would wake up if we heard her move or try to leave. Once I got into this industry, I learned the benefits of hemp and introduced Charlotte's Web sleep gummies to my sister. Her life completely changed. This product replaced Ambien and significantly improved the quality of her life. With this proposed ban, I'm in fear for my sister's life. If she goes back to prescription drugs, who's to say she will unknowingly walk out that front door into the street and in the middle of the night and get hurt? And should that ever happen, who do we hold accountable? This product helps someone that I deeply love and care for. I would hate to have to tell her the quality of her life would get compromised again. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, is there any questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. The chair calls Mary Taylor, Philip Snow, John Elmore, Wakar Ali, Christopher Lynch, Morgan Roberts, Patty Quincy, looking for Mary Taylor, Philip Snow, John Elmore, Wakar Ali, Christopher Lynch, Morgan Roberts, Patty Quincy. And so I'm going to ask a few more people to make their way down to the Senate floor to be prepared to testify. We're going to be looking for Jeanette McKenzie, Elizabeth Johnson, Matthew Moore, Byron McCown, Reagan Heddens. Again, Jeanette McKenzie, Elizabeth Johnson, Matthew Moore, Byron McCown, Reagan Heddens. Very well. Welcome, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable members of the Senate, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is John Elmore, and I'm here to strongly oppose SB 3. This bill would shut down an $8 billion Texas industry, eliminate thousands of jobs, and take away a safe legal option that many Texans rely on for relief. For 6 years, I've seen firsthand how these products change lives. Veterans, cancer patients, people suffering from chronic pain, etc., have turned to hemp THC products when nothing else works. Families have told me, you saved my loved one's life. I've had people break down in tears, hugging me and telling me these products gave them hope and healing when everything else failed. I give all glory to God for that. He created this plant to bring relief to those who are suffering, and I believe we should approach this issue with compassion. Similar to an earlier testimony, many of my customers are referred by Texas doctors who believe in these products so strongly that they risk their own medical licenses to suggest them as an alternative to pharmaceutical drugs. That should tell us something. I have a customer with multiple sclerosis who struggles to see and walk. They've tried medical marijuana, even in the smallest doses, but claimed the effects were too strong. A hemp THC routine is the only thing that gives her the ability to function properly. SB3 would take that freedom away from her and countless others. Let's be clear, prohibition has never worked. If your goal is public safety, the answer is responsible regulation, not criminalization. Keep these products legal, enforce strict age restrictions, and hold bad actors accountable. But please don't punish responsible businesses and the thousands of Texans who depend on them. I urge you to vote no on SB3. This also, lastly, wasn't part of my testimony, but I'd like to touch on the spice reference earlier. The decade-old ban, it did not get rid of spice. Spice is very prevalent throughout our city. It's more dangerous than ever, and it's one of the biggest epidemics amongst Austin's homeless community. Similarly, passing SB3 will only negatively impact our state. If passed, this ban will indubitably have horrible consequences. Thank you for your time. May God bless Texas.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead. And I'll just say this. That testimony that is within the time is the most memorable. It tells us that you really got it tied and prepared and hit us hard with it. So keep that in mind as you go ahead.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you for hearing my testimony today concerning mine and my customers' experience. My name is Wakar Ali. We opened Secret Libraries, CBD Vape, and Wellness in 2022 because of the very loud and clear demand of hemp-derived products. As we're building out our store in Houston, Texas, many of our surrounding business interests were peaked, and we quickly gained traction in our neighborhood. From the salon that neighbors my shop, we received referrals from my elderly who came in with roller sets, capes, looking for CBDism, 10,000 mg roll-on pain muscle salve, unable to sit still during their hair appointments due to sciatica, arthritis. This product has CBD, CBG, as well as Delta 8 and Delta 9. Eliminating hemp-derived products in Texas would directly affect my ability to care for my family, my employees, their families, and to continue contributing to this wonderful state's economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. As a U.S. Army veteran with PTSD, I count on THC products every day to maintain my mental stability when additional medications have failed.
We need your name.
My name is Morgan Roberts.
Go ahead, thanks.
As a U.S. Navy veteran who struggled with PTSD, difficulty sleeping, and anxiety, THC has been instrumental in reducing my anxiety and other PTSD symptoms when nothing else has helped the way that THC has. My name is Morgan Roberts, and these are just a couple examples of what customers tell me about their experiences with THC products. Everyone here has thanked a veteran for their service, but few of us fully understand the extent of the post-traumatic stress disorder which they come home with and which has resulted in the daily and weekly suicides of these patriots who have sacrificed so much for our freedom. The effect of the legislation is not simply misguided. It cuts the lifeline and pulls up the ladder of hope and mental stability for those who have given so much. The veteran customers are legion in numbers. All they ask in return for their service is that they leave intact the lifeline and the ladder that they count on to continue surviving and thriving when conventional medicine and alternative treatments have failed them. Many, if not most, of these veterans are parents and guardians The last thing that they want is for their survival to be at the expense of our most precious commodity, the children of Texas. These customers, who are also veterans, tell me to urge this committee, this Senate, and this legislature to devise a solution which protects Texas children while preserving their access to the THC products which permit them to maintain and enhance their productivity as veterans and citizens of this great state. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name's Christopher Lynch. I'm a small business owner in Austin, and we have thousands of customers who rely on high-quality CBD to maintain various aspects of their life, and it simply does not work without all its components. SB3 is transparent in its aim to create a monopoly on cannabis for a very few well-connected players. I see no applicability in how the law attempts to reconcile the alleged life-threatening, unregulated forms of THC and the proven medical benefits, historical human use, and current real-world attitudes surrounding cannabis. It will be a disaster for consumers, law enforcement, and a boon for the black markets. And any legislator purporting to have the best interest of Texas public in mind will appear disingenuous if they support this bill without a major rewrite. If your issue is THC, address the issue of THC. Cannabis is the ultimate proof of intelligent design on the planet. The plant mimics our endocannabinoid system. There are at least 100 components which help regulate functions in the human body, and the medical science indicates that the plant is not as efficacious without all of its constituent parts, particularly THC. The efficacy of the plant depends on it having THC. SB3, as it was introduced, strips consumers of a valuable component, THC, but does it allow CBDV? Does it allow CBC? The current language and intent reflect a profound misunderstanding of both the cannabis plant and the needs of Texas residents. The bill appears misaligned with the prevailing scientific understanding of cannabis, which underscores the necessity of THC alongside other cannabinoids to achieve its full therapeutic potential. Lastly, I'd just say instead, lawmakers, you should consider an evidence-based approach which respects the balance of cannabinoids and the knowledge that the broad spectrum of uses of cannabis include therapeutic applications as well as well-being. And only through this thoughtful legislation, y'all's thoughtful legislation, will we be able to come to an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Get close to the mic and go ahead.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Johnson, and I'm representing myself. I strongly oppose this bill because it puts lives at risk. My best friend, who was like a sister to me and an aunt to my child, left her stable corporate job of 10 years to open Greenery, Texas, out in Wimberley, which has become a business providing safe, legal alternatives. I work as her event coordinator, and I have seen firsthand how these products help people enjoy themselves responsibly, unlike the dangers of alcohol overusage, which is common in places like 6th Street, as we all know. It is Austin. If this bill passes, people will still seek out these products, but instead of getting them from safe legal sources, they will turn to unregulated markets where there might be fentanyl-laced substances which are killing people every day. Why are we attacking legal businesses instead of fighting for the real crisis? This is about harm reduction. It's about saving lives, because I know firsthand what it's like, what it means to have a loved one suffer and how crucial it is to be safe and to have legal access to hemp-derived products. On February 14th, 2024, my mother was diagnosed with cancer after being misdiagnosed by 4 different dentists here in Austin. Our lives changed forever that day, and hemp-derived products almost saved her life. My mother was a dedicated public servant. She worked for the state of Texas for almost 40 years, and even after retirement, she continued serving our country, which I call Texas, at the federal level. She volunteered during Hurricane Harvey and spent her entire career helping others. Throughout her battle, hemp-derived products provided her with relief that wasn't clouded by heavy disorientation, even though she did have cancer. It gave her relief that allowed her to have comfort in her final days. Now imagine if these products weren't legal. I would have had no choice but to search for alternative on the streets, which could have made me a criminal simply for just wanting to ease my mother's pain. With fentanyl lacing everything, including marijuana, that risk wouldn't have just been legal. I could have killed my own mom. I'm almost done. My mother went to heaven September 14, 2024. Now I can't help but think about our children, young and older, who might experiment with different products. If legal regulated hemp options are taken away, they may turn to illegal sources. And in 2025, that means a real risk of fentanyl poisoning. Fentanyl is now killing more people than homicides and car accidents combined, among other things. If we ban safe alternatives, we are forcing people toward danger instead of against or away. This is bigger than one person. It's about the sick, the suffering, and our future generations. I urge you to think about this in your family, your parents, your children, if they were in pain. Okay?
Thank you very much.
I'm going
Members,
to
any
end with-
questions for any of these witnesses? Any questions for any of the witnesses? Thank you all for being here. You're excused. The chair calls Philip Snow, Patty Quincy, bless you, Jeanette McKenzie, Matthew Moore, Byron McCown, Reagan Heddens, Dylan Hoppy, Stephen Bethards, Esquiel Lopez Montoya, Christopher Bangs, Corey Bangs. Again, we're looking for Philip Snow, Patty Quincy, Jeanette McKenzie, Matthew Moore, Byron McCown, Reagan Heddens, Eberto Earl Green, Sky Weathered, Brianna Evans, Dylan Hoppy, Stephen Bethards, Esquiel Lopez Montoya, Christopher Bangs, Corey Bangs. I'll go through those one more time to make sure everyone has an opportunity. Philip Snow, Patty Quincy, Jeanette McKenzie, Matthew Moore, Byron McCown, Reagan Heddens, Eberto Earl Green, Sky Weathered, Brianna Evans, Dylan Hoppy, Stephen Bethards, Esquiel Lopez Montoya, Christopher Bangs, Corey Bangs. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, and thank you for letting me speak today. My name's Byron McCowan, and I'm here opposing SB 3. I'd like to start by saying this is how I make a living. This is how I provide for my family. This is the career path I chose to go down when the state of Texas began issuing licenses in the consumable hemp program. I would lose 4 out of 5 of my businesses. 90% of my employees would be without a job, and beyond that, my customers would lose access to the products that help them live a normal life. I can attest to the fact that more than 40% of customers purchasing hemp products through me in Central Texas are over the age of 55. I have several elderly customers asking me every week how the legal situation surrounding hemp is going. They're scared and they're worried. One man who's over 70 years old is talking about packing up and leaving Texas if he loses access to hemp. These products are easier to access without the side effects or ridiculous costs of pharmaceuticals. Often they have tried multiple medications with no luck until they are given the option to try hemp instead and finding what they needed all along. The industry needs regulation, not elimination. Sure, there are bad players in every sport. Let's eliminate them and maintain access to responsible adults. It doesn't need to be in convenience stores or random pop-up stores that are unaware of the products that they're selling. Those selling these products must do so knowing that they accept responsibility of educating people as well. Alcohol is everywhere and we see the damage that causes, yet no one bats an eyelash when they drive past a bar or a liquor store. Cannabis has never killed a single individual. The passing of this bill would affect millions of Texans negatively, and since these products have been on the market now for over 5 years, I promise prohibition will fail way harder this time should House Bill 3 pass. Why? The elderly and the veterans and the American people that have been lied to about cannabis have been able to do enough of their own research and find relief in these products themselves or a loved one they know has, and they realized everything they were told about it in their youth was a blatant lie. Not a white lie, not a slight mistruth, but a bold-faced lie. Don't we teach our kids not to do that? Please regulate, do not eliminate.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeanette Bishop McKenzie, and I am the Director of People for Texas Cannabis Collective. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to you, Mr. Chairman, and to fellow committee members for your patience and consideration of our testimonies on this topic. Unlike many who are here today, I do not work for any hemp-related businesses, nor do I work for any medical cannabis companies, nor am I a patient. I am simply a concerned citizen and a passionate volunteer in this community. I've heard concerns from legislators today that I don't want to dismiss or make light of. I'd like to think that all of these concerns originate from a place of concern for public safety. This is a noble concern that is not without basis. The current regulations for the hemp market are not being properly enforced due to a lack of infrastructure and systems supporting accountability. There is also a need for additional regulations and clarity that would create industry-wide consensus and strong enforcement processes. I'd like to approach this topic from a perspective of harm reduction, an evidence-based philosophy that emphasizes individual liberty by aiming to reduce negative consequences associated with any behavior or action that has potential risks. Regulation is harm reduction. For example, car accidents are a leading cause of death in the United States. However, we don't ban cars. We do, however, enact legislation requiring seatbelts, airbags, and other safety regulations. Similarly, if a bar is selling alcohol to minors knowingly or over-serving guests, TABC shuts them down, and bartenders are required to go through training to obtain TABC licenses. This is harm reduction. Education and regulation are proven methods that reduce harm and keep our communities safe. My concern as a citizen lies in the criminalization aspect of the bill. Not only will it shut down businesses, but it will lead to mass incarceration for consumers, and throwing people in jail will not solve our problems. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks very much. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Eberto Earl Green.
Get a little closer to that microphone so we can hear you. We'll start your time then.
Good
Go ahead.
afternoon. My name is Eberto Earl Green, and I am here not just as an advocate, but as a patient, someone who has battled epilepsy and understands the life or death stakes of this discussion. I was diagnosed with epilepsy years ago, and like many patients, I struggle with conventional treatments that fail to provide relief. I live in constant fear, knowing that a single seizure could end my life. That changed when I discovered CBD full spectrum and then improved with CBDV, a cannabidivarine, a non-psychoactive minor cannabinoid with clinically proven benefits for epilepsy and other neurological disorders. However, what's crucial to understand is that CBDV is far more effective in full spectrum formulations than in isolated forms. The entourage effect, where cannabinoids work together to enhance therapeutical benefits, is key to why full spectrum extracts provide better outcomes for patients like me. The problem isn't the cannabinoids, it's the lack of resources to regulate and standardize these formulations. The proposed ban of all THC products under SB3 would devastate thousands of patients like me who rely on safe, standardized cannabinoids for conditions such as epilepsy, autism, chronic pain, and sleep disorders. It would force people to seek out unregulated products, increasing the risk of mislabeling, contamination, and ineffective treatments. I understand concerns about unregulated products and the risk to minors, but banning all THC products does not solve that problem. It simply drives patients to the underground market. Texas should not turn its back on patients who need access to life-saving medical solutions. Instead, we should be focused on regulating, standardize, and ensure safe access to these treatments. That's why I'm inviting each of you to the PharmaCann US a symposium on March 22nd at Saint Edward's University, where doctors, research, and policymakers will present real clinical data on cannabinoids. I hope you can join and see the difference. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. The chair now calls Matthew Moore, Reagan Heddens, Dylan Hoppy, Stephen Bethards, Esquiel Lopez Montoya, Christopher Bangs, Corey Bangs. And we're also looking for Christopher Bentler, Shelley Peebles, Suleiman Sharif. Chair calls Sky Weathered, Brianna Evans. And if I've called your name and you wish to testify, there's a seat remaining on this panel. We're going to start with this testimony, and we'll continue to move through. So we'll start over here on my left, your right. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So my name is Dylan Hoppy, and I am the Director of In-Store Sales and Operations for Czar Wellness. We are a veteran-owned wellness company focused on the medicinal benefits of hemp for individuals dealing with physical and mental ailments like PTSD, depression, anxiety, and insomnia. We have provided approximately $5 million in discounts to veterans across Texas in honor of Czar's Mission 22, which is a 22% daily discount that we offer to veterans to help combat the very sad statistic that 22 veterans take their own lives every single day in this country. We third-party lab test all of our products to ensure safety. We age verify all clients to prevent sales to anyone under the age of 21. Along with our use of child protective packaging for our products. We also provide a paper guide with safe and proper dosing instructions to support our clients on their canotherapy journey and to make sure that they know when to take their products and when is the appropriate time to take their products. I have witnessed firsthand how this alternative option to pharmaceuticals has been life-saving for so many of our clients. Not only has it been life-saving for our clients, but also for me. I have dealt with severe social anxiety and major depressive disorder since a very young age, and hemp-derived canotherapy is the only solution I have ever found that has actually worked for me. That's actually improved my quality of life enough to make me actually want to live. I'm here today to oppose SB3, a bill that would severely restrict access to safe and effective hemp products for Texans. This bill would impose unnecessary restrictions on cannabinoids that can be truly life-saving, making it more difficult for businesses like mine to operate and for Texas civilians and veterans to access the products that they need. I urge you to consider the negative impact this bill will have on Texans who rely on hemp products for their health and well-being, and I urge you to vote against SB3.
Thank you, Mr. Hoppy. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Corey Bangs. I'm a small business owner of a CBD wellness shop in Houston, Texas, named Bahama Mama. I started my journey in the hemp industry nearly 5 years ago as a sales rep. Now I'm able to provide for my family and was able to offer opportunities to both of my siblings. It has been life-changing for not only myself, but my family and many other members of my community. I would like to speak about something more personal regarding this issue. My aunt has multiple conditions, including Down syndrome, diabetes, and hip dysplasia. Her conditions do not allow her to take typical pharmaceutical medications. The hemp products I'm able to provide for her are life-changing, as they do not come with the inherent risks seen in many medications that exclude her from their use. She is finally able to sleep at night and not always in excruciating pain. If this ban were to go through, not only would it affect someone I care greatly about, but thousands of amazing patrons I've been able to help along the way. I ask the members of this committee to take my words into consideration and try to understand just how crucial this industry is to the great state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Ezekiel Lopez Montoya. I am here to oppose SB 3. In 2019, I had just started my college career as an aspiring engineering student. I was also a staunch proponent to my friends and family to be against any kind of THC. It's kind of ironic because today, at the age of 26, having dropped out of college, I'm the proud owner of 5 retail hemp wellness stores, such as Bahama Mama and Secret Library, based out of esteemed affluent areas in the Woodlands, Tomball, and River Oaks. In my stores, I sell a variety of hemp-derived THC and CBN products with a clientele ranging from the ages of 35 and older, from teachers to nurses, from veterans to retirees. Let me tell you about customer interaction that I empathize with to this day. 3 years ago, when I opened my first location, one of my initial customers that I had was a 68-year-old dialysis patient who came to my store seeking alternative products for their pain and sleeping issues. I'm not sure if any of you have someone in your family that suffers from kidney failure, but let me walk you through it. 3 times a week, you're hooked up to a machine with 14-gauge needles, pumping blood in and out of your body. The pain from this is agonizing. You get chills, you have pain, you don't have energy to do anything, you lose appetite. Most of the time, all you do is sleep. I've seen the products I sell in my store change and bring life back to this individual. Why do I empathize with this customer? As the customer told me about his story, all I could see was my father before my eyes. My father suffered from kidney failure for 14 and a half years until he passed away in 2019. These products could have helped my father. I wish I knew about them when my father was still alive. Maybe if I knew about them then, I would not have to hear my father utter the words, "I want to go, I want to die." These products would have brought a better quality of life to his suffering. With the passage of SB 3, despite its well-meaning intent, would have grave consequences by removing any ability for people in these situations and similar ones to have access to shop freely and find alternatives that best work for them. I would request that the members of this committee and other lawmakers to take these situations into account before moving forward on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members of this committee. My name is Christopher Banks. I am here today to provide testimony against SB 3. I have worked in the hemp industry for nearly 4 years. I operate a location in the Woodlands, Texas. We carry a broad range of products that can custom fit to almost any customer. THC and CBD products have profound effects on people suffering from an array of different ailments, including but not limited to, just bear with me, anxiety, depression, stress, insomnia, PTSD, chronic pain, loss of appetite, and nausea. The products we sell help give people a better quality of life that pharmaceutical medications simply do not provide. Personally speaking, myself and both of my brothers work in the hemp industry. We all 3 support our wives and children, along with anyone else who comes along the way. We come from a family of hardworking men who broke their backs to provide for us. The opportunity given to my brothers and I by Bahama Mama has been life-changing. I'm a better husband and father, a better friend and brother. I'm a better man for having worked in this industry. I believe I have had a positive impact on my community and found a purpose worth fighting for. If this industry was to be eradicated, the last 4 years of my hard work and dedication would go along with it. My brothers and I have worked our way to being business owners and contributing members of society. I plead with the members of this committee to halt their judgment in this matter and genuinely consider the wide-reaching ramifications of this ban. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead. Get close to that microphone so we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Sky Weatherid Guillo, and I am the Director of Marketing and Compliance at Czar Wellness. We are a Texas-based, veteran-owned cannotherapy company. You just heard my colleague Dylan describe us very, very well, so I'm not going to bore you with that. And I am here to oppose Senate Bill 3. This is not just professional for me, it's also personal. I have suffered from the chronic pain conditions, endometriosis and adenomyosis. I also have gastroparesis, which has left me unable to take traditional pain meds, including opioids, because my body cannot digest them. For 12 years, I lived in constant agony, enduring excruciating pain, relentless nausea, and bouts of vomiting that made eating a daily battle. My body was failing me, and my mental health collapsed under the weight of it all. I felt like I was losing everything: my career, my ability to be a mother, and my will to keep going. Then I found full-spectrum CBD and THC, and suddenly, everything changed. For the first time in over a decade, I could function. I could go to work, I could be present for my family, I could eat a meal without pain or fear. But most importantly, I no longer wanted to die. I am not alone. Thousands of Texans rely on hemp-derived cannabinoids to live the life they deserve. SB 3 does not protect Texans, it harms them. This bill does not keep Texans safe. It pushes them towards black market products, prescription drugs with deadly consequences, or a lifetime of unnecessary suffering. The answer isn't bans. The answer is responsible regulation, something Czar Wellness already implements every single day, including restricting our products to those 21 years old or older, using child-resistant compliant packaging to ensure safety, and we rigorously test our products to maintain quality and transparency. Regulation, not prohibition, is what actually helps keep communities safe. SB 3 is an attack on veterans, patients, small businesses, and everyday Texans like me who rely on these products for our health, our well-being, and in many cases, our ability to live a normal life. I urge you, please reject fear-driven policies, reject misinformation, because we heard a lot of that here today, and reject Senate Bill 3. The people of Texas deserve better. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for these witnesses? Thank you for being here. You're excused. Yes, sir. The chair calls Brianna Evans, Christopher Bentler, Suleiman Sharif, Shelley Peebles. And we're also going to be looking for Xiomara Cisneros, Nicholas Mortillaro, Jeremy Rep, Ali B., Shiroz Khan, Wayne Dolcefino, Sarah Reyes, Danielle Larios, and we'll call again Brianna Evans, Christopher Bentler, Shelley Peebles, Xiomara Cisneros, Nicholas Mortillaro, Jeremiah Rep, Shiroz Khan, Wayne Dolcefino, Sarah Reyes, Daniel Larios, Suleiman Sharif. And I'll say for those who have registered to testify on this bill, if you're in the gallery, you should be making your way down to the Senate floor as we are coming to the close of testimony on this bill. So if you're registered to testify on the bill and in the gallery, make your way down to the Senate floor and we'll be reaching you very quickly. And so with that, we're going to start over here on my left. You're right. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Chairman and members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Reyes. I'm the Youth Justice Policy Director for the Texas Center for Justice and Equity. I'm here to express my opposition to Senate Bill 3, particularly in regards to provisions that would criminalize THC and nearly all other THC, such as Delta 8 and Delta 9. While I understand there may be concerns about regulation and safety of these substances, I strongly believe that criminalizing them is an unnecessary and harmful step. Instead of doubling down on a failed approach of criminalization, we should be focusing on regulating these substances, sellers, and manufacturers in a way that protect public health and ensure safety. We understand and share the concerns regarding youth access to THC products, and it is crucial that we take steps to protect youth from harm. However, if one of the intents of this bill is to protect youth, criminalization of adult use and possession is not the solution. Instead, we should focus on age restrictions, proper labeling, education, and enforcement of regulations to ensure that these products are only accessible to those who are of legal age. Just as we regulate alcohol and tobacco to protect youth, we can create a system for regulating THC as well. I also want to emphasize that if you were listening to the youth share their stories here earlier, they really brought to light that there's an obvious need for robust and comprehensive substance use in schools that don't just teach abstinence. We know our youth are using substances and they're curious. It is what I'm sure a lot of folks in this room did as a youth as well, and this needs to be addressed through education and resources that help to get to the context of the youth usage and not criminalization. Instead of criminalizing these substances, I urge this committee to focus on establishing a clear and robust regulatory framework. By regulating THC, we can ensure these products are tested for safety, properly labeled, and distributed through legal and controlled channels. Manufacturer and seller regulations would allow us to protect consumers from potentially harmful and mislabeled products while also ensuring that we maintain a fair and balanced approach and respect personal freedom and choices. I believe that criminalizing any THC products more is a step backwards. I urge this committee to oppose Senate Bill 3 and work towards a more reasonable approach that emphasizes regulation over criminalization. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Shelley Peebles. I'm a native Texan, born and raised right here in Austin. I am a devoted single mother of 2 amazing children. Today I come before you to voice my opposition to Senate Bill 3. This legislation, while perhaps well-intentioned, could have dire consequences for consumers such as myself, who rely on these compounds for their health and well-being. My personal journey and story is long but not uncommon. After being diagnosed with various health issues, visiting countless doctors, and taking massive amounts of narcotics that did not do anything for my relief, I ventured to CBD, and I discovered a cannabinoid called THCV. And there is research that backs up the fact that what I experienced was weight loss, and I was no longer in need of diabetes medication. I had pain relief that I hadn't seen in years. I slept very well, which helped my body heal. This bill would prohibit me from being able to access this medicine legally for myself. Personally, I would like to not be a felon. I aspire to not be criminalized for trying to find medication that solves what ailments I have. So after discovering the health benefits of cannabis and researching it further, I decided to become certified in cannabis. And I took a deep dive in educating myself on this plant and its benefits. I would encourage every single one of you to do the same. I want you to remember that these cannabinoids all work together, just as we all need to work together to come up with a better solution for citizens of Texas. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Esteemed members of the committee, my name is Brianna Evans. I am here before you today to express my strong opposition to SB 3. I believe this bill represents a step backward in our approach to hemp-derived cannabis regulation, and I urge you to reconsider its passage. Firstly, this bill severely restricts the types of cannabinoids that can be present in consumable hemp products, limiting them to only CBD and CBG. This is a significant oversight, as research suggests that other cannabinoids such as CBN and THCV also offer potential therapeutic benefits and are also non-psychoactive. By limiting the availability of these compounds, we would be denying clients access to potentially life-changing treatments. Furthermore, this bill creates several new criminal offenses related to the possession, sale, and distribution of consumable hemp products. These harsh penalties are disproportionate to the potential harm caused by these products and could have a devastating impact on individuals and communities. These new offenses that would be added are not about the safety of the community. They are about prosecuting as many people as possible without taking the time to test products, like stated by previous speakers. On a personal level, I can attest to the transformative power of hemp-derived cannabis. As someone who has struggled with anxiety, depression, and sleeplessness, I have found that cannabis provides me with much needed relief. It also has served as a healthier alternative to alcohol, allowing me to reduce my intake and improve my overall well-being. I would like to remind everyone that alcohol is responsible for many deaths every day, while it would take over 1,500 pounds of THC to be ingested at one time for an overdose. In conclusion, I urge you to reject SB 3 and instead focus on developing a more comprehensive and compassionate approach to hemp-derived cannabis regulation. We must prioritize consumer access, education, and harm reduction over punitive measures that do more harm than good. I also want to encourage everyone to do their own research. There have been numerous false statements shared continuously by some who are speaking on behalf of this bill, as well as a clear lack of knowledge on the subject. I'd also like to repeat that there are multiple NCBI and PubMed articles on the benefits and positives of CBD, CBG, THC, and CBN. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name's Chris Bentler. I've been here before. We're back with DeVega CBD. We work very closely with the VFW. We're actually proud sponsors on a national level. We're trying to help veterans with their pain, PTSD, anxiety, sleep issues, to name a few. We're all about, we've testified multiple times here. It's all about finding the right, it's not taking away, it's not prohibition. It is doing the right things. It's taking a lot of bad players off of this market. I brought some things. We have a thing that looks exactly like a Reese's peanut butter bar called Reefers. It's 1,000 milligrams. If a child got into this box and the little bag that it's in, which is not child-proof, that's where we start seeing kids go to the ER. Then I have a bottle here of 1,500 milligrams of CBD, THC product. That's 1,000 milligrams each gummy. That's another problem. If one of our children got a hold of even one of those, we're back to the ER, and then we're talking about the pediatricians. I have our bottle. We're not flashy or anything else. We look like a medicine. We are a medicine. It would have taken 50 of our bottles. If you stacked them up, it's 18 feet tall to equal one bottle here. We're not letting children get a hold of this. We're not letting anybody have problems. It's all about let's just do the right things and keep this legal.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Just to go over the math with you, okay? You had a 15,000 milligram.
15,000 milligrams, that's 1,000 milligrams of gummy. 100's more than enough for any normal person.
Okay, and you say you said that was 300 times. So, and so your gummies were what, 50 milligrams? Or?
No, our gummies are 10 milligrams.
They're 10 milligrams, okay. So
our gummies are 10 milligrams. It's 300 in a bottle. There's
okay,
30.
300 in a bottle. Oh, I see, I've got you. Okay, sorry.
Which if I stack these bottles, it would be 18 feet tall.
No, I'm trying to follow
just for this one bottle.
Make sure.
Yes,
that's
sir.
a tremendous amount of fit. That's unbelievable.
A ridiculous amount. And this is why we're here. This is why we're talking. So don't take it away. Let's get rid of the bad stuff. I don't think anybody in here has a problem saying, let's get rid of some of these bad players.
Okay, thank you so much.
I don't know how that works.
I just had a question to clarify. Sorry.
Hold tight. We want to see if there are any other questions from the Senator. Did you want to respond to Senator Betancourt's question?
Yeah.
Good. Go ahead.
I was just asking what the milligrams were pertaining to. Is that CBD or Delta?
THC,
Delta 9 THC.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I just brought a similar product of our own.
Gotcha.
We handle all kinds. You're not going to take everything away from us. We have multiple lines, but this would be you would take a big thing away from a lot of the veterans. Like John Jowers, who was here in this chair with his dog, he said close to 10,000. The number is actually 9,480 pills that we got him off of. Along with Hometown Heroes over here, that's where we started. And that's how we helped him. We helped numerous veterans constantly get off all the meds that the VA throws at them.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Betancourt.
What's the name of that product that has the 15,000?
Flying Horse. Flying Horse from,
Flying Horse.
I believe, Georgia. I bought it this morning. I'll leave it with you if you want it. I don't need this.
I don't need it either at that level. I guarantee you, this whole chamber would be flying out of here if they took this.
No joke.
Okay. Wow. All right.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Xiomara Cisneros, Nicholas Montiaro, Jeremiah Rep, Shiroz Khan, Wayne Dolcefino, Daniel Larios, Kyle Wise, Adriano Mongioli, Cindy Castilla. We're gonna be looking for also Suleiman Sharif and Chase Bearden. So, if I call your name, there's not a seat, we'll have one for you in just a moment. We're looking for Xiomara Cisneros, Nicholas Mortiaro, Jeremiah Rep, Shiroz Khan, Mr. Dolcefino has left, Daniel Larios, Kyle Wise, Adriano Mongioli, Cindy Castilla, Jacob Hinkle, Suleiman Sharif, and Chase Bearden. And I'll say again, if you're wishing to testify on this bill, please make your way to the Senate floor because we are getting to the end of the witnesses who've registered. And if I called your name, we don't have a seat for you, hold tight. We'll get you on the next panel. And so welcome, everyone. We'll start over here, my left, your right. Please introduce yourself, get close to the mic, and give us your testimony.
Hello, I'm Nicholas Mortellaro from Houston, Texas, right in the area by the Johnson Space Center. I was inspired as a kid to actually work at Johnson Space Center. I had an internship there. I love the innovation of the smart people that we had at the Space Center to solve very difficult problems using math, technology, and science. I went on to study chemical engineering at Northeastern University, Boston, Massachusetts, where I got into biotech. So I started my career at a biotech company making monoclonal antibodies for cancer research. Eventually, I realized that some of the compounds in cannabis had wide therapeutic effect, which has been well documented, studied. I'll remind all the senators here that CBD has been FDA approved. It's called Epidiolex, was made by GW Pharma, which then sold for billions of dollars to Jazz Pharmaceuticals, a European biotech company. So I jumped into the cannabis space because I realized these are compounds with wide therapeutic effect. They do have medical benefits. This is well studied, well documented, and that science is now increasing as research shows health, safety. We have a new incoming administration that is very interested in some of the health benefits of these compounds. The new HHS secretary has expressed interest in these compounds in the past. I expect there'll be changes federally. But I want to highlight the company I started in Massachusetts was a plant-touching, federally illegal, but state-legal cannabis company. I sold that company and returned here to Texas because I thought it was a more favorable business environment that had better innovation and, frankly, better products than what I saw in the Northeast. I hope to work with you guys. You've heard today from lots of industry applicants about how to make this industry better. There are smart ways to do this. I have age-verified vending units that I'd be happy to go into more detail with you guys about that can safely vend these products to adults every single time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name and who you represent and give us your testimony, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, Honorable Committee. My name is Jeremiah Rep. I'm a district manager for Bahama Mama, located in the south side of Houston. And I'm here today speaking for all hemp advocates and patients in opposition for Senate Bill 3, a complete ban on hemp. Majority of the clients that I see daily in our business happen to be 50-plus-year-old individuals riddled with issues such as chronic pain, insomnia, and serious anxiety. With my personal background as a pharmacy technician prior to this business, I've seen plenty of difficulties that arise with continuous prescription use. Patients all across Texas have used hemp as a trusted remedy for their conditions, not as an illicit drug. More notably, I've seen many clients, and also as many have used as an example today, many patients use products containing CBN, which is a very effective sleep aid used for people, as opposed to other harmful, not so useful prescription drugs like Ambien and Trazodone, which have commonly been, plaguing our entire country. As well, I would also like to notate that I've had many different clients that I've helped out using THCV, specifically a low-potency cannabinoid. It's found to be helpful in appetite suppression, which is really big for all of the, high diabetic population that we have here, especially in Texas. Plenty of people are stuck on metformin or they're pushed onto Ozempic. Once they get off, they're trying to look for other alternatives, keep their weight down, but this is still a naturally occurring remedy. The general public these days is doing more research on their options to improve their quality of life. In my closing statement, I'd like to state that the hemp industry has ballooned into about 60,000 odd jobs in the state of Texas. This bill puts many families at risk, owners, consumers, practically everybody involved with it. We can already say that the job market is already very oversaturated. It will be an extremely tall task redirecting all of these people into other jobs in an efficient manner. I please urge that you vote no on Senate Bill 3. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name and give us your testimony.
Thank you. Hello, everybody present here. My name is Ellie.
You might move in a little closer to the mic, please, so we can hear you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody present here. My name is Ellie. I'm here to speak against the Senate Bill 3. I'm a proud wife of a Bahama store owner. My role is a software developer in this company. Being a woman is not easy, and 1906 is the only tablet that has benefited me. Like going through the menstrual cycle, my back pain and joint pain prevents me from doing certain tasks. But with this product, I was able to do all this task and sit for a longer period of time. This tablet has 2 milligrams of THC and 25 milligrams of CBD. It is a high dosage CBD tablet. When combined with THC and herbal remedies, it lowers the stress, eases tension, and promotes relaxation. This business has been livelihood for me and my family. My spouse and I are completely dependent on the hemp industry as it has created honest work for us and the people working for us. 4 of our employees, besides our family, depends on this firm as the primary source of income. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Could you say your last name, or your first and last name again?
Ellie. It's Ellie B.
Okay. Thank you. Please state your name and give us your testimony. Thanks for
Yes.
being here.
Honorable Senate members, my name is Shiroz Khan. I'm from Spring, Texas. I'm a store owner at Bahama Mama CBD and Wellness. I'm here to testify against the SB3 bill. Most of our customers we serve at our stores are middle-aged veterans, professional workers, and retired individuals that suffer from chronic pain, anxiety disorders, depression, sleep-related disorders, cancer patients, and people suffering with alcohol and opioid addiction. Our store offers hemp-derived products that have helped them manage these health conditions naturally instead of relying on traditional pharmaceutical that are highly addictive and have adverse side effects. There are a significant amount of customers who are currently going under chemotherapy have found significant relief through these hemp-derived products. Chemotherapy can be an unbearable experience, often causing intense nausea, pain, and complete loss of appetite. For them, these products are not just an option, it's a necessity. Many of our veteran customers are suffering from PTSD, chronic pain, and other service-related conditions. Hemp-derived products have provided them relief where traditional medicine failed, giving veterans a chance for a better quality of life. Us as Bahama Mama takes pride in ensuring that all the products are clean, lab-tested, and backed by COAs. Our customers will be greatly affected By this ban, they will no longer be able to find the hemp drive products that they've been using for years, which have been working out well for them. They will have to go back purchasing from insecure and illegal sources. Many customers have mentioned that they prefer coming to our stores to buy legal hemp products rather than buying them illegally, where they can't be sure of what they are getting. Our employees and partners rely on the business as their main source of income and have put a lot of time and effort into this industry. It took a significant amount of investment to build these stores, and we have signed 10 to 15-year leases. This ban will have a severe impact on our personal credit and could lead to bankruptcy. I'm in the favor of regulation, but shutting down the whole industry will have a huge economic impact. We are ready to comply with all the laws that regulation will bring to this industry. It's an $11 million industry with over 50,000 jobs. Thank you for your time and giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name and give us your testimony. Thanks for coming.
Cindy Castilla, and I'm representing Texas Eagle Forum as well as myself. We support SB3. We don't have skin in the game. We care about families and that they can thrive in the state of Texas. We don't own a shop. We don't, there's not a reason that we're supporting it. We're looking at what's happening to our state. When hemp was going to come to Texas, we were told it was about great rope because it was a great product. We weren't told that they were going to create THC products that can break a brain. There's so much THC in some of these gummies I've found in Texas and Austin. I can go buy 40 milligram gummies, one. That's a brain breaker. Maybe not for everybody, but we know that you guys do bills to stop homelessness, school dropout rates. What do we do about severe mental health diagnosis, drug overdoses, fentanyl deaths, jails filled with violent mental health patients, and this high THC content is helping that. This industry did not behave, and they did not protect our citizens. A 2014 study of the VA found that veterans who use marijuana for PTSD ended up with greater drug use, greater alcohol use, and were more aggressive than those who either quit or didn't use it ever for their PSD. And those who used it and quit had the very best results. They came in elevated. In recent years, studies have proven that THC lowers a person's pain tolerance, which answers the question of why 70% of those addicted to fentanyl were first marijuana users. They may be losing their pain tolerance and need more and more and more, and that's how you go from a 5 milligram. 3 to 5 can give some people a high. And these advertisements that we see for this stuff are selling the high. They talk about medical, but they're selling the high. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the witnesses? Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
You missed the prior testimony where there was a product called Flying Horse that had 15,000 milligrams. Okay, so that's well past the 40, 40 milligrams per gummy. So just want to let you know that there's high, and then there is higher, and then there is highest.
I assume the package content was the 15,000 and that the individual gummies were less.
Okay, well, even when you take 15,000 divided by a large number of gummies, you still have a problem. But anyway, I just want to let you know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Members, any other questions for this panel? All right. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. You're dismissed. The chair calls Daniel Larios, Kyle Wise, Adriano Mungioli, Chase Bearden, Jacob Hinkle, Daniel Larios, Kyle Wise, Adriano Mungioli, Chase Bearden, and Jacob Hinkle. Keep going. Devin Mitchell, Ivan Tibbetts, or Ivan Tibbetts. Okay. Thank you all so much for coming. Appreciate your patience and staying around. We'll start on this side. My left, your right, and please state your name and give us your testimony. Thanks for being here. You have to lean, you may have to kind of lean into that mic.
Thank you. Madam Chair, committee, first I want to say thank you to Senator Perry for moving forward with SB 1505. I've had the opportunity over what feels like the last decade to work on the Teacup program. Sorry, my name is Chase Beard. I'm with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, also representing myself as for the bill. Our organization has had the chance to work on this a long time, and we started it with parents coming to us, looking at seizures, and we've discussed over the years how the program could be better. We appreciate the work that's being done on it. One thing we do want to bring up and hope that Senator Perry will consider as we move forward, first is at least putting in some intent into it to make sure that when the new licensees do move quickly, it takes at least 6 months for a new licensee once they've gone through the process to ramp up. And the problem we saw the last time we expanded Teacup was a problem where there was too many people coming into the program, and the 3 current licensees couldn't handle that influx. So we want to make sure as this moves forward that we ensure that we can move quickly. I know DPS has worked on this and has licensees or has RFPs that have been out and others who have applied. So just making sure we could move quickly to get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, would you state your name and give us your testimony? Thanks for being here.
My name is Daniel Larios. I just want to take a moment to thank y'all. I know it takes quite a bit of mental stamina to do this. I underestimated how long this would run, but thank you for tuning in and staying present. My name is Daniel Larios. I'm a disabled veteran and opioid survivor and founder of Always Forward Pain Relief. Years ago, I blew out 2 discs in my neck from a tank accident back in Kuwait. I had 4 neck surgeries trying to piece myself back together over the course of 8 years. During that time, I battled PTSD, frequent debilitating migraines, IBS, and insomnia. The VA solution was always pills, pills, and more pills. As the patient, you become a pharmaceutical dartboard to the doctors. It was my own personal hell. I was worked up the opioid chain all the way to methadone, which, if you don't know, is prescribed to heroin addicts. I was sicker than ever and soon realized it was killing me. A quick Google search I expected to find WebMD, but instead I read blogs of loved ones describing the side effects of their dearly departed who were on methadone. It scared me, and I made the switch to medical marijuana in 2016 and never looked back. I fear my efforts to be concise severely limit my ability to express just how hard things were. After the switch, I gained a quality of life that I had long forgotten. I was able to leave half a dozen medications behind. I believe in it so much that I started Always Forward Pain Relief, an e-commerce store, trying to get these products to fellow veterans and first responders who would benefit from it as much as I have. Now, I know you may be thinking, well, that's what the medical program's for, but the medical program is laughably narrow, and it's failed. You've heard it a dozen times at least today. I've been in it, I left it, and I have no plans on going back, even with the changes. And as far as that bill goes, I am actually against it because I believe it doesn't go far enough. The requirements to have a prescription renewed multiple times a year alone are a barrier to entry because the cost to get those prescriptions adds up over time. And it should be 1 year renewal at least. But in the end, we also need dignity. We're tired of living in fear over the law over this. We all are. A ban would criminalize law-abiding citizens. America needs the need for greater regulation and enforcement and stringent standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you. Please state your name and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Ivan Tibbetts. I'm the owner of Dama Botanicals in South Austin. I'm a dual resident of Colorado and Texas. I've been in this industry since 2014. My father had the 2nd license in the country to grow hemp. So I actually quit my full-time job of being a hot rod fabricator. I built cars for roughly $200,000 to $1 million. Stopped doing that because my dad called me up one day and said, hey, I'm sick of giving myself shots every day. I'm sick of all the bruises, all the pains. He has MS. I moved back to Colorado. We were able to get him off of every single one of his pharmaceuticals, even the one that his doctor told him that he didn't want him off of, but he said it was a neurological aspect and his brain's fine. He's been off of his meds since 2014. Walks fine, talks fine, has been diagnosed for 43 years with MS. My issue with SB3 is the lack of regulation and certification. When I came down from Colorado, I talked to my realtor down here trying to find a location, and they were told anywhere. And I was like, that's wild. In Colorado, you have to be 1,500 feet away from a school. So I took it in my own respect to put myself that distance away, because when we came to something like this, and they voted distances and all the different certifications, I wanted to make sure that I was already in the correct location for my business. I uphold all the laws, and in the state of Colorado, Arizona, and California, to be a bud tender, to work at a dispensary or a CBD shop, you actually have to go through a certification process. I don't know how many shops. I'm a farmer, supplier, and a business owner, so I supply things to other shops. There's a lot of shops in Austin and the surrounding area that I've been to that the people working behind the counter at a gas station, at a smoke shop, they have no idea what they're selling you. With the certification program for the bud tender aspect, the people that we're hiring, we already know that they know the cannabis family, what they're going to be giving to people, and then at that point, it's just the regulation aspect needs to match the certifications for the inside and the outside for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here. Please state your name and give us your testimony.
My name is Adriano Mangioli. Thank you guys for being here for so long. This has been a bit of a marathon, so appreciate it, and everyone who came as well. I've been in this industry for the better part of a decade. I've gotten the chance to work in California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, and Oklahoma, so I've seen a lot of different things. And I'm against SB3 because ultimately what that is a small group of large corporate interests weaponizing legislature and regulatory capture to create a monopoly. This has nothing to do with public safety in the way that it's written, and I think that it's very obvious that your constituents have spoken, and it's really clear that we're all here for common sense regulation. Children should not have access to any of these products, and we're not looking for brain-breaking, things to be given to people that shouldn't have it. So there are common sense pieces here, but ultimately, you guys have the choice here to show your constituents that you either vote yes on this bill, which shows that you guys are in support of basically monopolies and crushing the small businesses and all the people that have tried very hard to go above and beyond, like you said, with regulation, where they have, taken upon themselves to have child-proof things or be away from schools. The good actors are here. The bad actors are always going to be the bad actors. It doesn't matter. They're not the ones following the rules. So I think that it's very important that you show your constituents that you're here to support their wishes, which is ultimately common sense regulation, not the outright ban of these substances. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would you state your name and give us your testimony? Thanks for being here.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you, committee. My name is Devin Mitchell, and I'm a media manager of a local hemp company here in Austin, Texas. And I'm here as a concerned citizen who is originally from Canton, Texas, if anybody knows where that is. I've lived in Austin for 10 years in the district represented by Judith Safrini currently, and I'm testifying on the impacts of hemp in our community and on the opinions that I hear from my fellow constituents every day, because I want to implore you to vote no on SB3. To start, I would like to tell you about my older sister. My sister was born on April 18th, 1996 in Athens, Texas, and she died on May 5th, 2024 in Canton, Texas from complications due to her stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. She was 28 years old. My sister qualified for the state's medical program, and nothing they provided for her was affordable enough to provide relief to be beneficial for her. Working in hemp, I was able to provide her with legal products to consume so that she would be able to find comfort during what is one of the most arduous tasks one can undergo, the task of preparing to die. My time here is limited. I would share with you about how my boss's dad was diagnosed with MS and was at one point taking over 9 medications, but now uses CBD and has to take none of them. Or about the many, many classical conservatives whom I know and grew up with who are beyond ready for Texas to lighten up when it comes to cannabis. People who are incredibly grateful to at least have a legal access, high quality hemp product, while Dan Patrick is saying that Texas Texas's citizens are not ready for cannabis, all I hear those citizens say is that this legislature is not ready, and it is because they are afraid to lose lobbyist funding. I wonder if that fear feels similar to the fear that I felt when I lost my sister to pain before I lost her to cancer. THC thresholds are allowed in hemp products because CBD and CBG products would be all but impossible to create without those trace amounts. I share this with you to implore you to think about the everyday ramifications of the actions which you endeavor to undertake. By gutting our $6 billion industry, you aren't just affecting over 50,000 jobs, you're taking away the relief that people desperately need. We beg you to write regulations and create enforceable age gating policies. Those of us who are good operators in this industry are already self-policing, and I can guarantee you we hold ourselves to high standards. I implore you to listen to us when we come to speak to you, and I thank you for accepting this testimony today. We want to be law-abiding citizens, and I hope that you all will be a part of helping us do that. Thank you again for your consideration of all of our testimony. It is greatly appreciated.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this panel?
About the age
Hold on,
requirement?
Hold on just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
So we only do that if the senators have a question. Senator Hall, did you have a question, or Senator Birdwell? Okay, all right, okay. And you're certainly free to follow up with any of the offices if you'd like to get them more information. Senator Bettencourt.
What is the answer to the question?
The age, it seemed that 21 was arbitrary, and nobody could seem to come up with an answer other than it was alcohol and cigarettes, and that's what we're copying. We've heard a lot of tragic stories about young adults that have experienced psychosis, and that's a concern, and we're trying to weigh the best possible good. My understanding is the human brain isn't fully developed until 25.
Okay.
So
your point is that 21 is an arbitrary number.
25 would be the more realistic number if we were to pick. Thank you.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized.
No, I just wanted to say thank you because very much what you've already said was already the answer to the question. But for me, it was the conflict between, when you turn 18, you can raise that right hand, and
I know where it's coming from.
And so when you treat soldiers like children, that's how they behave. When you treat them like adults, they may disappoint you every once in a while, but when you treat them like children, they disappoint you every time. So,
yes, sir.
So anyway, thank you for serving, Daniel.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell. Members, any other questions? All right. Well, thank you all for coming and testifying today. Appreciate it. You're dismissed. Thank you. All right. The chair calls Kyle Wise, Jacob Hinkle, Dalton O'Neill, Gina Alani, Jay McGuire, Tristan McCandless, Liz Case, Omar Kura, Dante Pineda. Thank you all for being here. And we'll get started on my left, your right. And if you would sir, if you would give us your name and give us your testimony. You sat in seat number 1.
Madam Chair, my name is Jay McGuire. Members, thank you for having us today. I am the Executive Director of the Texas Hemp Federation, which is transitioning to the Cannabis Retailers Alliance of Texas, or CRAFT. It is our goal to play a small role in helping to establish best practices for retailers in the industry. I think I listened to much of the testimony that was given today about the shortcomings in the retail sector. Our goal is to clean that up by offering trainings of employees, best practices for things like documentation and reviews of lab reports, certificates of analysis to establish their bona fides. I spent the last year or 18 months helping to uncover fraud in our supply chain that exists, not because the mainstream manufacturers, distributors, and retailers have sought it out, but because opportunists have hijacked this opportunity for people to have wellness products for the sake of money. And so we want to clean that up. The committee and the Senate, in its wisdom, will do what it chooses to do, either prohibit these products containing THC altogether, which will foreclose any opportunity for future discovery and future benefit, and may have some knock-on effects that you are not anticipating. I suspect you've heard more than you want to hear about the black market and the cartels, so I won't belabor the point with you. But the choice you make today could very well be between regulating an industry that shows great promise in offering relief to people who have not had it, and re-empowering inadvertently those forces which we are trying so hard to stop at our border. Future generations of patients, well, thank you. I hope that future generations of El Chapos do not. I have submitted my written testimony and I won't go into it. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right, if you would state your name and give us your testimony.
Good morning, Senate Chairman and woman. My name is Dante Pineda. I'm a 21-year-old business owner from Bahama Mama, which has not only positively impacted my life, my family, my friends I've made through the journey of being in this business. I can truly say that I've been told I've changed more people's lives than I could ever imagine. A kid from Alief, Houston, which is very low income, having parents with addiction to alcohol and having to grow up with my grandmother, to getting scholarships to play lacrosse at any college I had the opportunity to get offers from. I am a city champion, a state finalist, and I also played for some of the best programs in the country. I dropped it all because I knew I could do more in a business with 100 daily interactions than me being out of state where I knew I couldn't bring a true impact to this world. In the Heights, Houston, where my store is located, we see so many different kinds of people, from doctors, teachers, parents, business owners, and even world-class athletes. And the one thing everyone has in common is that they're looking for the next way to relieve the stress to improve the quality of their life. Many of my customers don't walk in and don't even know what they're looking for. Our job at the store as employees is to have enough information as possible to give them the best possible recommendation for each individual. Some people might think they need THC, but at the end of the day, by the end of our conversation, CBD worked better for them. Even if we flip the situation, some people might be looking for CBD, but the needs for low-dose THC products work for them better in the long run. One thing I can't seem to skip over is that the DSHS website shows that the charts of Cannabinoid Poison Control Center calls are at all-time low since 2017. That's 3 times less than last year alone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. Sharing freedom of speech and ideas is what makes this country great. My name's Omar Guda. I'm a hemp industry lawyer, and I'm also an investor in a company called Flower Dash down in San Antonio, where we're a hemp retailer, and we focus on health and wellness, and we help people to be happy and be safe. Now, I really would appreciate you all pay attention, because I noticed right off the bat, it needs to be said that the invited groups that were here at the beginning, they seem very unknowledgeable compared to these other experts that have come later, the doctors. I hope you put the weight of that testimony and those invited guests that seem very, very biased that were here at first, and the mothers that provide antidotes without having firsthand knowledge. You've heard different people talk about firsthand knowledge and experiences with cannabis. And in the past 4 years, the cannabis has been openly sold as hemp here in Texas. There have been no craziness, no mass murder, up in crime, nothing like that has happened. So it brings me to the point, my question to you guys is, what happened to free market capitalism? Aren't y'all Republicans? Why would y'all want more business, more government interference with business? I thought that was opposed to the Republican platform. And then it seems like hypocrisy, because you come to Austin and you smell it everywhere in the air. Is it that y'all want to have a separate set of rules for you and a different set of rules for all of us? It doesn't make any sense. And then these people calling hemp synthetic marijuana, that makes no sense either. Delta 8 may be synthetic, Delta 10 may be synthetic, but Delta 9 is a naturally occurring cannabinoid in hemp and in marijuana both. And so, again, why such a paternalistic, socialistic approach? Telling adults how to live their lives, how to make medical choices, doesn't make any sense. But if you need to regulate, which apparently some bad actors need regulation, then maybe age limiting, child-proof packaging, no gas station sales would be a great idea. Maybe doses, minimal 10 milligram dosage. But most Americans and even Christians support some kind of cannabis use. I brought 5 different scriptures. One lady mentioned and testified that cannabis is used in the Bible 5 times. I brought the scriptures, to share with everybody. If I can just finish my last point. The scriptures that I provided, they're, like I said, 5 times they appear in the Bible. And the Bible has been around for thousands of years, and so has cannabis. So my last point is that do not allow the medical marijuana industry to dictate the winners and losers and dump so much money into campaigns instead of doing the right thing for our Texans. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Liz Case. I'm in favor of both of the bills, and I'm a constituent of SD 28. Having been here all day, I've changed my testimony, given the fact that I don't want to tell you all things over again that you've heard all day long. But I was an educator in the classroom for over 10 years. In watching some of the testimony today, as I listened to the mothers that gave testimony, my heart broke for them because I've seen that happen with some of my own students and some of my own kids' friends. My son lost 2 of his best friends, and I've got 4 grown children, and I am so thankful that this mess wasn't around when my kids were that age. We had enough problems with what was on the market when they were young. It was difficult enough to deal with my students and the challenges that they had. But I found it a little disconcerting, the reaction that was had by some of our friends that are here today. I don't think that these moms were put up to anything. I think they came to let us know what their stories are about, because that's a story that you don't want to experience, and it's something that you don't want to share. It's an embarrassment to have to do that. I've talked with many mothers from our school, and I had 2 of my son's best friends, moms, talk to me about their losses. It's something you never want to have to go through. I'm thankful for a bill like this for Senator Perry, that we've got something that will regulate this and get it out of the convenience stores so that our young people don't have these problems.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Good evening. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Gina Aliani, and I represent myself, Morning Dew Farms, and Happy Hemp Co. We are a fully integrated, federally and locally licensed hemp farmer, manufacturer, and retailer operating in Leander, Cedar Park, and Georgetown, Texas since 2021. For my family and our dedicated team, hemp is more than just a business, it's a passion and a livelihood. We believe in its natural healing benefits and are committed to providing safe, consistent, and honest products that help Texans live healthier lives. Take Mr. George, an 85-year-old who hadn't slept through the night for over 30 years because of his PTSD. After using our hemp gummies, he now sleeps a full 8 hours, and that has been over 8 months consistent. Or Miss Donley, a 78-year-old who struggled with anxiety and pain for most of her life. She uses our CBD flower, balm, and gummies, giving her a natural alternative for relief. These are just 2 of over our 7,000 customers who rely on our products. If businesses like ours were shut down, Texans would lose access to safe, regulated hemp. Cannabinoids like THC, CBD, and CBG work together to enhance their benefits. helping with pain, inflammation, anxiety, and sleep orders, as you've all heard all day. We support responsible regulation, including, like ours, child-resistant packaging, clear ingredient labeling, DEA-registered third-party lab testing, and a strict policy against sales to anyone under 21. Texans deserve access to well-regulated, safe hemp products, and we're committed to ensuring that. To strengthen public health and safety, I recommend comprehensive testing requirements, strict licensing and oversight, implementing strong licensing and regular inspections, and compliance checks. Public education, inform consumers about safe use, the importance of purchasing from licensing businesses. Ongoing public health monitoring, access the impact of legalization to guide future policy decisions. By enacting strong regulations and testing protocols, we can protect public health, ensure customer or consumer safety, and uphold the integrity of the legal market. Let's make informed decisions that prioritize the well-being of Texas. Thank you so much for your time, y'all.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Testimony. Senators, is there any questions from this panel that haven't been covered before? Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
You mentioned that you had you had friends that had lost 2 of their family members. I just didn't hear to what exactly it was. Was it to this or was it some other drug use?
It was drug use.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Zaffirini, Dean, you're recognized.
For the record, I'd like to state that I'm a Democrat.
I know, I wasn't talking about you. I know.
That hasn't been on the record yet, Mr. Chairman.
I wasn't talking about you. I know.
Thank you.
For the record, I'm an independent.
Ms. Case, I want to clarify one thing, and I thank you each for your testimony. Ms. Case, from your testimony, I got the impression that you are for Senate Bill 3.
I'm for both of the bills.
I thought so, and for some reason, on your registration, we have you as against Senate Bill 3 and for Senate Bill 1505. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would we show you as for both bills?
Can you please correct that?
Yes, ma'am, we will. I just wanted your permission. Thank you. And I'd have done the same thing if she had it the other way. Just want to make sure it was accurate. Thank you. You're excused.
Senator Kittle, educate them, please.
The chair calls Dalton O'Neill, Tristan McCandless, David Sergi, Brianna Menard, Mariano Green. Again, we are looking for Dalton O'Neill, Tristan McCandless, David Sergi, Brianna Menard, Mariano Green. And I'll ask if there's anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against the bill, make your way down here and let us make sure we have you in the system. Very well. Make your way this way, and we'll just make sure we have all your information so we can hear your testimony. And without creating a disturbance, the first 2 to the table will testify right away. Without a breach of the peace, that is. Thank you very much. All right. We'll start over here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
My name is David Sergi. I'm an attorney in San Marcos, Texas. I am also licensed in the state of California. And I'm sorry that I'm a little hoarse, but I was at the Texas Aggie Bar Association meeting over the weekend, and apparently I got rid of my voice while I was doing it. But I represent manufacturers and distributors, both in California and here. I'm involved in a law firm that reaches literally from Florida to New York to California. We represent folks in the hemp side of the industry, not the cannabis side. And I am here in opposition to Senate Bill 3 and am neutral on the other bill. My main issue is the horse is out of the barn. I was in Laredo, Texas the other day talking to an elected DA, talking about Senate Bill 3, and what I was told was real simple. Most of the border DAs oppose Senate Bill 3 because the horse is out of the barn. The gentleman I was talking to made the comment to me that if this passes, we're going to see drones full of gummies coming over from Mexico, and it just isn't going to work. We need to have thoughtful regulation. My clients, for example, I will not take a gas station as a client because I don't think they do a good job in not selling to under 21, even though currently it's legal. What we really need are things like thoughtful regulation, things that, such as ID checks, so you can't even get in the door of a store before giving an ID, before having your ID checked, make sure you're over 21. Regulation, we have TDLR. We should have licensed bud tenders. We should have the ability to have thoughtful classes that teach the employees what to look for. And if you sell under 21, give misinformation, you can lose your license, just kind of like a barber or a hairdresser. Anyway, I could say a lot more, but I will pass on, and thank you so much for taking my testimony.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience and for sitting here with us today. My name's Brianna Menard. I work for a CBD vape and wellness position at Secret Library. Previous to this position, I worked in food and beverage for 17 years, 10 years as a server bartender, 5 years in management and operations. And what I learned in working in food and beverage in my community is a value to serve, to take care of people, and to give them what they're asking for. The vast majority of the customers at our CBD vape and wellness shop are blue-collar workers and folks who are traveling to the state. They are patients from the medical center who are looking for CBD consultation and hemp consultation. They are referred to us by others who have had success battling issues like sleep, pain management, loss of appetite, stress management, and cessation from alcohol, opiates, and barbiturates. Some of our recommendations do have THC, but really we try to fit what fits the individual person. That's what's really important to us. We make sure not to pressure. Because of my experience as a bartender, I know how important it is to give people what they're actually asking for and to serve responsibly. Texas has a history of innovation, hard work, and taking care of each other, and it's self-evident. In the time I've spent working with Secret Library, I've fellowshipped in my community, and I'm proud to provide relief to Americans so that they may show up and be present in their lives. American hemp products are helping to make Texas a friendlier, more compassionate, thank you, and a safer place. I have 3 children. I am not interested in permanently altering children's brains to make a profit. They don't have money. It's not that profitable. It's not in our goals. Thank you for hearing me today. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mariano Green, Mexican-American. I'm speaking on behalf of my sister Sofia, whose cerebral palsy imprisoned her in a world of neuropathic pain. I don't know if you have had any neuropathic pain. It's the worst kind of pain that you might ever have. Muscularity and self-harming anguish, a torment that conventional treatments could not break. Until THC Delta 9, she uses THC Delta 9 under her doctor's care. That medicine become a relief, softening her suffering, easing her stiffness, and restoring her sleep, peace, and fragile glimmer of hope. Now, Texas Senate Bill 3 threatens to extinguish that light by banning all consumable THC, including her hemp-derived lifeline, prioritizing safety concerns over the ruin it will break in her life. I implore you, look through my eyes at Sophia's relentless life. Feel the weight of reclaiming dignity and stop SB3 from thrusting her back into an enactment she barely escaped. Preserve her access to salvation and her of her every silent sufferer it could born. She needs approximately between 20 and 40 milligrams of THC every 6 or 8 hours, more or less, only for her just to be normal, for stop her pain, stop hitting herself all day and screaming all day. That's what she needs. I can show you videos. There's a lot of evidence around there. So I know there is a substance that can cause many harms to the young ones. And I know that THC is the right alternative for pain healing, instead of using the other things that we are using right now. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Good evening. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good evening, Chairman Hughes and other honorable members of the Texas Senate. My name is Jerron C. Hill. I'm a medical doctor and board-certified anesthesiologist. I've practiced anesthesia for the past 35 years, and I have a case in Frisco, Texas at 6:40 in the morning. I've taken care of many people who suffer with depression, PTSD, generalized anxiety, insomnia, and chronic pain for the past 8 years by using intravenous ketamine. Some of the patients that I treat for chronic pain are patients that have migraine headaches, fibromyalgia, complex regional pain syndrome, and neuropathies. I also own a retail store called Dr. CBD and Nutrition Centers for the past 6 years. My greatest joy is teaching people about the endocannabinoid system, which we don't have enough time to talk about here this evening. I use nutraceuticals, broad-spectrum CBD products, and full-spectrum CBD products to help and support my patients' physical and mental well-being. Should THC products that contain 0.3% or less be banned from Texas? Emphatically no. The Farm Bill allows this. That concentration of THC does not overstimulate the endocannabinoid system. The endocannabinoid system is a system that we all have as humans, and we have this interaction with phytocannabinoids, endocannabinoids that we make, and this whole system wants to keep us all in homeostasis. That's the medical term, and it's called balance. THC in concentrations of 0.3% or less does not lead to habituation, addiction, causing anxiety, paranoia, and insomnia. I know because I've treated patients with cannabis use disorder who would see me in the ketamine clinic for depression and anxiety and suicidal ideation. Full-spectrum CBD products should be regulated, but not sold to minors, obviously, but not be banned altogether from being sold in Texas. The Teacup program has helped many, but is limited because it does not address the need of patients nor consumers that do not qualify for its programs. How are we going to address the need of patients and consumers who do not qualify for the program? Full-spectrum CBD products are an alternative to using anxiolytics and opioids. Long-term use of anxiolytics are addicting and may lead to dementia. We have an opioid crisis in our country with over 100,000 citizens dying annually from overdose. There are no case studies of full-spectrum CBD products causing respiratory
wrap up
depression.
this thought, okay?
I'm going to wrap
Doctor?
it up here, Senator.
Doctor, wrap up this thought, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir. Because there are no CB1 receptors in the pons and medulla, the respiratory center of the brain. My last point, we have 100 million Americans that suffer from chronic pain, over 20 million suffer from depression, and 40 million suffer from anxiety. Approximately 30 million Americans suffer from insomnia. Why should they be denied the supportive help of full-spectrum phytocannabinoids in Texas? They should not. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Good evening. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Get close to that mic and give us your testimony.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening. My name's Casey Hallenberg. I live just north here in Williamson County. I'm a combat veteran. I served frontline infantry 2006, 2007. I'm of the first ever combat ready battalion in U.S. Army history. That's also the largest suicide rates in recorded American history post-World War II, just to give you a little insight. It's already been hit on multiple times, but an estimated 11 to 20% of veterans have experienced opioid misuse or dependence, 2 to 3 times higher than the general pop rate. 2020, over 6,100 veterans died from drug overdose, with opioids being a major contributor. Fentanyl, as we all know, synthetic opioid, 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine, has become a major public health crisis in the USA, impacting various vulnerable populations, including veterans, homeless, among many other. I'm opposed to Senate Bill 3 for the SAFE Act that we should have safe access to cannabinoids, whether it's THC or CBD. It should be full spectrum. I am opposed to synthetics. If you listen to all the mothers who had issues, it was always the synthetic Delta 8, Delta 9. It was not organic. I think we need to distinguish the difference between organics and synthetics. Also, I agree with the age limit of 21 and up. For reference too, just to give you a little insight, in New York where it was illegal, a girl had to go black market. But then she went to that dealer's house, he happened to have weighed out fentanyl. So when he weighed out that marijuana, there was residue of fentanyl, which she OD'd of. I can give you another example of Arizona where it was legal, where my buddy who was on the sheriff's department there 20 years gave me some insight. where the cartels are getting licensing for the legal dispensaries, but then on the back end, they're having illegal grows that his sheriffs have to go into, where they're finding black mold that they're breathing in. And that's showing me if that's going to a legal dispensary, we definitely need to regulate with the testing. I know Texas A&M's got a great program, and I know they're expanding on their cannabis. And if the state doesn't have enough funding, maybe we can work on some partnerships and some community efforts to work together as Americans, hand in hand. And thank you so much for your time. In God we trust. God bless you all.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for these witnesses? And let me say, we have I know you've registered on our electronic system. We always verify that information. And can we get we're going to ask you to fill out a card. We want to make sure we have all your information so your testimony is correct. I'm sure you did it, but sometimes maybe that's what if you don't mind, we're going to get that card just so we have you in the system. We thank you each for your testimony, and you're excused. Okay, if you have registered to testify or wish to testify, make your way down to the table, and we want to make sure we hear from everyone who wishes to testify on the bill. So, all right, so if anyone else wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 3 or Senate Bill 1505, please make your way down. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 3? Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1505? Very well. Start over here. Welcome, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Senators, thank you for taking the time. My name is Marco Krause. I am a consultant and business owner here in the hemp industry in Texas. I'm also a sixth-generation Texan from Austin. I attended Southwestern University in Georgetown, where I ended up studying chemistry and then eventually dropped out to go research in my father's laboratory. Most of y'all will probably recognize him as he's the chemist that came up and told you that your regulation doesn't work. One of the issues that we run into is that I own a manufacturing group where we do multiple third-party tests using him and other laboratories. They already have issues getting their test results to line up. When it comes to me as a manufacturer, I can buy cannabinoid isolates and I can buy cannabinoid extracts from out-of-state suppliers. I can buy them from in-state suppliers. None of them can meet the current regulation that will be set forth if SB 3 passes. As you can tell, I'm probably testifying against SB 3. I'm not going to comment on 1505 aside from if we are going to eliminate THCs and cannabinoids in this state, let's just do it in general. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Castilla, I think I understood what you were saying. So you want 1 minute. You had testified on one bill, not the other. You're recognized.
I didn't get called during
Go right
the
ahead.
3-minute period.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just hope you all will discuss some questions among yourself.
Even though we know, tell us your name again.
Cindy Castilla, Texas Eagle Forum. So reading 1505, we had some concerns. It's not very detailed, and maybe there needs to be more detail. We're happy with Teacup the way it is right now. It doesn't, I don't feel sure that we're not going to end up with a dock-in-the-box situation next to a dispensary, and I don't think we want that. The states that have had that, that's a problem. It's a problem for people who live anywhere nearby. It's a problem for the families. So that concerns us. Also, a lot of the things that people talked about using marijuana for and why they go this medical route I listed some of them: anxiety, sleeplessness, cramps, stress, pain, nausea. Most of those, pain can be proven if you've had an accident, you have x-rays and such, but a lot of those can't be proven. It's just like, if I want pot, I've got cramps and anxiety. We have that question that we hope y'all will talk about on, who are we dispensing to? And is a doctor, if one is nearby, is he allowed to be invested in this dispensary? Just those kind of connections. We would have concerns. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for either of our witnesses? Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Just, you used a term, jack-in-the-box problem?
Dock in the box.
Dock in the box, okay, I couldn't hear with it.
Yeah, meaning next door and
Right.
a provider of patients.
No, thank you, sorry.
Okay,
Just
thank
there's
I'm sorry, yeah, I'll try to be more clear. Thank you.
And Senator Bettencourt, that sounded like some of the marketing we've heard about today, so I can see why you would have thought that, some of these products, some of these. Any other questions for these witnesses?
It's actually dinner time.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you both for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 3? Public testimony is closed. Bills left pending. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1505? Seeing none, public testimony is closed, and Senate Bill 1505 will be left pending. Is there any other business this evening for the Senate Committee on State Affairs? Seeing none, we will again thank the excellent team at the Texas Senate that keeps all of these things operating, setting these tables up, keeping the sound and the video going, keeping folks informed of where they need to be, keeping everything secure, everyone safe. Of course, we're thankful for the committee staff and each member staff and each member and all of our witnesses, regardless of their position. And with that, Senate Committee on State Affairs stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Good evening.